that this was a UAV or a drone, an unmanned aerial vehicle which was shot down. Another explosion moments after at the Walton airfield, and post that all flight operations stand suspended from some of the most major airports in Pakistan, including Islamabad, which has been recently added to the list of existing Lahore, Karachi and Sialkot airport. Also circling back to my colleague Gursimran Singh, who continues to join me from Akhnur. Gursimran, speak to us about the rapid developments. Now, after reports have confirmed the blasts, even Islamabad airport has suspended all operations. In fact, flights are also held back from even landing at Karachi and Lahore airport.
Yes, if we speak of the present situation, there have been a number of NOTAMs that have been issued, starting from the Lahore to Islamabad to Karachi to Sialkot. All the airports of Pakistan have been closed with the immediate effect, including the Lahore that has been closed till 12 in the afternoon. But it is very likely that there will be an extension that will be taking place in the operations of the Lahore airport. But what the reason seems to be that the Pakistan is completely in a mayhem. They don't know that how to react to the situation that is now emerging, because after the precision strikes that the Indian Armed Forces have carried out deep inside the Pakistani territory, after the briefing of the Indian side, the briefing says that there are 21 terror launch pads and the terror bases that are there in the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan, out of which India has hit only 9. So Pakistan is of the view that why 12 others, they could be potential target of India, and that's why they have closed their airspace for n number of the operations.
Okay, getting in breaking news now. Let's go back to some more breaking news updates coming in. Of flight operations in Karachi, Sialkot, Lahore airports being temporarily suspended. From the Pakistani media, a confirmation coming in. The Pakistan Airport Authority has issued a NOTAM. NOTAM means Notice to All Airmen. Notice to all airmen, and flights have been suspended in Pakistan across several airports. Flight operations at Karachi, Sialkot, Lahore airports temporarily suspended. And this is a statement that's come out from the Pakistan Airports Authority, or the PAA. Karachi, Lahore, Sialkot airports will not be available at least till 12 this afternoon. The statement was issued by a PAA spokesperson who has requested passengers to remain in contact with the relevant airlines to remain updated with the latest information. The PAA, or the Pakistan Airports Authority, has also issued a NOTAM, or the Notice to All Airmen, for the decision. And Gursimran is joining us with the details. Gursimran, most of Pakistani airspace has been empty for the last few days for a different reason, of course. And whatever little was left, even that has now been closed, completely shut off for operations.
Senior Rajan, what has happened that yesterday evening Pakistan tried to show that they are too brave to handle the situation. They opened their entire the airspace for the operations, and when the entire airspace was opened, Pakistan saw that this is not something they have to do. It should have been a precautionary measure that they should have kept it closed. But now Pakistan is again back to the square zero. That is, they are not going to get anything, and that's why they are closing down back to back their airspace. First it was Lahore early in the morning, along with the Karachi. Sialkot was shut, then Karachi was shut, and now Islamabad has also been shut by the Pakistani authorities, because see, the sense of fear of the precision strikes still is in the mind of Pakistanis. They know that what has come to them and what could be coming to them, and that's why these kind of a precautionary measure the Pakistanis are taking. But one thing is very clear, that the Pakistan is completely rattled by the strikes on its terrorists and the terror commanders, because the way bases have been hit, Pakistan wants to prove to their terror commanders that they are also doing something. The pressure that is there from the terror groups on the Pakistan to strike back, but they know that if they decide to strike back, there will be something way beyond the Operation Sindoor.
Right, Gursimran, thanks very much for getting us those key details. In fact, viewers, time to shift focus and quickly track stories from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. 5 passengers died while 2 more were seriously injured after the helicopter that they were in lost control and crashed near Ganganani in Uttarkashi district. Visuals showed the mangled remains of the helicopter at the crash site. Emergency responders were leading the ongoing rescue operations at the site, while officials from the local administration were also present to help. Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa condemned the targeting of a Gurdwara by Pakistani troops in a forward area of the Poonch district in Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistani troops shelled the Gurdwara, killing 3 Granthis. Sirsa also came down heavily on the Pakistani army for directing mortar fire on unarmed civilians residing near the line of control, the de facto border between India and Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान ने गुरुद्वारा सिंह सभा पुंछ के ऊपर जो मिसाइलों से हमला किया, इसकी मैं कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करता हूं। ये उनकी घटिया मानसिकता को बताता है और कितने कायर हैं ये दर्शाता है। मैंने पुंछ के गुरुद्वारा साहब के प्रधान साहब से बात की कमेटी के। उन्होंने बताया कि सुबह 7 बजे का प्रोग्राम था, जो समाप्त हुआ 7 बजे और 8 बजे मिसाइल दागे गए। गुरु की कृपा रही, गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब महाराज जी के स्वरूप जो थे सुरक्षित रहे गुरुद्वारे के अंदर, और 5 लोग पुंछ में सिख अब तक मारे गए हैं। ये सिविलियंस के ऊपर हमला है, अटैक है उनके ऊपर, और पाकिस्तान इतना कायर है कि हमारे सिविलियंस के ऊपर हमला कर रहा है।
In a major development amid the tensions with Pakistan and India's retaliatory strikes on terror launchpads, unidentified debris fell on some houses and agricultural fields in the Ajit Doval and Pandher villages of the Amritsar district. However, no loss of life or damage to property was reported as per officials. Shiv Sena UBT MP Sanjay Roth hailed the Indian Armed Forces. Preeti Adani, the chairperson of the Adani Foundation, was conferred the title Doctor of Science honoris causa by Data Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research in Maharashtra's Wardha. Preeti Adani heads the social welfare and development arm of the Adani Group, which ranks as the country's fastest growing diversified portfolio of market-leading companies. She was conferred with the honor by Data Meghe, the Chancellor of DMI HER. Viewers, the nation still mourns the Pahalgam attack, an act of cowardice that claimed innocent lives and shook the valley. But now the visuals tell a completely different story. India has responded with precision and power. Under Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces have struck deep inside terror infrastructure in both Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, hitting locations that are believed to be behind the planning and execution of cross-border attacks for yesteryears, including the most recent and dastardly one, the Pahalgam terror strike on the 22nd of April. Take a look at this report.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
कोई दिखता जहांगीर तो क्या है बिहारियां पे झुलते यार बहुत ही कश्मीर तरीके वो झुलते यार
ये नुकसान।
हम लोग फौजी हैं, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं। आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं। बैठो 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 बैठो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं। हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं। बैठो।
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज मुल्क के अंदर
आप लोग हैं।
नुकसान।
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे। थोड़ा बताइए हुआ पति को आए हैं। बैठो बैठो बैठो
ये
बैठो, आपकी
नुकसान।
सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं।
ये 9 नंबर।
हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं। बैठो। ये इंडियन आर्मी है। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो? कहाँ से आए आप लोग? आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे।
मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज
थोड़ा
मुल्क के
बताइए
अंदर
हुआ पति को मार दिया। नहीं बेटा शांत रहो। लो पानी पियो, पानी पियो। अरे साथ में आपकी हैदराबाद में
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की याद करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
I'm Major General Dr. G.D. Bakshi, and I'm delighted that Republic has launched its digital defense channel dedicated primarily to matters military, matters of national security, matters of strategic importance, weapons and equipment. To stay ahead of the curve on matters military, we will be doing a series of in-depth war games, a series of military analysis, a series of programs on military equipment acquisitions. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakta Mishra, and we continue to track India's response to Pakistani terrorism. And India is right now lauding the efforts of our brave hearts, of our forces. There's an all-party meeting that is going on in the national capital. We'll get you more updates on that and what's happening along the border, along the line of control. But first, the headlines. Locals report series of blasts in Lahore, flight suspended from Karachi, Islamabad, Lahore and Sialkot. India takes down 9 Pak terror dens during the Operation Sindoor. More satellite images show the extent of the destruction. NSA Ajit Doval meets the Prime Minister at the 7 Lok Kalyan mark this morning. The Baloch Liberation Army releases full video of the attack in Bolan. 14 Pakistani soldiers eliminated. Amid escalating tensions with Pakistan following India's Operation Sindoor, the centre chairs an all-party meeting. Pakistani army resorts to unprovoked firing using small arms and artillery guns across the LOC. Over 60 ceasefire violations reported so far. As viewers, India has struck Pakistan hard. Now, things are becoming more and more difficult for the Pakistanis. It is losing control of Balochistan. And in the latest, the Balochistan Liberation Army has released a video where it shows how the BLA ambushed the Pakistani army. Full video of ambush as far as the BLA's post is concerned. Video showing 14 Pakistani soldiers blown up in seconds in Balochistan's Bolan. And this is another evidence of how Pakistan is just breaking down. It is losing control of Balochistan. It is facing opposition from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and from the Sindh province as well. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast for more. Gursimran, well, this is another, what we understand. It's a testimony to what's really happening in Pakistan. Pakistan has been scrambling to prove itself. Asim Munir is clearly losing control over the things. Pakistan is breaking down, and this is the latest. 14 Pakistani soldiers now targeted.
Pakistan is losing the control over its occupied territory. That is what is happening in Pakistan, where the Baloch rebels have opened the front, because this is an opportune time for them, as the time when the Pakistan is in escalation with the India and the hostilities along the international border and the line of control, they have increased. The Baloch rebels are using this as an opportune time to take the revenge from the Pakistan for the atrocities that have been committed upon the Pakistani, and also the forced disappearances, the near and dears that they have lost to the Pakistani army. Now this attack that has claimed the life of 14 Pakistani soldiers is one of those attacks that are now being intensified, because this is an intensified Baloch Liberation Army's action that we are witnessing in last few days, that Balochs are getting deactivated. Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan is carrying out multiple ID attacks. This shows that the Pakistan is being cornered by all, because see, those rebel groups that are inside the Pakistan, they see it as an exact golden opportunity, which they call, because the Pakistan is
All right, I just have to cut you there, Gursimran. We have breaking news coming in. India's air defense system has intercepted Pakistani projectiles, and that's what we are breaking right now. Air defense system has intercepted Pakistani projectiles. We'll just try and get you the information as to where has it been intercepted, the Pakistani projectiles. This is the update, the big update we are getting in right now. India's air defense system, remember, has been on alert, and it has now intercepted a projectile from the Pakistani side. We try and get you more details. We connect with our reporters and understand exactly where this report is coming from, as the tensions are only now increasing. It's escalating, viewers, what we understand right now. Niranjan will be joining us in a short while from now to give us more details on that. In fact, viewers, the update we have is that a Pakistani projectile. Gursimran, in fact, is with us. Gursimran, tell us more about this information that you're sharing with us. This Pakistani projectile that has been intercepted.
See, this means that the Pakistani attack has been foiled by the Indian air defense system. This attack was made last night at around 1 in the Amritsar, that Pakistan launched a projectile into the Indian territory. But the Indian air defense system that was well intact in place, this missile was intercepted and brought down. It was in the Ajit Doval village of the Amritsar that the missile landed in the area. This was a field where this missile has landed close to a residential complex, but there has not been any loss that has been reported. But Pakistan continues to mount trouble for itself by launching a projectile attack into the Indian side. As we mentioned a couple of minutes earlier, that the Indian Air Force has been given a free hand by the government of India. So any threat that comes to the integrity of the India towards the borders of the India, that they have got to go ahead to deal directly with, be it with any kind of escalation it could be. And that's why we saw that late last night in the Amritsar there was an attempt, the projectile that was trying to enter the Indian territory, that was stopped by the air defense system, totally jammed and detonated using the air defense mechanism that has been put in place all along the international border and line of the control. The Indian air defense stands firm for any of the mischief by the Pakistani side. And now this debris that have been recovered from the Ajit Doval and the Pandhor village, they are actually the testimony of the India's air defense system, that how strong it is.
Okay, big breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. In case you're watching this breaking news broadcast, we have intercepted Pakistani missiles. It's a confirmation that's come in, and this is after cross-checking, fact-checking with top sources in the Indian defense establishment. I'll try and get my colleague Shravan as well. Shravan has picked up these details, and in just about 20 seconds, I will get him from the newsroom, because this is extremely critical. We have intercepted. Okay, I have a big breaking news update coming in. Shravan sharing more details. That debris of the projectiles have been found in Punjab. Debris of the Pakistani projectiles have been found in Punjab. We'll add that to the breaking news update right now. Debris of the Pakistani projectile found in Punjab. That's a breaking news update that we have right now from Shravan and Abhishek. Shravan and Abhishek, both live. Shravan and Abhishek. I'm going across to Shravan first. Shravan has picked up the details. Shravan, what was Pakistan trying to do? What details do you have? Shravan breaking that story, the only channel with the full details. Shravan is joining us. Go ahead. I can hear you, my friend. Shravan, go ahead. You're live.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, what we are basically picking up is that in Punjab, there are debris of Pakistani projectiles which have been found. And now what we are also sourcing from information that we're getting from our sources within the defense is the fact that India's air defense system has basically brought down certain projectiles. So what we have essentially seen in the last 24 hours after the precision strike that was carried out by India, you've had the Pakistanis non-stop carrying out artillery firing across the international border and as far as the line of control is concerned. Apart from that, there were certain projectiles that were also brought down by the air defense system. We'll try and see if Major Sabar Tur can also join us on this broadcast and also get us more information on this. Gursimran, more details now emerging from at least two locations where the projectiles were found in Punjab. What more details are you picking up? Because so far from here in the national capital, we haven't been able to identify the missiles. But what we can confirm is that the air defense system, Indian Air Force's air defense system was able to intercept some of these projectiles that were fired towards India.
Let's... Yeah.
Yes, Shawan, it was around 1 in the morning of 1 a.m. when we saw a projectile that was heading towards the Indian territory. Air defense system intercepted this projectile and this was brought down. And the debris have been found in the two villages of the Amritsar. One is Gurdwara and another is Sindhur, where these debris have been found. And now the authorities have seized these debris of the Pakistani missile that was launched into the Indian territory, but was timely intercepted by the air defense system. The air defense system has been activated all along the line of control, as well as the international border by Indian side. Soon after, we saw that the Pakistan is scaling up the activities, also the drone activities that are happening from the Pakistani side. The air defense system was intact. It was in place for more than a week's time at almost all the vulnerable locations along the international border and line of control. And yesterday night at around 1, it intercepted a missile that was a projectile
those
that
are
was
specific details. Those are specific details that Gursimran is also getting us. Gursimran, I'll request you to stay on with us. Major Samarpal Tur is also joining us. Major, a confirmation now coming in that India's air defense system was able to intercept certain Pakistani projectiles. Can you help us understand, because unfortunately, Major Samarpal Tur, I haven't been able to confirm the missiles that have been fired. Is there any clarity? Can you help us understand what's really happening in terms of the missiles that have been fired by the Pakistanis?
The missiles are mainly of the Chinese origin. So they are calling it the Chinese PL-15 missiles. And basically what went wrong with these missiles is they ran short of fuel in terms of their range. So they're called the fourth generation BVR missile. And so this is what I have been able to get to know, that these are one of the Chinese most sophisticated missile systems, fourth generation BVR missile.
Okay, fourth generation BVR missile, Chinese missiles. Major Samarpal Tur, Republic's defense strategy analyst, now giving us more details of the missiles that have been fired by the Pakistanis. We were told that these projectiles were intercepted and debris of it have been found in different parts of Punjab, at least 2 locations that we are getting in confirmation now. Major, you have got deep connections within the armed forces, and you perhaps would be the best person to help us understand in terms of the strategy that has now been adopted by the Pakistanis, because late last evening you had the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who was completely cornered, did not know how to exactly react, and that is the reason why you have these empty threats that are now being issued by the Pakistanis.
See, Shawan, as of now, what is amply clear is that, Punjab is the target, and very surprising. And you see, these orders are basically coming from the headquarters at Gujranwala Corps, because probably that was one of the places of target which has been spreading. They've been giving funds for the terror infrastructure. So you see, they have targeted places, and these missiles were found at Jathuwal village, then at Majita village in Amritsar. So now the analysis have to be that what in the trajectory of these places would they have probably been targeting. I'm saying again, the missile debris have been found in Jathuwal village and Majita village of Amritsar. So it is evidently clear that their target is Amritsar at the moment, and majority of their arsenal and military and artillery is present in Lahore. And these are the present updates as of now.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly go back to Gursimran, as Gursimran is also getting us more details. Major, I just want you to stay with us, because we have also got certain pictures, but we are not putting this out for the moment because we are waiting for an official confirmation, on record confirmation to come in from our defense our defense forces, because I'm given to understand something big is expected later sometime today. That's my information at this point in time, because this is being well calculated by our forces, and as we have been pointing out, that Operation Sindoor does not end here. Gursimran, you've also been speaking to a few people, your connections there. We have also spoken here in the national capital. The sense that we are getting right now, that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The operation is not over.
Yes, Shawan, it's absolutely no doubt that it's only the tip of the iceberg. Reason being that yesterday afternoon, after the India carried out the precision strikes inside the Pakistani territory, there was a meeting, a high-level meeting that was held, and in that meeting, it was conveyed to all the officials on ground, those who have to ensure that everything goes well. They were conveyed that Operation Sindoor is not over, and they have to be on a standby mode. They have to make the adequate arrangements that are needed for the days to come. So this was conveyed yesterday evening to all the officials on ground here in Jammu and Kashmir and in n number of locations that the operation is not over. They have to be in the ready state. And now what we are witnessing that yesterday an attempt was made, everything was in place. When the Pakistan at the dead of the night around 1 in the morning, they attempted to breach the Indian airspace. They attempted to target one of our locations using a projectile into the Indian territory that was intercepted by the air defense system. It was jammed and then it was brought down. It landed at two locations. The debris have been found. It is in Jatuwal and it is in Pandhor area of the Amritsar, where the locations, these two locations are, where the recoveries have been made by today morning by the security forces.
Shawan, do you have a detailed briefing or input on when this happened, what time? Because there was some chatter last night. And of course, we were waiting for some official word, nothing from the Indian side. But in Pakistan itself, there was a lot of chatter. And this morning, we heard of explosions in Lahore. Now, we know that Lahore is roughly about 40 kilometers from the border in Punjab, very close to the border. Any timeline on when these projectiles were intercepted?
Well, first to answer your question as to what's really happening and what's happening inside Pakistan at this point in time. There are certain limitations that we have right now, Niranjan, in terms of the operation details, the operational details, because we are given to understand that as our borders are hot right now, you've essentially seen both sides engaging in massive artillery firing. And the other big breaking news also coming in right now, Niranjan, is the fact that because of the ceasefire violations that have taken place, there's been heavy artillery firing that took place late last night, resulting in some of the Pakistani posts being completely decimated. So the kind of the injuries that have been inflicted upon the Pakistani army right now is unimaginable, is what I was given to understand by one of my sources here in the national capital. So that explains the fact that yes, there has been some action that has been taken. Details of it perhaps would come out in the next few hours in terms of what is happening inside Pakistan. If you simply go by the claims that have been made by the Pakistani media, yes, they say that there has been action once again taken by us, and there are details basically emerging of certain drone hits. Now that's what the Pakistani media is now claiming, the drone hits that have taken place in Lahore itself and a few other places in Gurdwara, as Major Samarpal Tur would be in a better position to tell you on this. But having said that, answering your question with regards to when were these projectiles that were intercepted, we were told that it was late last night. In fact, it was our air defense system that was able to bring down these projectiles. And just adding more information on this has been Major Samarpal Tur, who's been able to identify the missiles, because that we haven't been able to independently verify from our sources within the armed forces with regards to what were these missiles. That confirmation I do not have. That's something that Major Samarpal Tur is in a better position to help us understand in terms of the missiles. There are certain pictures also, Niranjan, that we are in our possession, but we are not putting them out because we are waiting for some sort of a detailed briefing to take place from the side of the armed forces.
We'll take a short break right now, Shawan. As you gather more details, it's a developing story. We are putting out very, very limited details because obviously we don't want to give out the operational details as of now. This has been reported in some quarters, but we're only putting out this much for now because we are being very responsible in how we report this. I'm going across to take a short break right now. Other channels now, I see that.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
मस्जिद तैयबा के उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Okay, breaking news update coming in. Clinical response to Pakistan Projectile. We're getting in pictures. Okay. Republic Bharat is at the site.
और वो जो जितने पुर्जे थे वो सारी रिकवर करके लेगी। तो सुबह से ही हमारे गांव में अमृतसर में वो दहशत का माहौल बना हुआ है।
ये सुबह मतलब आपने आप ही ने इन्फॉर्म किया था ना?
हाँ, मैंने।
और कहाँ मलबा गिरा, कितने रेंज में गिरा हुआ, कितने किलोमीटर के रेंज में?
ऐसा है कि एक तो मलबा जहाँ जे मक्खनविंडी गांव है और मक्खनविंडी गांव है, हाँ मक्खनविंडी गांव है, जंडियाला ब्लॉक में पड़ता है। और इसके पास ही 200 मीटर दूर जेठूवाल गांव है जो अटारी हलके में पड़ता है। तो सुबह से दहशत का माहौल है। मेरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और रक्षा मंत्री को और इंटेलिजेंस को मेरी बेनती है कि हमारे जो गांव हैं उसमें अगर ये हमला हो जाता तो लाशों के ढेर जहां पर बिछ जाने थे। तो मेरी भारत सरकार को और आर्मी को बेनती है कि हमारी सुरक्षा को यकीनी बनाया जाए।
ठीक है बाजी। तो और वैसे रात को इस गांव में भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था?
सर रात को भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था और ब्लैकआउट में पूरा सहयोग किया था।
पूरा सहयोग दे रहे गांव वाले?
पूरा गांव वाले पूरा
पूरी बत्ती गुल हो जाती है?
हाँ पूरी।
क्या देखा आपने?
रात को 1 बजे के करीब ब्लास्ट हुए जी। सबसे पहले जो 1 बजे ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद हम घर की छत पे चढ़े। छत पे जब गए तो एक के बाद एक 4-5 धमाके लगातार हुए। 1:10 पे जो है ना बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ। उसके बाद पूरे गांव की जो छत है ना उसके ऊपर कंकर पत्थर के टाइप जो है ना वो मलबा गिरा था। ठीक है, वो रात को तो पता नहीं लगा कि क्या गिरा है क्या नहीं। उसके डर की वजह से हम नीचे उतर गए भी किसी को लग ना जाए। सुबह जब छत पे चढ़ के देखा तो मलबा गिरा था, कंकर थे, उसका वो पार्ट थे मटेरियल के, वो हमने इकट्ठा करा और आसपास के जो हमारे पुलिस स्टेशन है उसको इन्फॉर्म किया।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन जंग शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ? मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Going back to the breaking news update coming in of India's response to Pakistan Dud. That's Pakistan's Dud intercepted in Punjab.
जब इंचार्ज आएंगे फिर इसका जो आगे के आदेश होंगे उसके अनुसार इस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मैं मक्खन मंडी गांव से विवेक हूं, रिपब्लिक भारत के लिए। कैमरे के पीछे मेरे सहयोगी आकाश हैं।
Okay, that's the first picture of the Pakistan projectile that was intercepted. Waiting for an official word on that. Republic Bharat is at the spot. Republic team taking a short break right now. Back with the live coverage. Look at that. That's Pakistan's Dud that we intercepted.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baloch, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows, pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude.
Pakistan has tried to send this projectile towards India. Indian systems have stopped the Pakistani Dud in Amritsar.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला NDH मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला NDH मसाला।
is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Breaking news coming in. We've accessed the video. Look at that video. Okay, I think we should just remove the DV because the interception can be seen at 2 seconds. Let's put that video. If you're putting the video out, we'll remove the DV. Okay, you can see that at 2 seconds. There you go on the top of your screen. That's the interception, a video that was shared, captured on CCTV in Amritsar. The timing is at the bottom of the screen, 1:03 on the 8th of April, 8th of May 2025. Look at that. That's a small spark that you see there. A dot that you see on the screen at about 2 seconds. We will highlight that, just circle that as well. You can see that that is the interception. From our sources in Amritsar, Gursimran has also accessed this video from his contacts. You can see that on top of the screen. Keep looking at the top of your screen. You will see a spark. That is the spark. 7-second video from Amritsar. There's a spark. That spark is of the interception of the Pakistani projectile. From our sources, we have picked up. This is 2 seconds. You can see the interception is at 2 seconds. It comes in a flash and it disappears. Now that is the interception video captured from a CCTV at 1:03 a.m. 2 minutes after air raid sirens were activated along the international border. In Gurdaspur, Amritsar, there was complete electricity shut down at that particular time. And that interception that you see here on your screen right now, that spark that you see over the skies of Amritsar is when a Pakistani projectile was intercepted. Once again, we don't have the official word. Okay, we have Republic Bharat teams on the spot. Let's go across live.
मैं आपको सीधा पहले ग्राउंड की तस्वीर दिखाता हूं। मैं दूसरी जगह पर आ गया हूं जहां पर यहीं पड़ा हुआ है मलबा। मैं पहले जेठूवाल गांव में था, वहां पर एक जो है जगह नहीं थी। यहां आप मलबा आप लाइव देख सकते हैं। ये जो मलबा है, मिसाइल का मलबा पड़ा हुआ है। रात को देखा था। ये गांव कौन सा है भाजी? मक्खन मंडी गांव। यहाँ पर भी सेम वही चीज हुई थी, क्योंकि जो मिसाइल गिरी है आसपास के इलाकों में जो है वैसे ही आवाज सुनी गई। आप एक बार पहले पूरा पैन करके मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। यहाँ से यहाँ तक जो है 6 फीट के आसपास की है। ये मिसाइल कहाँ की है, कैसी है, इस बारे में अभी कोई सूचना नहीं है, कोई आधिकारिक सूचना नहीं है। गाँव वालों ने, चश्मदीदों ने क्या देखा है, जरा इनसे बात करता हूँ। मेरे साथ वो चश्मदीद हैं जिन्होंने ये देखा और पुलिस को फोन किया। इन्हीं के इन्फॉर्मेशन पर यहाँ पर पंजाब पुलिस आई थी। क्या है जरा ये बता। तो भाई साहब क्या देखा आपने?
के जो रॉकेट लॉन्चर के जो पीस है वो मेरे घर के छत के ऊपर, वो जो आसपास के गांव के छत के ऊपर वो उसके टुकड़े मिले। वहां पर चिप लगी हुई थी। तो मैंने सुबह 6 बजे पुलिस को कॉल की और पुलिस आई और वो जो जितने पुर्जे थे वो सारी रिकवर करके लेगी। तो सुबह से ही हमारे गाँव में, अमृतसर में वो दहशत का माहौल बना हुआ है।
तो ये सुबह मतलब आप ही ने इन्फॉर्म किया था ना?
हाँ, मैंने।
और कहाँ मलबा गिरा, कितने रेंज में गिरा हुआ, कितने किलोमीटर के रेंज में?
ऐसा है कि एक तो मलबा जहाँ जे मक्खन मंडी गांव है, और मक्खन मंडी गांव है, हाँ मक्खन मंडी गांव है, जंडियाला ब्लॉक में पड़ता है। और इसके पास ही 200 मीटर दूर जेठूवाल गांव है जो अटारी हल्के में पड़ता है। तो सुबह से दहशत का माहौल है। मेरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और रक्षा मंत्री को और इंटेलिजेंस को मेरी बेनती है कि हमारे जो गांव हैं उसमें अगर ये हमला हो जाता तो लाशों के ढेर जहां पर बिछ जाने थे। तो मेरी भारत सरकार को और आर्मी को बेनती है कि हमारी सुरक्षा को यकीनी बनाया जाए।
ठीक है बाजी। तो और वैसे रात को इस गांव में भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था?
सर रात को भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था और ब्लैकआउट में पूरा सहयोग किया था सर।
पूरा सहयोग दे रहे गाँव वाले?
पूरा गाँव वाले पूरा
पूरी बत्ती गुल हो जाती है?
हाँ पूरी।
क्या देखा आपने?
रात को 1 बजे के करीब ब्लास्ट हुए जी। सबसे पहले जो 1 बजे ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद हम घर की छत पे चढ़े। छत पे जब गए तो एक के बाद एक 4-5 धमाके लगातार हुए। 1:10 पे जो है ना बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ। उसके बाद पूरे गांव की जो छत है ना उसके ऊपर कंकर पत्थर के टाइप जो है ना वो मलबा गिरा था। ठीक है, वो रात को तो पता नहीं लगा कि क्या गिरा है क्या नहीं। उसके डर की वजह से हम नीचे उतर गए भी किसी को लग न जाए। सुबह जब छत पे चढ़ के देखा तो मलबा गिरा था, कंकर थे, उसका वो पार्ट थे मटेरियल के, वो हमने इकट्ठा करा और आसपास के जो हमारे पुलिस स्टेशन है उसको इन्फॉर्म किया। वो आके वो लेके गए। तो एक बाद सुबह 7 बजे के करीब पता चला कि गांव के बाहर जो खेतों में है ना एक 7 फीट का पीस पड़ा है ऐसा मिसाइल का। वो भी वो अपने कमोर थाना पड़ता है, वहाँ की पुलिस आकर रिकवर करके लेके गई।
इसके बारे में अभी पता लगा। अभी इधर जो मिसाइल का एक टुकड़ा गिरा उसके बारे में मौके पे आए हैं, पब्लिक को पीछे हटा रहे हैं।
मक्खन विंडी गांव है ये मिला है। हो सकता है कि आसपास के इलाकों में कोई दूसरा जो मलबा है वो भी गिरा हो, लेकिन फिलहाल ये पूरे मलबे की तस्वीर है। यहाँ पर पुलिस आ चुकी है। अभी फिलहाल आदेश दिया गया है कि ग्रामीण इसको छुए ना, कोई इसको टच ना करे, इससे दूर रखा जाए। और जब इंचार्ज आएंगे फिर इसका जो आगे के आदेश होंगे उसके अनुसार इस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Okay, look at that. That's the point of interception. The spark on the left of your screen is the point of interception. More videos that we are accessing from over the skies of Amritsar. And on the right of your screen, the Pakistani Dud that was intercepted by India. Different projectiles. Some reports saying that it was a Chinese missile, a PL-15. Now, that's another report altogether. Not speculating as of now. We will wait for an official word. New video on your screen that will show the interception mid-skies, over the skies of Amritsar. Look at that. Over the skies of Amritsar. Let's play that video. There is that interception there. On the top right of your screens, that spark that comes for a flash of a second. Comes in a flash. There is a little bit of a... there's not much of an audio because it's a CCTV. But you can see the spark on the top right confirming that there was an interception. Different videos that have been accessed showing that a Pakistani projectile was intercepted by our missile systems. And an incoming projectile was intercepted. Shawan broke that story for us, and we are getting more details. Okay, that's the video. That's the point of interception. We've paused the video at that particular point. That is the point of interception. Then when we successfully intercepted the Pakistani missile, the make of the missile is not clear. But there are different reports, open source inputs on social media, viral inputs on how Pakistan tried to send a Chinese projectile, and the Chinese projectile was intercepted. Now that's speculation once again, so we will not get into that. What we know so far, there was a Pakistan projectile that was sent from the Pakistani side towards India, which was intercepted by Indian missile systems. Now that is the point of interception that you see over the skies of Amritsar. Gursimran is back with me right now. Gursimran, it appears from different sources that it may not have been just one projectile, number one. Number two, we don't know whether it was a Chinese missile. We don't know. We will wait for an official word on that. But there was several, if not one, because we're looking at different videos that are now being accessed from over the skies of Amritsar, of the interception.
Yes, Niranjan. Yes, Niranjan, Republic has access to videos. The first video that is of 7 seconds. In the second, the 2-second second, there is an interception. It is at the timing at the dead of the night at the 1 a.m. 3 minutes and the 16 seconds to be very specific when the interception took place. It was for the nanoseconds that it was intercepted, and then it was brought down. The projectile that was sent from across the border into the Indian territory, possibly to target some high-profile, high-value asset that was there in the Indian territory, because Punjab, Amritsar has some of the key assets of the security forces. So that could be probable target, because we have seen that Pakistani agencies have always been targeting the locations of the Indian Army and the security forces in Amritsar, and there have been apprehension of two Pakistani operatives, the Pakistani intelligence operative that was sending the information of the vital installations to the Pakistan. And now this interception comes at a time when we have carried out the precision strikes deep inside the Pakistani territory in the Bawalpur and other bases of the terror groups. And And this interception of the Pakistani projectile, the origin of which, or the manufacturer of which, is still unknown, but it was a Pakistani projectile that was fired from across the border and has been caught in various CCTVs. We have now got the access to another one CCTV, in which in the top right corner it can be seen that how this projectile being fired from across the border is intercepted and then brought down.
Stay with me, because Major Samarpal Tur is also joining us. Major Tur, we don't know the make of the missile. There are different reports, some in social media claiming that there was a PL-15 missile that was also used. Of course, it doesn't look anything like this. This is a different projectile. This is a different missile that has been found in Punjab. Now, we don't know the make. We are waiting for an official word. But there are also reports of perhaps Pakistan using these Chinese missiles. Some of them appear to be duds. Pakistan missiles are duds. What are you picking up about the nature of projectiles that were used? I'm not calling it a missile, but nature of projectiles that were used by Pakistan.
Shaman, as you see the visuals of these missiles, they're short-range missiles. They're very small in size. So definitely the propellant and the fuel that they carry in them is very limited. So it is very, surprising that, these have fallen in open fields. So definitely they have miscalculated either the distance oblique, the jamming systems that we have and the air defense capabilities, probably that have hampered in terms of its signal and to its target. And therefore, because of that, because of spoofing and spectrum hopping, the missile's communication system also gets hampered. So probably it lost its target on its way, and what resulted would be that, the finishing of its fuel propellant, and then it fell onto the ground as a dud. So, you see, these are being collected right now. They will be taken to... Be with me.
I'm cutting across to Republic Bharat. Major Tur, we have a live report from that location. Cutting across live, Republic Bharat.
फॉर्म किया वक्त वही था जो हम आपको बता रहे हैं। 1:09 से लेकर 1:12 के बीच में करीब 7 धमाके बताए जा रहे हैं। ग्रामीणों ने उन धमाकों की आवाज सुनी। आपको बताऊं कि यहां से कुछ ही दूरी पर एक गांव है जेठूवाल, जहां से मैंने अभी आपको रिपोर्ट दिखाई थी और ग्रामीणों से बातचीत भी की थी। वहां पर भी एक टुकड़ा गिरा था। वो टुकड़ा लोग बता रहे हैं कि वो 6 से 7 फुट का था। उसको उठा के जो पंजाब पुलिस है, जो आर्मी की टीम है, वो अपने साथ ले गई है। लेकिन अभी जहां मैं खड़ा हूं, ये मक्खन विंडी गांव है। एक बार पैन करके आकाश दिखाइए। ये पूरा करीब 3 फीट के आसपास का जो ये रॉकेट का टुकड़ा है, ये
Okay, that's a report. That's a report that's coming in. That's one of the projectiles. From what I picked up, Major Tur, he's saying it's not one, but at least 6 to 7 sounds were heard. 6 to 7 explosions were heard over Amritsar, over the skies of Amritsar. Let's go back to the 2 windows, please. Show the moment of interception and show the projectile that was intercepted by our missile systems.
आप देखेंगे कि 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है। 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है और ये गिरी है नेठूवाला गांव में। एक बार इस साइड से आके पैन करके दिखाइए। हालांकि ग्रामीण पूरे रात को दहशत में आ गए थे, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक 6 से 7 धमाके सुने गए। दी जा रही है सिविल डिफेंस के लोग, और हर गांव में जो है वो मॉकड्रिल कराई गई। कल ही रात को मॉकड्रिल कराई गई थी। उसके बाद क्या है, इस धमाके की आवाज दूर तक सुनाई दी है। अमृतसर शहर में भी सुनाई दी, जबकि वहां से दूरी जो है 14 से 15 किलोमीटर, ये मुख्य शहर से 14 से 15 किलोमीटर दूर का इलाका है। मैं खुद वहां पर जगा हुआ था जैसे ये धमाके की आवाज आई। हालांकि सूचनाएं गलत सलत फैलाई जा रही थी, क्योंकि मैंने खुद वहां पर सीपी को फोन किया तो उसने मुझे बताया कि नहीं, अमृतसर के अंदर ऐसी कोई खबर नहीं है। मैं क्रॉस चेक करने के लिए एयरपोर्ट गया था, वहां पर कुछ नहीं मिला। हाँ, एहतियातन ब्लैकआउट जरूर कर दिया गया था पूरे शहर को, और करीब 4 बजे के आसपास फिर से बिजली जो है वो रिस्टोर कर ली गई थी शहर में। तो ये पूरा जो इलाका, ये पूरा जो प्रकरण है, उसका जो सबूत है, ये हमें सुबह मिला। सुबह जब ग्रामीण अपने खेतों की ओर आए तो उनको पता चला कि ये जो खेत के अंदर मिसाइलें गिरी हैं, और ये 1-2 नहीं गिरी है, मतलब जो मलबा है मिसाइलों का, ये 1-2 जगह पर नहीं गिरा है, कई जगहों पर गिरा हुआ है। जैसे एक मलबा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पर मक्खन भिंडी गांव से। ये मक्खन भिंडी गांव है, यहाँ पर एक मलबा पड़ा हुआ है। इसके बगल में जेठूवाल गांव है, वहां पे दूसरा मलबा पड़ा हुआ था। और उसी तरीके से लोगों के छतों पर टूट के दूसरे सारे जो हिस्से हैं वो पड़े हुए थे। जो दूसरे हिस्से पड़े हुए थे वहां पर आई थी पुलिस, क्योंकि पंजाब पुलिस की जो स्थानीय चौकी थे उसको लोगों ने इन्फॉर्म किया। तो पंजाब पुलिस की जो स्थानीय चौकी थी, वहां से पुलिस आती है और वहां से टुकड़े उठाकर ले जाती है। लेकिन क्योंकि अभी भी कई जगहों जगहों पर टुकड़ा पड़ा हुआ है। जो ग्रामीण निकलते हैं, खेतों की ओर जाते हैं, बड़े बड़े खेत हैं, तो जब काम करने के लिए खेतों की ओर जाते हैं तो वहां पर दिखाई देता है। जैसे कि मैं गया था जेठूवाल गांव में, वहां पर मिसाइल मिलने की सूचना थी। मैं जैसे वहां पर गया, किसी दूसरे आदमी ने मुझे सूचना दी कि बगल में मक्खनविंडी गांव है, वहां पर मिसाइल का टुकड़ा अभी भी पड़ा हुआ है। दौड़ते हुए मैं जब यहाँ आता हूँ तो देखता हूँ कि यहाँ 3 फीट के आसपास की जो मिसाइल का टुकड़ा है वो पड़ा होता है। धीरे धीरे यहाँ भीड़ जमा हो जाती है। पंजाब पुलिस का जो एक आदमी था, जो पंजाब पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स थे, मेरे ख्याल से एक वो सिंगल स्टार थे, एसआई रैंक के होंगे, तो वो जो है वो यहाँ पर आते हैं और उसके बाद अभी लोगों को यहां से अलग कर दिया गया है। लेकिन ये पूरा का पूरा मिसाइल का टुकड़ा यहीं पर पड़ा हुआ है। एक बार फिर से मैं आकाश को बोलूंगा, हालांकि वो लगातार ये तस्वीरें दिखाई रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें दाएं बाएं मतलब चारों ओर घूम के दिखा दे रहे। पीछे ये जो पीछे का हिस्सा है, मिसाइल के पीछे का हिस्सा है, ये करीब 3 फीट के आसपास का हिस्सा है, आप देखेंगे। और भी जो आगे के हिस्से थे वो भी कहीं ना कहीं जो है वो पड़े हुए हैं। तो ये अंदर तक, क्योंकि ऊपर से गिरा है और फोर्सफुली गिरा है, तो मैं यहां से देख पा रहा हूं कि अंदर तक ये जगह करके गया है। करीब इसने जो है 2 से 2.5 फीट का जो गड्ढा है, 3 फीट के आसपास का जो गड्ढा है वो उसने जमीन में बना दिया है। ये पूरी मिसाइल जो रात को गिरी थी, धमाके की आवाज आई, शुरू में तो नहीं पता चला। हालांकि एहतियातन पूरे शहर में और आसपास के इलाके में, मतलब जो ग्रामीण इलाका है, जिस इलाके में ये जो मक्खनविंडी इलाका है, इस इलाके में भी और जो बगल का इलाका है वहां पर भी ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया था। बिजली नहीं थी, लोग सतर्क थे, लेकिन ब्लैकआउट के बाद जो है, और जब सुबह लोग आते हैं तो ये तस्वीर देखते हैं, ये जो मिसाइल है इसकी तस्वीर देखी जाती है। हालांकि अलर्ट पर हैं सारी हमारी जो एजेंसियां हैं, यहाँ पर लगातार जो है वो गश्त लगाई जा रही है। पंजाब पुलिस, मैं खुद रात को गया था, तो यहाँ की जो ट्रैफिक है एसपी हैं अनु, वो मुझे रात को मिली थी, रात के करीब 3-4 बजे। वो भी अलर्ट पर। उन्होंने बताया कि देखिए अभी ऐसी कोई सूचना तो नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ धमाके की आवाज़ सब लोगों ने सुनी थी, चाहे होटल के लोग हो या फिर ग्रामीण लोग हो या फिर बाहर खड़े लोग जो उस समय रात को कहीं ना कहीं जा रहे थे। ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया था, लेकिन हाँ आवाज़ दूर तक सुनाई दी थी, कंफर्म नहीं हुई थी, क्योंकि एक धमाका लाहौर में भी हुआ था, तो लाहौर भी यहाँ से करीब है और रात को आवाज़ बहुत तेज़ फैलती है। तो सुबह सुबह तक ये भी खबर।
That's a live report. In fact, Republic, the first channel to break the story, and we are live there. And I see that the rest of the Indian media is now trying to follow Republic TV and our big news break on the interception of the Pakistani projectile. Eyewitnesses in Pakistan, in Amritsar and the border, confirming that they heard at least 6 to 7. Look at that. Okay, those are more pictures coming in. More pictures coming in as pictures are taken in that particular area. We are reporting live. These are live images, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm repeating, we are reporting live from the location where the projectile was intercepted. It fell, and this is technically in Amritsar. There were at least 6 to 7 sounds that were heard over the skies of Amritsar. 6 to 7 sounds and videos from CCTV confirming that these projectiles fired by Pakistan were intercepted by our missile defense systems, and these Pakistani duds failed to reach anywhere, let alone hit any target. So this is a field, an agricultural field in Punjab, where Pakistani duds simply collapsed straight from the skies, having been intercepted by Indian missile defense systems. Major Samar Paltur still with us. Major Tour, I'm looking at military officers there taking pictures. Of course, they may have already done that, but more pictures being taken of the proof of Pakistan's misadventure. Would you call this misadventure? Yesterday, there was a warning, and here it is, the misadventure.
Well, definitely, Shaman, it gives a very clear-cut message but to the people of India that probably the Pakistan military establishment has not learned its lesson for supporting terrorism. And, you know, this is called backing of terrorism. Their, reply by, sending missiles for creating casualties of our own civilians and questioning the sovereignty of India is definitely not going to be taken lying down. And the people of Punjab are furious right now. And I've been getting so many calls and queries as to where to go for training and for civil defense. And they is asking, the local public of Punjab is now asking that, they require weapons to counter any intrusion by the Pakistan military forces. So that is the mindset of the people of Punjab right now after, the yesterday night's missile attacks from Pakistan.
Okay.
Shaban.
Yeah. Niranjan here, Major Tour, and I'm just getting in these pictures from Punjab, where our reporter is live right now. Republic Bharat, Republic Media Network, live from the locations where different projectiles were intercepted. We are hearing that 6 to 7 explosions were heard. Now, we don't know how many projectiles were sent by Pakistan, but we have accessed at least 2 sets of pictures from these regions in Amritsar. This is where one of the projectiles fell. It's an agricultural field. The CCTV footage shows that the interception itself happened around 1:03 a.m. 1:03 a.m. last night over the skies of Punjab, over the skies of Amritsar. When CCTV footage has also captured that. The timing is also on the CCTV, so we'll just put that up. There's a 7-second video that shows the moment of interception as captured from a CCTV footage. A spark of interception can be seen from the CCTV footage, and the timing on the counter is 1:03 a.m. over the skies of Punjab. 2 minutes after air raid sirens were activated along the international border. This is in Gurdaspur, Amritsar. It was complete electricity shutdown at that particular time from the details that we have picked up. Gursimran continues to be with us. Gursimran, some of the eyewitnesses saying that they heard about 6 to 7 explosions, though we don't have a confirmation of how many were sent. Do we have any details about the make? Major Tour also talking about importance of Chinese missiles. These Pakistanis were using Chinese handouts, the duds that were sent, and the duds, of course, have been intercepted.
That's very true that Pakistan has been essentially in the last 1.5 decade have been sourcing their ammunition from the Chinese side. So there lies a possibility that it could be Pakistan sourcing it from the China and then using to target the locations. But now what we can confirm that it has happened. There have been at least 2 to 3 explosions that was heard. It was during the interception only, and it was around 1:03 in the morning. 1 in the morning when this was intercepted, and interception was very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. There was what it seems primarily that some of the vital installation of the security forces could be the target, but it was intercepted timely because see, it comes days after the Pakistani intelligence operatives were arrested, sending the photographs of the installations to the Pakistani handlers of the ISI. So that cannot be ruled out that the potential target could be the one of the vital installation, but due to the interception, the timely interception by the Indian air defense system, that attempt of the Pakistan to target the location using a projectile that was fired, and now since it has been foiled, Pakistan will try to cook a number of theories to support their reasons.
Okay, so I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now of this missile interception. Shawan joining us with the details. Shawan was able to get a confirmation. Shawan, any word you have on the make of this missile? Whether this was a Chinese missile that was used. Now, there's a lot of speculation, a lot of chatter around this missile that was intercepted. You heard our reporter also talking to these eyewitnesses saying they heard 6 to 7 explosions. We don't know how many were there, but our reporter has seen two projectiles in 2 different locations. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, answering your question with regards to the nature of the missile, as far as the armed forces are concerned, we haven't got a confirmation from them as what's the nature of the missile. All that we know from our sources is, yes, that the interception has actually happened late last night. But having said that, we've also shared some of the pictures of these missiles, the debris of these missiles with certain defense experts. And the response that we've essentially got is that these are basically Chinese missiles. That's the PL-15 missile, which has roughly got a range of anything between 200 to 300 kilometers. But having said that, whether at all they were able to really get across the targets, that's not very clear, because remember, Amritsar seems to be their major target at this point in time, and that is the reason why you're basically looking at them trying to target the military installations. One of the reasons why most of our military installations are on high alert, because it seems that you essentially have the Pakistanis trying to target most of our military installations, and what we have essentially seen is that our air defense system have been able to bring down these Pakistani missiles. In fact,
yes, Shawan, do we have details? You spoke about a possible briefing. Vivek is back with Amritsar, in Amritsar, at the location where the interception took place. Shravan, be with me. I'm going back to the pictures. Vivek, let's cut across live. Republic Bharat live at the spot.
हाँ जी, ये जो तस्वीरें ये जो तस्वीरें हैं ये आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूँ अमृतसर के मक्खन भिंडी गांव से। बगल में एक गांव था जेठूवाल जहां पर मिसाइल गिरी थी, उसकी जो लंबाई थी वो 6 फीट की थी। ग्रामीणों से मैंने पूछा, उसको पुलिस उठाकर ले गई, लेकिन अभी जो है वो लाइव तस्वीरें दिखाई है। पहले ग्रामीणों ने पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया, पुलिस के बाद यहाँ आर्मी आ गई है। नहीं, इतना पास हम नहीं जा सकते, वहां मुझे अलाउ नहीं किया गया, लेकिन यहां से मैं आपको जूम करूंगा। कैमरा पर्सन आकाश है जहां पर वो आपको जूम करके दिखाएंगे। ये करीब 3 फीट इसकी जो है वो लंबाई है। मैं उससे कुछ देर पहले जो मैंने दिया था लाइव, उसमें मैंने आपको दिखाया भी था कि 3 फीट की इसकी लंबाई है। और ये रात के 1:10 के आसपास ही गिरा हुआ है, जब लगातार आवाज सुनाई गई थी धमाके की। उसके बाद पूरे शहर में, ग्रामीण इलाकों में, उसके अलावा पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया था। और उसके बाद जो है ये जो तस्वीरें जो है वो सामने आई हैं। हालांकि फिलहाल यहां पर आर्मी आ गई है, वो लगातार इसको चेक कर रही है कि वो किस ब्रांड का है। मैंने नाम देखने की कोशिश की, जूम करके भी देखने की कोशिश की, ऊपर कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है। अगर कोई नाम, लोगो या ब्रांडिंग होगी वो नीचे होगी, लेकिन उसको छूने से हमें मना किया गया है। फिलहाल इसकी चेकिंग चल रही है, क्योंकि पहले यहां पर पंजाब पुलिस आई थी और उसके बाद यहां पर आर्मी चली आई है और इस मिसाइल की चेकिंग जो है वो की जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं मक्खन भिंडी गांव से। ये मक्खन भिंडी गांव है। सूचना जो है ग्रामीणों ने दी। बतौर ग्रामीण, जो ग्रामीण हमें बता रहे हैं कि वो पहले रात को 1 बजे के आसपास जो है वो उन्होंने ये सूचना मिली और उसके बाद उन्होंने इन्फॉर्म किया है।
हाँ जी, आपने जब भी अब बात की थी अभी विवेक, 6-7 एक्सप्लोजन्स की आवाज आई, करेक्ट?
जी हाँ।
Okay, those are images coming in of okay, I'm staying with these pictures. These are live pictures coming in from Amritsar as we get more details. Gursimran and Shravan continue to be with us. There were at least 6 to 7 explosions that were heard between 1 a.m. and 1:10 a.m. in Amritsar. CCTV footage confirming that it was roughly around 1:03 when some of these missiles were intercepted over the skies of Amritsar. We are waiting for an official confirmation. I'm going back.
ऊपर के हिस्से में मैंने देखा है, कैमरा जूम करा करके भी देखा है, यहाँ पर कोई लोगो लगा हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है। अगर वही होगा भी तो वो नीचे के हिस्से में होगा, जो अभी नहीं दिख रहा है। छूना उसको अलाउड नहीं किया गया है, तो हम ये अपडेट नहीं दे सकते कि कोई लोगो इस पर लगा है तो किसका है। फिलहाल यहाँ पर आर्मी आ गई है, ग्रामीणों को यहाँ से दूर हटा दिया गया है। एक बार मैं कहूंगा कि ये तो आप दिखाएं आकाश, लेकिन वहां भी दिखाएं, ग्रामीणों को यहाँ से दूर हटा दिया गया है। पहले यहाँ पंजाब पुलिस आई थी, पंजाब पुलिस के बाद यहाँ पर आर्मी आ गई है। आर्मी ने पूरा सीन जो अपने से देखा है और इसका मुआयना किया जा रहा है। शायद वो कुछ जो जरूरी चीजें हैं वो यहाँ पर उनको मंगाया जा रहा है और उसके बाद उन्हीं जरूरी जो उनके हथियार हैं या फिर जो भी औजार हैं जो उससे उसको चेक किया जाएगा। इक्विपमेंट्स, एक्चुअली ये राइट वर्ड है, जो जरूरी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो यहाँ पर मंगाए जाएंगे। शायद यहाँ पर जो आर्मी है, आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में दिख रही हैं कि पहले ये आए, वीडियो लिया और अपने जो सीनियर्स हैं उनको रिपोर्ट किया है। जरूरी इक्विपमेंट्स शायद उनके लाए जा रहे हैं। लगातार एक के बाद एक टीम आ रही है। वहां आप दिखाएं कि जहां देखिए आप पंजाब पुलिस की टीम आ गई है। आकाश एक बार वहां वाला हिस्सा जो है वो दिखाइए पैन करके। इसके साथ वहां से पैन करते हुए फिर वापस यहां पर आ जाइएगा। मिसाइल के पास से आर्मी जो है वो लगातार चेक कर रही है। आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो टूटा हुआ है, 3 फीट इसकी लंबाई है। और जो इसके बाद मैं बताऊं कि जेठूवाल जो गांव है ना, जो बगल में जिस पर बताया जा रहा था मलबा, वहां पर 7 फीट की मिसाइल गिरी थी और सेम वही गिरी थी। यहां तो अभी मैं बताऊं कि हो सकता है कि आसपास के गांवों में लोगों के छतों पर जो अभी सूचना नहीं फैली है वहां पर भी हो सकता है। ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मैं जेठूवाल गांव पहुंचा था, वहां से रिपोर्ट की मैंने, वहां जगह दिखाया, वहां पर पंजाब पुलिस ने उठा के वो जो मिसाइल का हिस्सा था आर्मी आई और ले गई। दूसरी बार ये जो उसके पास में उसके जो बगल वाला जो गांव है मक्खन भिंडी, वहां पर फिर वहां आते हैं और यहां पर जो ग्रामीण आए तो सूचना मिली। तो ये बहुत पॉसिबल है, मतलब ये पॉसिबिलिटीज है इस बात की, बहुत सारी संभावनाएं हैं इस बात की कि ये जो मिसाइल का दूसरा हिस्सा हो या फिर किसी दूसरे मिसाइल का हिस्सा हो वो और किसी खेत में पड़ा हुआ हो, क्योंकि जो फसल है वो तो काट ली गई है और यहाँ पर जो टुकड़े हैं वो पड़े गए। एक बार फिर से मैं इस पूरी घटना का टाइमलाइन बताता हूं, शहर में क्या क्या हुआ वो बताता हूं। रात के 1:06 या 7 मिनट के आसपास का वक्त था। एक धमाका होता है, सबकी नींद खुल जाती है क्योंकि धमाका बहुत जोरदार था। जो लोग जगे हैं वो इसको नोट करते हैं। अभी हम जैसे उठे तब तक दूसरे और तीसरे धमाके की भी आवाज सुनाई दी। हमने ये चीज कंफर्म करने की कोशिश की कि ये धमाका कहां कहां से हुआ है, तो लोग ने बताया कि हम इस साइड से, इस डायरेक्शन से वो धमाका सुन रहे थे। खबर कंफर्म नहीं हुई कि धमाका कहां हुआ है। तो उसके बाद मैं मतलब कि रिपब्लिक की टीम बाहर निकलते हैं। किसी ने बताया कि एयरपोर्ट साइड में हुआ है। मैं रात के 1:30 बजे, मतलब 1:15 पे खबर आई थी और 1:20 के आसपास से मैं निकलना शुरू किया। किसी ने मुझे बताया कि इस रोड पे वहां गया, वहां सब क्लीन था। फिर एयरपोर्ट गए हम, वहां सब क्लीन था। उसके बाद कोई खबर नहीं आई। एक कंफ्यूजन और हुआ कि लाहौर में जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है, हो सकता है क्योंकि लाहौर यहां से करीब ही है, रात को ज्यादा तेज साउंड फैलता है, तो कुछ लोगों ने यह कहा कि हो सकता है कि जो लाहौर ब्लास्ट का साउंड है वो यहां तक आया हो। लेकिन जैसे सुबह होती है, क्योंकि रात को मैंने सीपी को भी फोन किया था, उससे भी यह खबर कंफर्म की, तो सीपी ने यह कहा कि नहीं, अभी तक कोई आवाज सुनाई दी है, लेकिन अभी कोई ऐसी सूचना नहीं है कि अमृतसर शहर के अंदर हुआ है। तो यह बात यहां पर खत्म हो गई। सुबह जब होती है तो अचानक से यह खबर आती है कि ये जो गांव है जेठूवाल और मक्खन भिंडी जो गांव है, यहां पर मिसाइल के टुकड़े पड़े हुए हैं। सबसे पहले जो ग्रामीण थे उन्होंने इन्फॉर्म किया पुलिस को। जो पंजाब पुलिस है वो आई, उसने यहां देखा और पंजाब पुलिस ने यहां पर अपने आला अधिकारियों को इन्फॉर्म किया। आला अधिकारी जो हैं वो इन्फॉर्म करते हैं आर्मी को, और आर्मी जो है वो यहां पर आ चुकी है। फिलहाल इस मिसाइल से सबको दूर रखा गया है और अब जो है आगे की तहकीकात की जा रही है। जो आर्मी के ऑफिसर्स हैं वो यहां पर आ गए हैं और वो शायद जरूरी इक्विपमेंट्स मंगा रहे हैं, तब इसकी आगे की जो कार्रवाई है वो की जाएगी। जो सूचना प्राप्त है उसके आधार पर वो सारी चीजें जो है वो क्या कहते हैं नोट कर ली गई है। कल ब्लैकआउट का जो ब्लैकआउट ड्रिल है उसकी प्रैक्टिस की गई थी। वो प्रैक्टिस जो है वो की गई थी रात के 10:30 बजे। पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट किया गया था और उसके बाद से उस वक्त जो मैं अभी आपको पूरी टाइमलाइन है वो बता रहा हूं, इसमें मैं एक चीज और ऐड कर देना चाहता हूं कि जब रात को 1:30 बजे के आसपास धमाका हुआ तो एक बार फिर से पूरे शहर के और आसपास के इलाके की, ये जो ग्रामीण इलाका है यहां पर भी, और पूरे अमृतसर शहर की जो लाइट है, जो बिजली है, वो काट दी गई। मैं ये इवन की जब रिपब्लिक की टीम जब ग्राउंड पे थी तो हम लोग जो है वो नीचे का जो इंडिकेटर है ना, वो साइड वाला जो लोअर डिम लाइट होती है वो जला के चल रहे थे। हेडलाइट जला के हम लोग भी नहीं चल रहे थे। पूरे शहर में सन्नाटा पसरा हुआ था। जहां तक हमने सूचना इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश की, कुछ नहीं मिला। उसके बाद मैं जब एयरपोर्ट पे खड़ा था, उस समय का वक्त रहा होगा 3:30 से 3:45 के आसपास। मैं खुद खड़ा था एयरपोर्ट पे। उस समय एयरपोर्ट की बिजली कटी हुई थी। 3 से वो जो वक्त था 3:30 से 3:45 के आसपास मैं एयरपोर्ट पे खड़ा था और तभी एयरपोर्ट की बिजली जल गई, मतलब कि बिजली रिस्टोर कर ली गई। पहले एयरपोर्ट की बिजली रिस्टोर कर ली गई, वहां पे सारी लाइट्स आ गई, सारी जो स्ट्रीट लाइट्स होती है वो जल गई। उसके बाद लेकिन उस समय भी शहर की लाइट नहीं जलाई गई थी। पहले एयरपोर्ट की जो लाइट है वो इस इलाके की लाइट है वो जलाई गई, शहर की लाइट नहीं जलाई गई थी। मैंने वहां पर कुछ इंतजार किया, मैं पुलिस वालों से मैंने बातचीत की और
That's Vivek there in Amritsar, speaking live, witnessing what happened last night in Amritsar. He's at the spot. That's a live shot that he's given us, live shot of the Pakistan projectile that was shot down, telling us the circumstances under which it was shot down and the full detailed report from the exact location where the army and a few officers have cordoned off that site, where investigation is also on, where they're gathering more details about the make of the missile, etc., carrying out a full investigation on site as we get you the pictures on the left of your screen. Different videos coming in, at least 4 to 5 sets of videos that we have accessed over the skies of Amritsar of the interception. The spark that you see on the screen lasted a few seconds, and that spark shows the moment of interception, when the Indian defense systems intercepted possibly the Pakistan projectile. Now, we still don't have the caveat here. We still don't have the official word from the Indian defense agencies. We don't have the Army, Air Force or any agency give out official details of either Pakistan firing the projectile or our interception via the defense systems. All we know is that Pakistan did try sending projectiles, which has been confirmed, and the videos show that some sort of interception did take place over the skies of Amritsar. Going back to Gursimran, have you been able to pick up more details, Gursimran? There are different videos, that have been captured doing the rounds. None of these videos can be verified. Have you been able to, get any information firsthand yourself from Amritsar?
Yes, it was another attempt from the Pakistan side to target the vital installations inside the Indian territory, and it was intercepted by the air defense system. It was exactly around 1:03 in the morning when the Pakistani projectile that was sent to the Indian side, it was intercepted. It was intercepted, and then it was actually blocked from entering the target, and it fell down in the two locations of Amritsar. Now the investigation is underway to look into the make and the manufacture of this very projectile. But this also shows the escalation Pakistan is actually looking forward to, because India has hit its terror bases. India has not hit any of its locations that can be of the Pakistani military, but Pakistan was planning to target the civilian areas. They were planning to target the one of vital locations inside the Indian territory in Amritsar. So that attempt has now been foiled, but one thing is very clear, that Pakistan is no more looking towards peace, but is now looking towards a major escalation, because this is along the international border that they have tried to breach the IB, tried to breach the Indian airspace and enter the Indian territory using a projectile that has been timely detonated or foiled by the air defense system of the Indian side. But this also shows that the Pakistan is not going to bend down. The terrorist state that will continued to back terrorists even after the world telling them to stop so is continuing to provoke India once again, even after the successful 9 targets India had on the terror launch pads inside the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan, including a 100-kilometer inside target that India took. But Pakistan is continuously provoking India, and this was another major provocation and attempt to target the locations inside the civilian areas in India that now stands foiled.
Okay, stay with me, Gursimran. More pictures. That's a moving image there. Vivek, my colleague, is moving away from the spot as investigations continue. The media also being asked to move aside, step aside a bit, so that the investigations can continue unhindered at that location in Amritsar. Okay, I'm cutting across live to Vivek.
धमाका हुआ है
1 कुछ मिनट पे।
कुछ मिनट
उस समय पूरा गांव जग गया था।
गांव जाग गया था उस टाइम पूरा गांव जाग गया था। उस टाइम पूरा खड़ाका आया, जिस तरह कहीं कोई चीज बहुत तेज से फटी है। मैं मार्केट कमेटी का साबका चेयरमैन हूँ जंडियाला गुरु का।
तो आप सुबह मतलब रात को छत वत पे चढ़े थे?
हाँ, चढ़े थे। साथ
पूरा गांव बाहर आ गया था?
पूरा गांव बाहर आ गया था। लोग डर गए थे। एक सहम था लोगों के अंदर, एक डर पैदा हो गया था कि ये क्या हो गया। एक जेठूवाल, एक मक्खन मंडी पर है, इसके 2 पार्ट है।
मैं तो दोनों जगह आके आया हूँ। वो जेठूवाल यहीं से बस करीब में, वहाँ से उठा के ले गए। और ये
मक्खन मंडी गाँव है। ये आप अजय और ठाकर नहीं खड़ा किसी ने, अब आया है स्टाफ जो भी सरकारी उठाकर खड़ेंगे।
ये लोग कौन है? आप इसी गांव के हैं? इसी गांव के हैं? हाँ। क्या देखा आपने रात को?
हमने रात को कुछ नहीं देखा, सुबह आके देखा।
अच्छा, सुबह आके देखा आप लोगों ने। रात को किसी ने देखा था? कुछ रात यहाँ कोई नहीं आया था। आवाज रात को सुनाई दी थी।
1 बजे रात को आवाज सुनाई दी है। उसके बाद में रात को कौन घर से निकलता है? रात को उस टाइम तो लाइट का पूरा बंद था। कोई मतलब लाइट एरिया पूरे की बंद है, पीछे से ही ब्लैकआउट था। उसी टाइम रात को ये गिरा, कोई 1:15 के लगभग गिरा है।
उस समय धमाके की आवाज,
उसी टाइम धमाके की आवाज आई है। उसके बाद में तो सुबह मॉर्निंग टाइम में आके देखा लोगों ने।
जब गांव में यहाँ लोग
गांव में जब बाहर निकले हैं, एक ये गिरा है, एक उधर आगे गिरा, आपने देखा होगा शायद सुबह।
जेठूवाल गांव में
गिरा एक। हाँ, और लोगों के घरों के अंदर भी इनके जो पंखड़ियाँ गिरी हुई है, वो शायद हवा में फट गया। वो जो वहाँ
फट गया, तो वही जहाँ तहाँ पंखुड़िया
जो वहाँ पर गिरा है ना, वो शायद हवा में फट गया हो। हवा में फटने की वजह से लोगों के घरों में उसकी पंखड़ियाँ गई है। स्प्लेंडर उनके घरों में जाके गिरे हैं लोगों के। तो रात को तो कोई
कितने घरों में गिरे होंगे, कोई अंदाजा है? बहुत घरों में गिरे हैं।
4-5 घरों में गिरे।
4-5 घरों में
4-5 घरों में
टुकड़े गिरे हैं।
अलग टुकड़े गिरे हैं। 4-5 घरों में गिरे हैं वो। रात को तो ऐसे बोले कि देखा है भाई, रात 1 बजे हमने किसी ने नहीं देखा। सुबह आवाज सुनी।
आसमान में लाइट वाइट भी दिखी थी, कुछ लोग बता।
धुआं दिखाई दिया।
धुआं
वो घर उधर नजदीक है, उन्होंने देखा कि धुआं दिखाई दिया। हाँ, काफी आवाज बहुत ज्यादा है। आवाज काफी ज्यादा है।
तो अब यहाँ से नहीं अपन क्या कह रहे थे आप लोगों से? 1 किलोमीटर दूर जाए मतलब?
बिल्कुल।
क्यों? वहाँ
ये लाइव पोर्शन है।
अच्छा, ये लाइव पोर्शन है।
यस।
तो इसलिए
इसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है।
यहाँ से लोगों को हटा दिया गया। तो ये देखिए ये लाइव पोर्शन है, ये बताया जा रहा है। और अब वहाँ से आर्मी आ चुकी है, उनके जो ज़रूरी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो आ चुके हैं। अब एक बार फिर से आकाश जरा दिखाइए, अब एक बार ये खबर और अपडेट हो रही है और यहाँ देखेंगे आप कि वहाँ से अब लोगों को काफ़ी दूर हटा दिया गया है। अभी सूचना मिली है कि ये लाइव पोर्शन है तो अभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसलिए वहाँ से लोगों को काफ़ी दूर हटा दिया गया एहतियातन। एक बार जूम करके दिखाइएगा आकाश, वहाँ दिख रहा है, वहाँ पर आपको वो जो लाइव पोर्शन है मिसाइल का वो वहाँ पर पड़ा हुआ दिख रहा है। और उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पर जो आर्मी के जवान हैं वो भी आपको दिख रहे हैं। अब उनके ज़रूरी इक्विपमेंट्स आ चुके हैं, यहाँ से लोगों को हटा दिया गया है ताकि अगर ये लाइव पोर्शन है, अगर कुछ ब्लास्ट होता है या फिर उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करने में जो आर्मी अब आगे के कदम उठाएगी उस दौरान अगर कुछ भी होता है तो कोई ऐसी दुर्घटना ना हो, इसलिए वहाँ से लोगों को हटा दिया गया है। फिलहाल पंजाब पुलिस के जो लोग हैं वहाँ से लोगों को हटा रहे हैं। हालांकि कुछ लोग जो हैं वो पास जा रहे हैं, लेकिन वहाँ उतने पास जाने की इजाज़त नहीं है, ऐसे गलती करने वाले हर जगह मिल जाते हैं। खैर उनसे हमको मतलब नहीं है, आप सीधा वहाँ फोकस करिएगा। वो जो मिसाइल है वहाँ पर आप देखेंगे कि आर्मी जो है वो खड़ी है, ग्रामीणों को दूर कर दिया गया है। एक बार फिर से दिखाइए आप आकाश के ग्रामीण कितने दूर दूर खड़े हैं। आप थोड़ा सा मैं नीचे आ जाता हूँ, वहाँ ग्रामीण खड़े हैं, उधर ग्रामीण खड़े हैं, यहाँ जो है वो आर्मी की टीम आ गई है। अभी किसी ने सूचना दी है कि जो है ये लाइव पोर्शन है, अब यहाँ से लोगों को हटाया जा रहा है। 1.5 किलोमीटर दूर जो है लोगों को हटाया जा रहा है क्योंकि इतना तगड़ा जो ब्लास्ट है वो भी यहाँ पर हो सकता है। ये लाइव पोर्शन, हालांकि इसकी कोई संभावना नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी एहतियातन जो है लोगों को यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। ये लाइव पोर्शन बताया जा रहा है, ये 3 फीट के आसपास का जो उसकी लंबाई है। यहाँ पर पूरे ग्रामीण जो हैं वो आसपास के ग्रामीण आ गए हैं। हर गांव में होता ही है गुरुद्वारा। ये जो गिरी है मिसाइल, अब मैं घूम रहा हूँ तो मैंने देखा कि आपको ये भी जानकारी दूँ, वो सामने आपको वो दिख रहा है गुरुद्वारा, लेकिन उस गुरुद्वारे के पास जो दूसरी मिसाइल गिरी है जेठूवाल गाँव के पास, वो काफ़ी करीब है, ये गुरुद्वारे से काफ़ी दूर गिरा है। दूसरी बात एक और जो यहाँ पर गौर करने वाली है कि लोगों के छतों पर छोटा छोटा जो है वो गिरा है मलबा। कुछ लोगों ने हाथ में लेके उसको दिखाया है। लोगों के घरों पर छोटा मलबा इसलिए बताया जा रहा है क्योंकि ये जो थी मिसाइल, इसका हिस्सा अलग अलग टूट के गिरा है और इसको क्योंकि हवा में ही मार दिया गया है तो इसका जो छोटा छोटा टुकड़ा है वो लोगों की छतों पर जो है, जो लोगों पे जो है वो छोटा छोटा टुकड़ा जो है वो टूट के लोगों की छतों पे गिरा है। कितने लोगों की छतों पे गिरा होगा पाजी?
नहीं, मैं अभी आ रहा हूँ घर। मेरा वो गांव है, ये मेरे बाग है।
उधर गांव में कहीं कुछ
नहीं, उधर नहीं आया, उधर
कुछ नहीं है।
अभी सुना है। अच्छा, ये मेरे बाग है।
जरा इनसे लोग इनसे बातचीत कर लेते हैं। आप यहीं के रहने वाले?
नहीं।
हाँ, तो ये जो है ये हम आपको तस्वीरें जो हैं वो दिखा रहे हैं और कुछ जो ग्रामीण हैं उनके पास अब लिए जा रहे हैं। जो आसपास के गांव में जो लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जो लोग आए थे, जिन लोगों ने देखा था, हालांकि ग्रामीणों को यहाँ से दूर कर दिया गया है, उनसे जो है वो बातचीत करेंगे। थोड़ी दूर मुझे जाना होगा तो जो मिसाइल का टुकड़ा है वो वहाँ पर गिरा हुआ है। अभी जानकारी मिली कि वो लाइव टुकड़ा है और जो उसकी आगे की जांच की जा रही है, ज़रूरी इक्विपमेंट्स है वो यहाँ पर बुला लिए गए हैं। यहाँ तक ग्रामीणों को भेज दिया गया है। हमें ज़रा ग्रामीण हैं उनसे वहाँ तक जाऊँगा तो ग्रामीणों से बातचीत करूँगा, फिर मुझे पता चलेगा रात को उन्होंने क्या देखा। कुछ लोगों का ये कहना है कि रात को उन्होंने धमाके की आवाज़ सुनी, कुछ लोगों का ये कहना है कि रात को क्योंकि धमाका इतना ज़ोरदार था, हालात बने हुए तनाव के, तो हम जगे ही नहीं। रात को क्या था
सर? मतलब रात को मैं अपने गांव में, मेरा फतेहगढ़ शुक्रचक है, तो वहाँ पर मैं सोया हुआ था।
यहाँ से? अच्छा, कौन सा गाँव? फतेहगढ़।
हाँ,
यहाँ से कितने किलोमीटर है यहाँ से?
होगा 2 किलोमीटर।
2 किलोमीटर?
हाँ जी।
फिर क्या देखा आपने?
सर मैं रात को सोया तो मुझे ना आवाज़ आई एक, तो मैं उठ के गया तो मेरी मम्मी ने भी सुनी थी आवाज़, एक मतलब धमाका सा हुआ था। हाँ जी, 1:30 बजे की
1:30 बजे की बात। फिर क्या किया आपने?
सर मैं उठ के गया ऊपर, मैं देखने गया कि क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं। तो सभी लोग थोड़े मतलब आसपास के मतलब जो पड़ोसी थे वो भी गए थे ऊपर छत पे देखने की क्या हुआ क्या। बस इतना ही।
लाइट भी 2-3 बारी बंद हो गई है।
लाइट भी बंद हो गई?
हाँ, बंद हो गया। हाँ,
कितने बजे से आई लाइट?
5 बजे आई।
उधर के गांव के छतों पे भी गिरा है?
पहला 10 बजे बंद हो गया ना, लाइट बंद 10 बजे हो गया बंद, तो 10-10:30 बजे तो बंद हो गया। फिर मैं सो गया, फिर मेरे को नहीं पता था, फिर बंद 3-3:30 बजे में उठा, फिर बंद लाइट बंद हो,
पूरा ब्लैकआउट किया गया। आपने क्या देखा रात को?
हमने तो आवाज ही सुना था।
सुना था
1 बजे रात 9।
क्या देखा था रात को?
रात को दूजा मेरा 3 बारी आवाज आई है बंब की, ते मुड़ के जो बंब ब्लास्ट होया नाल ही लाइट जी जो चली है, ते मुड़ के हूटर बजा 5 मिनट। हाँ, 5
Getting in breaking news now at 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday. About 22 hours ago, a person was trying to infiltrate from the Pakistan side of the border near gate number 207, bar 1, near BSF post Lakha Singhwala. This is the BSF post from where the intruder was trying to enter into India. This is located in the Mamdot block of Firozpur. BSF Jawans present there warned the intruder to stop, but he kept moving forward. The intruder was shot dead. Soldiers opened fire and he was neutralized in Firozpur. Let me go across to Gursimran joining us with more details. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan. Niranjan, infiltration bid by a Pakistani intruder has been foiled by the allied troops of the Border Security Force in the base of Punjab frontier. Yesterday afternoon at around 2:30, an infiltration attempt was made in the Mamdoot area of Firozpur, where a Pakistani infiltrator attempted to sneak into the Indian territory. It was broad daylight. He was challenged by the troops of the Border Security Force, but he refuses to stop, and when he came towards the post of the Indian Border Security Force, he was shot dead by the BSF. So at the time when we are witnessing that there has been a high alert that is prevailing on the international border, an attempt of intrusion from the Pakistani side has been foiled as a Pakistani intruder has been killed. Now his body has been handed over to the Punjab police for the further medico-legal formalities, and also his whereabouts are also being seen. But Pakistan so far has not claimed that any of their citizens was trying to enter the Indian territory. Like usual, they have been in a state of denial. Now the BSF is following the medico-legal process, but yes, infiltration bid, a Pakistani intrusion bid has been foiled with the killing of a Pakistani intruder who was attempting to sneak in the Mamdot area of the Firozpur district of Punjab, where the BSF troops have shot him down. Niranjan.
BSF had issued a warning to the intruder and he was asked to stop, but he did not. He kept moving forward. After this, BSF forced to open fire and neutralize the intrusion attempt. This was in Firozpur near the Lakha Singhwala post. This is Pakistan side of the border. When he was trying to intrude, it was near gate number 207. Gate number 207. This happened at about 2:30 p.m. on Wednesday. That's the information that we are picking up. Any details about the intruder that you've been able to pick up? Gursimran.
See, Niranjan, so far no details with regards to his identity has been divulged so far by the investigating agencies, but yes, they are looking into it. It is not a local resident, it's a Pakistani national. That has been confirmed that a Pakistani national was attempting to sneak into the Indian territory, but that attempt has been foiled by the Border Security Force, and as we speak, we are told that the security has been heightened and the search operations are also underway in the area, because there lies a possibility that this intruder is not a terrorist, but this intruder could be a guide or could be a smuggler who was attempting to sneak in, so that he can ensure that this route is safe for the infiltration of the terrorists. Because at this given point of time, any sabotage attempt cannot be ruled out, that there might be some attempt of sabotage, and that is why the anti-sabotage grid has also been strengthened all along the international border line of control as well as the hinterland. And at this time, a Pakistani national trying to intrude into the Indian territory illegally is seen as a threat that can be for the group that was to be getting into the Indian territory later. So now the investigations have begun and everything is being looked into by the Punjab police along with the Border Security Force in Firozpur.
Be with me, going to Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the broadcast. General Bakshi, two breaking inputs that we were getting in. First, of the Pakistan projectile that was intercepted. We are live on the location where, we are hearing that it's a live ammo situation there. So the area has been cordoned off and all reporters, the locals have been asked to move aside. Second breaking news update we had of a Pakistan intruder who was shot dead yesterday near Firozpur. Despite warning, was trying to move ahead. He was neutralized. But on the Pakistan, I'll go back to the pictures of the Pakistan projectile. General Bakshi, wanted to get your view. We have CCTV footage that also shows the moment of interception over the skies of Amritsar a little after 1 a.m. when these projectiles by Pakistan were intercepted. I wanted to get your take on that.
Look, yesterday I was asked as to what Pakistan can do on the show with Arnab. And I had mentioned the first possibility was that he would use rockets and missiles to strike at targets in India, possibly military targets, possibly civilian targets. And this seems to have been fired towards Amritsar. The missiles have been intercepted because, as I mentioned to you, we have a very robust air defense system, which includes the, the S-400 Triumph Russian missiles, layered air defense system, the Akash missiles, the Baraks, the V-Shorads, the Iglas. So we have a very robust missile anti-defense, anti-aircraft defense missile system, and they have shot down two debris of two we can see very clearly, and other smaller debris have fallen all over. That means more than two, almost 5 to 6 have been shot down. Now, what missiles are these? That's very interesting. In shape, it looks like the Chinese PL-15 missile, but that is an air-to-air missile. So whether they are using air-to-air missiles in a ground defense role, we'll just have to examine. The experts will have to examine and identify. Or it could be short-range tactical rockets, right? Which Pakistan seems to have fired in response to our BrahMos missile attacks, Spice missile attacks, cruise missile attacks on their terror targets. So this seems to be part of the Pakistani retaliation, which has proved to be a damp squib. They've been shot out of the skies. Because I mentioned to you that we have a very robust air defense system. And it is a clear warning for Pakistan not to get too adventurous, because it will come to naught. And once they open up, it would give us the full, justification to strike at Pakistani military and intelligence ISI targets, which so far we have avoided. We have confined ourselves only to the terror targets. But if Pakistan is going to do this, then we are fully justified in retaliating, in doing Sindoor 2.0. And now going for the Pakistani army and ISI, which are the true terrorist handlers. They recruit these terrorists, train them, arm them, infiltrate them into India to carry out their nefarious activities. So unless we hit the Pakistani army,
Input
ISI...
now. General Bakshi, getting in a breaking news input. My colleague Vivek sending us this report from Amritsar, where the missile, the projectile, was found. It's live ammunition. That's why they've been cleared out of that site. Here's a report that just came in a few minutes back.
मैं आपको सीधा पहले ग्राउंड की तस्वीर दिखाता हूं। मैं दूसरी जगह पर आ गया हूं जहां पर यहीं पड़ा हुआ है मलबा। मैं पहले जेठूवाल गांव में था, वहां पर एक जो है जगह नहीं थी। यहां आप मलबा आप लाइव देख सकते हैं। ये जो मलबा है, मिसाइल का मलबा पड़ा हुआ है, रात को देखा था। ये गांव कौन सा है भाजी? मक्खन मंडी गांव है। मक्खन मंडी गांव। यहां पर भी सेम वही चीज हुई थी, क्योंकि जो मिसाइल गिरी है आसपास के इलाकों में जो है वैसे ही आवाज सुनी गई। आप एक बार पहले पूरा पैन करके मैं आपको दिखाता हूं। यहां से यहां तक जो है 6 फीट के आसपास की है। ये मिसाइल कहां की है, कैसी है, इस बारे में अभी कोई सूचना नहीं है, कोई आधिकारिक सूचना नहीं है। गांव वालों ने, चश्मदीदों ने क्या देखा है, जरा इनसे बात करता हूं। मेरे साथ वो चश्मदीद हैं जिन्होंने ये देखा और पुलिस को फोन किया। इन्हीं के इंफॉर्मेशन पर यहां पर पंजाब पुलिस आई थी। क्या है जरा ये बता दो भाई साहब, क्या देखा आपने?
के जो रॉकेट लॉन्चर के जो पीस है वो मेरे घर के छत के ऊपर, वो जो आसपास के गांव के छत के ऊपर वो उसके टुकड़े मिले। वहां पर चिप लगी हुई थी। तो मैंने सुबह 6 बजे पुलिस को कॉल की और पुलिस आई और वो जो जितने
देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है। ये हमारे पूरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने दर्शाया है और सब लीडर्स ने एक मत से हमारे सेनाओं ने जो कार्रवाई की है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पूरे बधाई भी दिया और गौरव का एहसास सबको हुआ है और सबने एक जुट में कहा है कि सरकार का हर निर्णय को साथ देंगे, सेना के हर कार्रवाई को साथ देंगे और कोई इसमें विरोधाभास नहीं है। 1-2 मुद्दे सुझाव भी आए हैं। एमपीज ने अपने अपने जो कंसर्न्स को भी बताया कि लड़ाई का हालात में और इस तरह का जो कोई बड़ी घटना होती है तो हमको सतर्क रहना चाहिए। तो ये सब सुझाव भी लिया है और सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ ने ये चीज़ भी बताया कि पूरा देश, सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ही नहीं, पूरा देश एक साथ है, ये भी सबने बताया। एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात ये है, रक्षा मंत्री जी ने अपने रिमार्क्स में कहा है कि आज के मीटिंग में ये दर्शाता है कि हम सिर्फ सरकार बनाने के लिए राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि देश बनाने के लिए राजनीति करता है। ये मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी, भारत एक मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी है, ये चीज़ झलकता है कि कोई तू मैं नहीं हुआ, कोई छोटे छोटे बातों को लेकर के बयानबाजी नहीं हुआ, और बाहर भी देश भर में पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का स्टेटमेंट भी बहुत ही एक लाइन में आ रहे हैं। ये भी अच्छा चीज़ है जो हमको देखने को मिला है। तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का कार्रवाई, क्योंकि ये ऑनगोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए अलग से ऑफिशियल ब्रीफिंग नहीं है। ये रक्षा मंत्री जी की ओर से, सरकार की ओर से पूरा पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को ब्रीफिंग हुआ है, और मैं सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के नेताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि पूरे जितने अपेक्षित थे सब नेता आए, और जैसे हमने सोचा है वैसे ही सबने सहयोग दिया, और एक मीटिंग को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से, एक फ्रूटफुल मीटिंग हम कह सकते हैं, बहुत सकारात्मक मीटिंग में कह सकता हूं कि संपन्न हुआ, और फिर एकजुट में हम बाहर निकले हैं। सबने कहा कि सरकार का कोई भी कदम को पूरा देश एकजुट होकर के समर्थन करेंगे। देखिए, आज तो जैसे मैंने कहा, एक ब्रॉड इंफॉर्मेशन कंसेंसस सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को एकजुट में कैसे काम करना चाहिए लोकतंत्र में, और विशेष करके संसदीय परंपरा में, पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में पीपल्स वॉइस होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज और एमपीज। तो इसलिए सबका वॉइस ऐसे समय में एकजुट आना ही मैं मानता हूं कि भारत का सक्सेस है।
एस्केलेशन के बारे में कोई कंसर्न्स थे?
देखिए, कुछ इंक्वायरीज, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशंस मांगे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑन गोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है, क्योंकि घटना चल रहे हैं, आप सबको मालूम है, इसलिए उसको उस तरीके से ब्रीफिंग नहीं होते हैं। इसमें पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का ब्रॉड कंसेंसस के लिए ये बैठक था, इसलिए वैसे ही बैठक चली और संपन्न हुआ। इसलिए मैं सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को मैच्योरिटी दिखाने के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
सर, क्या ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी भी जारी है सर?
वो आपको, जैसे मैंने कहा कि ऑपरेशन इस वक्त, जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का पहला जो स्ट्राइक होने के बाद जो गतिविधि चल रहे हैं, उसको लेकर के अलग से ब्रीफिंग करने का अभी परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं है, और वैसे नियम नहीं है, इसलिए टेक्निकल ब्रीफिंग या अधिकारियों को नहीं बुलाया।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के साथ काफी तरह का न्यूज़ निकलकर
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला NDH मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Taking a break, back with that significant statement by Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister's take that the operation is ongoing. A very, very critical information that's come out of that meeting. We'll take a break. Back with the live pictures also coming in from Amritsar. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर आपके मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
India shoots down Pakistan projectile over the skies of Amritsar, captured on CCTV. The video proof of Pakistani duds collapsing in Amritsar. Rajasthan border districts on high alert. All fishing activity off the coast of Kutch stopped. Series of explosions in Lahore at a cantonment area. Panic in Pakistan as troops move in. Prime Minister Modi's Stay United message at the all-party meeting. Kiran Rijiju indicates that the operation is still ongoing. Rebels in Balochistan showing Pakistan Army its place. 14 Pakistani soldiers neutralized in a single strike by Baloch Liberation Army. Proof on this tape. Getting in breaking news now, big statement being made by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. Kiran Rijiju has indicated that the operation is ongoing. At the all-party meeting, we had the Parliamentary Affairs Minister who just spoke, saying that the Defence Minister Raksha Mantri has told all parties in that meeting that the operation is ongoing. Rijiju saying that Raksha Mantri, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has informed that it's an ongoing operation, proof of which is playing out at the international border and the line of control as our troops give it back to Pakistan. We'll play out that full soundbite of Kiran Rijiju as he spoke after the all-party meeting.
कि ऑपरेशन इस वक्त जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का पहला जो स्ट्राइक होने के बाद जो गतिविधि चल रहे हैं उसको लेकर के अलग से ब्रीफिंग करने का अभी परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं है और वैसे नियम नहीं है, इसलिए टेक्निकल ब्रीफिंग या अधिकारियों को नहीं बुलाया कि ऑपरेशन इस वक्त जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का पहला जो स्ट्राइक होने के बाद जो गतिविधि चल रहे हैं उसको लेकर के अलग से ब्रीफिंग करने का अभी परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं है और वैसे नियम नहीं है, इसलिए टेक्निकल ब्रीफिंग या अधिकारियों को नहीं बुलाया.
It's not a technical briefing, just a message that has gone out that it's an ongoing operation. The operation is still underway, and that message has been sent to the opposition leaders who are present in the all-party meeting. And this is the latest input that's coming from Kiran Rijiju, the External Affairs Minister, who made that announcement while speaking to the media after the meeting concluded. Meanwhile, India has struck 9 targets, proof of which has been shown in videos in the last 24 hours. The government has said Operation Sindoor is not over yet. Operation Sindoor not over yet. As we also strike the enemy and stall their attempts in Punjab, you're looking at the pictures of Pakistan projectiles being intercepted by our defense systems, indication that the operation has still not ended and we are in full alert. And different critical announcement being made, especially along the international border in Rajasthan and in Gujarat, off the coast of Gujarat. All fishing activity has been stopped. And we are getting in some more breaking news updates coming in. Getting in details now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has informed the all-party meeting that at least 100 terrorists have been neutralized in the strikes under Operation Sindoor. Big confirmation, big statement coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who has told leaders in the all-party meeting that at least 100 terrorists have been neutralized by India in Operation Sindoor. In the 9 targets that have been struck, Republic broke the details yesterday, saying that at least 100 terrorists have been killed. That number is the number conveyed by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, confirming that over 100 terrorists have been killed. In one particular location alone, we saw the coffins of terrorists lay out in Bahawalpur, proof of how many targets we have struck. And Defence Minister has confirmed in the all-party meeting that over 100 terrorists have been killed in our Operation Sindoor strikes, in which we have struck 9 targets. The 9 targets being in Bahawalpur, Punjab, where we struck the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. We struck the Markaz Taiba, the Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters in Muridke, Punjab. We struck the Sarjal facility, the terror camp of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Shakargarh, Narowal, Punjab. We struck the Mehmoona Joya facility, the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters in Sialkot. We struck the Markaz Ehle Hadith Barnala, the Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Bimbar district POK. We struck the Markaz Abbas, which is the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Kotli. We struck the Maskar Rahil Shaheed, the Hizbul Mujahideen camp in Kotli POK. We struck the Shawal Nalla camp, the Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Muzaffarabad POK. We struck the Saidna Bilal Markaz of the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Muzaffarabad POK. And the Raksha Mantri has told the all-party meeting that in all of these strikes, where we have struck Lashkar-e-Toiba, we have struck Hizbul Mujahideen, and we have struck Hizbul Mujahideen and Jamaat-ud-Dawa terrorists, all of them included, we have neutralized over 100 terrorists in the last few hours, in the last 24 hours in the operations conducted by our forces, Operation Sindoor. Over 100 terrorists have been neutralized. Many of the terrorists who were neutralized, you saw the coffins in Bahawalpur as Masood Azhar's brother and JEM chief Maulana Masood Azhar. You saw the de facto chief Abdul Rauf Asgar yesterday, and family members of Masood Azhar were also neutralized. And those pictures came in when Pakistan itself admitted to casualties, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh putting a number to it, saying that at least 100 terrorists have been neutralized. I'm going across to my colleague Abhishek, joining us with the details. But big confirmation. Look at that. All those coffins that were lined up were proof of the mass casualties of India's Operation Sindoor. Abhishek, Pakistan admitted their numbers kept rising yesterday from saying that nobody was killed to saying 3 were killed to saying 24 were killed. And the coffins were proof of how many mass casualties they suffered. Government putting it at 100. Abhishek.
Well, yes, there might have been some collateral, but essentially the official position is that, Niranjan, our 9 targets hit and 24 missiles launched, including the loitering munition based, and in that about 100 terrorists have been eliminated. Now, that's, of course, a random number based on our own intelligence gathering, both on the technical side and on the ground-based human intelligence. The numbers can vary. It could be 95, it could be 105. That's a tentative number. That's also the number which was given to me yesterday after the preliminary estimates came in of the kind of damage that our strikes at those 9 terror targets, our 9 terror targets were hit, and the numbers that were shared with us. Rajnath Singh now in the all-party meeting sharing the same number, which means the estimates over a period of last 24 hours have not varied much, which means the preliminary estimates stand, and they were good. That was a good estimation based on our intelligence gathering as to the kind of damage we have inflicted in terms of human costs on Pakistan. And why not? Because the Pahalgam terror attack saw the most cowardly manner in which 26 of our innocent civilians were butchered, were murdered in front of their wives at point-blank range. In some cases, multiple gunshots into the heads of those men who were singled out for their religion and for being there at that unfortunate hour. So obviously, India has hit back. And in the all-party meeting, another very important takeaway, Niranjan, and that we have broken is that we are still in a phase of operational continuity. Operation Sindoor has not ended. There might be an Operation Sindoor 2.0. Even otherwise, there is a sweep going on, and our forces, both on the ground and in the air, as also off the seas, remain in a state of operational offensive defense mode, in the sense that we have seen if there are projectiles coming in from Pakistani side, they are immediately being shot down. And even otherwise, our combat air patrols of the Air Force continue, and the naval deployment is in full force. In fact, I am told the naval deployment is of a kind that can impose a complete blockade of Karachi at a moment's notice. Just the moment our Navy gets a green flag, a green light from the top command, it would immediately be implemented. That's the level of deployment that we are seeing high up in the air and in the seas. And of course, the ground forces absolutely in a state of alert. In fact, the deployments are increasing. So if Pakistan had to be sent a message that beware, it's loud and clear. So in that backdrop, for Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Niranjan, to make the statement that he has in the all-party meeting that Operation Sindoor is not yet over, that our operations continue, is indicative of the kind of preparedness with which we have launched this massive counter-strike on Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack.
What else was said by the Raksha Mantri Abhishek at the all-party meeting? So was there a message that was sent out?
Yeah, so of course the message obviously is that of continuing operation, but I'm told that insofar as details are concerned, as of now, nothing beyond what has already been shared by the forces. Remember, the official position of the government is that war is best left for the generals to decide in the present circumstances. It's for the armed forces, not the generals alone, but of course, in the case of Air Force, the marshals, the leadership essentially, and the case of Navy, the admirals, their leadership, they have to collectively, jointly decide what operational details they have to share, and accordingly, it's not for the defense minister to do so. Beyond the fact that an all-party meet was called in keeping with the spirit of democracy, and whatever had to be shared or needed to be shared in terms of the targets achieved, in terms of the operations objectives, everything on those lines has been shared with all the leaders who were part of that all-party meet.
All right. Abhishek, Staying with these details. Now, going into the pictures that came in yesterday, and this morning as well, some satellite images were shared. We'll show you those pictures as well of especially one region in Pakistan where we have struck really hard, Masood Azhar's headquarters in Bahawalpur, where there were different casualties. And even these pictures that you're seeing right now are from Bahawalpur, when Pakistan itself, and it's such a shameful picture of Pakistani army carrying the remains of these terrorists on their shoulders, draping them in the Pakistani colors. And this was itself an admission of the number of casualties. There were at least 20 to 25 coffins in Bahawalpur alone, which is the Masood Azhar headquarters. And that particular location, and there is a two-window, there's a two-window that shows the impact. Okay, one more breaking news update. Operation Sindoor is still underway. Operation Sindoor still underway. Abhishek, any more details you have on that? On what was said by the Raksha Mantri in that meeting?
Remember, Niranjan, when yesterday we were assessing the impact of Operation Sindoor, the overnight strikes that were carried out across those 9 locations and targets inside Pakistan, the terror infrastructure that India took down yesterday with its strikes as part of Operation Sindoor. We were expecting that there would be some retaliation. Some bit of it has happened. We have countered it effectively. In fact, the reason why things have not escalated is because of the kind of massive deployment this time that our forces have done. Unlike Balakot, where it was just a one-off operation and we sort of saw things unraveling, this time there has been proactive, preemptive deployment. And it's a broad swathe from the Arabian Sea to the Gulf of Kutch, from the Gulf of Kutch to the border of Rajasthan in Jaisalmer, from Jaisalmer to Punjab and Firozpur, Pathankot, and from, of course, Punjab to Jammu and Kashmir, both along the international boundary as also the line of control. The kind of artillery deployment, for example, that's there, Niranjan, along the border. I'm not specifying which part of the border. If any misadventure happens from the Pakistani side, they would really face pounding of a kind which they would not have seen or imagined for a while, maybe going back to the Kargil days. So, I mean, I'm saying that kind of deployment is there with our Bofors guns in place, among others, and of course others. So, the point I'm making is, Shawan, that the reason why the defense we have not pulled back from our forward stance insofar as keeping our forces in a state of operational readiness. Not only operational readiness, in fact, I'm being told active posture, and that's what is happening along the borders, and that's what perhaps the Defence Minister meant when he said that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, and hence perhaps no more details can be shared.
In fact, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now, Abhishek, because there is a lot of Pakistani propaganda that is being spread, including within India. And the Defence Minister, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, is believed to have said inside the party meeting, according to sources, he has asked everyone not to believe in Pakistani propaganda. Do not believe Pakistani propaganda. Do not believe in fake news being spread on Pakistan, especially on the back of, some so-called media houses claiming that Indian jets were shot down, etc. Abhishek.
Well, naturally so. So this is the age of grey zone warfare, Niranjan. This is the age of information warfare. And we have seen, for example, reports that some areas of Lahore or some areas of Karachi have been hit. Remember, so far as India's official position is concerned, we had very specific intelligence-based targets that were picked, essentially connected with the terror factory that Pakistan runs, the terror infrastructure that Pakistan hosts. So be it the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur or the Lashkar headquarters in Muridke or their various terror training and launching pads that were there across the line of control in Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. All those were targeted. So this random picking of civilian or semi-military targets in Lahore or in Karachi is not something what India is doing, not something what India wants to do, not something which is part of our objective as part of Operation Sindoor, which means that all this is essentially fog of war being created by Pakistan because they have been hit yesterday, and to save its face, the Pakistan army needs to be seen to be doing something, which obviously can happen only if they can create a subterfuge or an excuse that India hit them and that's why they are responding, which obviously is not the case. While our defense preparedness is, as I mentioned, of the kind which is clearly deterring Pakistan from any misadventure. If an attempt is made, obviously, then this fog of war is essentially being created for that.
Okay, Abhishek, be with me. You know, what we will now do is we will also show some pictures of the Pakistan interception. And before after pictures, Abhishek, I'm going to show the pictures. This is in Bahawalpur alone. This is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. I'm telling our viewers a little bit about why this is critical and what these pictures mean. Now, never before in the history of India since 1971, Abhishek, we spoke about India going deep inside Pakistan and striking Pakistan. Right? Look at this. This is the Bahawalpur headquarters. Let's go back to the first picture where you can see the minarets. You can see the minarets, Abhishek. This is Bahawalpur. And Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is where Maulana Masood Azhar is. His family used to live. And here, and you look at those 5 minarets, right? 3 of those minarets have been punctured. Now, this is on top of that building. It's a very famous building. It's a 15-acre campus. And these missiles have been so precise. They have struck exactly where they needed to. And Masood Azhar's aides have been killed. Many of his family members also neutralized. I'm looking at these pictures, the before and after pictures of Bahawalpur. These are satellite images. We were tracking the targets. And precision of these strikes is something that will be discussed for a long, long time. Let me show you the interception now. Interception shots. When we intercepted the Pakistani missiles over Punjab, we have those pictures as well. Look at those pictures, the missile interception. 7-second video. Look at that. That spark over the skies of Amritsar showing the interception, that orange ball that you see on top of your screen, the moment our defense systems intercepted the Pakistani missile. Okay, some more breaking news updates coming in. Rajnath Singh has said in the all-party meeting, India will hit back. If Pakistan strikes, we will give it back to them. If Pakistan tries any misadventure, the message that was sent even in the joint briefing yesterday when Pakistan was listening closely, Rajnath Singh saying India will hit back hard if Pakistan strikes. Riyanka is tracking the all-party meeting, joining us live from New Delhi. Riyanka, over to you.
Well, of course, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has made it very, very clear that India is all set and ready to strike back if Pakistan makes a move. And he also mentioned it very clearly to all the leaders that India is on operation mode, which means that the operation is not complete yet and there is much more that is waiting to come, which is why all technical details were not shared. There were many confidential information with the government, which it did not share with the opposition parties, given the fact that there has to be a security that needs to be maintained, and very clear signs that this is not it and there is going to be more that is coming forward. And that is, of course, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who was in fact briefing all the leaders in the all-party meeting. That is what we are gathering, and they've clearly said India will not sit silent. If Pakistan decides to carry out strikes, there will be retaliation, strong retaliation from India's side.
Also hearing that the Prime Minister's message was sent at that all-party meeting, a message that everyone should stay united, all parties must stay united, we as a country must stay united in this hour as we are battling Pakistan. That operation is still ongoing.
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister Modi's message, as he could not attend the meeting, that message was read out by Home Minister Amit Shah, who has clearly set out what the Prime Minister had to tell all the leaders, that we need to be united at this point in time, and something that has been echoed from the side of the opposition leaders as well. They continued to say post the meeting that it is the time of crisis, it is the time of support to the government, and there will be no criticism that will be made from the side of the opposition, and everyone stands united against this fight and the retaliation that is being given out strongly to Pakistan for its dastardly attack and its role in cross-border terrorism and funding towards terrorists, and zero tolerance that India has shown towards terrorism. 9 such points in Pakistan as well as the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has been targeted, and many more of these are yet to come. Yesterday in the briefing by the leaders that we had in fact seen from the side of army as well as from the side of the Air Force. They were mentioning of many such spots. Out of that, only 9 were hit, and many more are yet to be are already under the scanner, are yet to be taken a more strong action against. So we will be tracking in all the details. There was a fruitful all-party meeting that went on today at the Parliamentary Complex. On the other side of this break that we're taking, we will be getting you more details, as India has decided to not sit silent. If Pakistan strikes, India is all set to give it back.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Unlike in 2019, when we had hit Balakot, which was in the
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान
Pakistan intruder shot dead. The first pictures coming in. This happened in Firozpur, Punjab. Pakistan intruder tried to cross over. The BSF gave him a warning, did not listen, was shot dead.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तान ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान।
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. The operation continues is what the Raksha Mantri has said, and we have non-stop updates from the international border. Here are the headlines. 100 terrorists killed, at least 100, says Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in the all-party meeting.
देखिए, कुछ इंक्वायरीज, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशंस मांगे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑन गोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है।
Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju indicates that the Operation Sindoor is still underway. India shoots down a Pakistan projectile over Amritsar. Pakistani Dud falls straight into an agricultural field in Punjab. Rajasthan border districts on alert. Fishing off the coast of Kutch halted. Prime Minister Modi sends a message at the all-party meeting, asks all Indians and opposition parties to just stay united in this hour. And the video that Pakistan Army should watch again and again, how Baloch rebels eliminated 14 Pakistani soldiers in one blow. That is Abhishek Kapoor. My colleague joins us on this breaking news broadcast, going across straight to the pictures of the Pakistan intruder who has been shot dead in Punjab. Abhishek, some more details coming in that at 2:30 p.m. yesterday, on Wednesday, a person who tried to infiltrate from Pakistan near gate number 207 near BSF post Lakha Singh Wala in Mamdod block, Firozpur, the BSF Jawans present, they tried to stop him. He was asked to stop, he was warned, but he kept moving forward. And then the BSF opened fire. He has been neutralized. The first picture that we have of the Pakistan intruder who's been neutralized. Abhishek.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Niranjan, with that breaking. And of course, for more details, we have to go to Gursimran. He's live from Aknoor, but he can bring us information about this part of the border, which is in Firozpur, in the Lakha Singh Wala block. This is the BSF post, in fact. Gursimran, please share more details. Who is this person who was trying to infiltrate from Pakistan with all this heightened security and surveillance measures? You think the Pakistanis are still trying to send in people to spy on those deployments?
Yes, so it seems to be a such case, because in the Mamdoot area of the Firozpur, it was yesterday at around 2:30 when BSF noticed that a person is suspiciously moving towards the Indian territory. As a part of the protocol that the border security force follow, what they did that they stopped him, they asked him to retreat back, but when the person did not retreat, he was pushed back, he was challenged by the BSF. First aim was taken at his leg and then he was fired upon because he was not stopping to enter the Indian territory. When he was killed. There were some Pakistani currency that was recovered from his possession, but there was nothing, not any ID card that was recovered from his possession. Now a case has been registered at the Firozpur police, by the Firozpur police, and the investigation is underway. But his motive at a time when a high alert is being maintained all along the international border and line of control amid prevailing tensions between India and Pakistan, this seems to be an attempt that they might have sent some guide into the Indian territory so that guide can come and actually have a look at the route which they can easily cross over so as to push weapons, narcotics, or to push a group of terrorists. Because Abhishek, at this given time when the situation is like the concerning on the borders, Pakistan making every desperate attempts, the sabotage angle cannot be ruled out, and that's why even in the hinterland the anti-sabotage checks have been increased to a manifold by the security agencies, so that any sabotage attempt by the agents of the Pakistan can be foiled well within time. Abhishek.
Right, thank you so much, Gursimran, with those details. In fact, we are staying with all these breaking news developments coming in from border areas where the situation remains in a state of heightened preparedness. And remember, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh just a while back told the all-party meeting that Operation Sindoor is not over, that India's forces are at the vanguard and in a state of absolute offensive defense to make sure that any misadventure from Pakistan does not go unpunished. And now information coming in that the Indian air defense systems have successfully intercepted and shot down a Pakistani projectile or missile coming in the Amritsar sector of Punjab's border with Pakistan. This happened last night at around 1 a.m. and the missile was neutralized by our anti-missile system mid-air and brought down. Now, if you look at these pictures, these are from the morning when that projectile was being removed from the field. These are live pictures, in fact, from outside Amritsar, where that projectile coming in from Pakistan fell after being intercepted mid-air by India's air defense. Absolutely in a state of complete preparedness, and nothing escapes the radars of those batteries, those missile defense systems that are placed all across the border from Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat. And we have seen a similar report coming in from Gujarat earlier, from Kutch, and now this is the missile. Look at this, a reasonably good-sized missile, the identification of which is yet to be done. And of course, the forces would come out with more details at a later stage in the day. And these pictures from the field clearly show that Pakistan has been testing something, but of course clearly realized as the missile was downed that India's preparedness is absolutely top-notch, that none of their missiles or drones are going to escape our radars. These are live pictures from the field outside Amritsar where the missile fell after being intercepted. This, of course, did not lead to any damage to life and property as it fell in the field. Take a look at this ground report filed by Vivek, our correspondent there present on the ground.
आप देखेंगे कि 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है, 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है और ये गिरी है नेठू वाला गांव में। एक बार इस साइड से आके पैन करके दिखाइए। हालांकि ग्रामीण पूरे रात को दहशत में आ गए थे क्योंकि एक के बाद एक 6 से 7 धमाके सुने गए, लेकिन ये जो था ये तीसरे धमाके के बाद, मतलब 2 धमाके के बाद जो ग्रामीण बता रहे हैं कि वो अपने छत पे आ गए थे, वो देखने लगे कि आखिर क्या हुआ है। आसमान में उनको देखा कि कुछ रॉकेट जैसा है जो टूट रहा है और एक बड़ी सी लाइट जो है वो गिर रही है। लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया कि ड्रोन है, हालांकि क्योंकि हालात काफी तनावपूर्ण है तो उसको लेकर सारे ग्रामीण जो हैं वो सतर्क रहते हैं। सारे ग्रामीण सतर्क थे, ऊपर से कुछ लाइट वाली चीज गिर रही थी।
On us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation. Once again, a very warm welcome to Delhi, and I invite you for your opening remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your opening remarks. Well, on our bilateral relations, the only thing I have to say is to reciprocate what Your Excellency said. Iran-India relation goes back to history. We have always enjoyed very friendly and warm relations between the two countries based on mutual respect and mutual interest. And that has continued over the years. And still, we have very good, close, friendly relations. Our economic cooperation is good, but not as good as we expected because of the sanctions, as you know, which we hope that we can overcome that problem in the future. Well, our leaders talked with each other in Kazan, as you said, and
all right, we are getting those pictures from Hyderabad House where a meeting is taking place, annual bilateral between India and Iran. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar there with his team, and Syed Abbas Araghchi of Iran, the Iranian foreign minister, with his team. And there we heard that soundbite. We'll want to play it again for the benefit of viewers, where Jaishankar is said to have told the Iranian counterpart that we are in a state of operational activity with Pakistan on our western front, and that any misadventure would not go unpunished. I think that's aggressive posturing because remember, we have seen some mischief happening from the Pakistani side, and also remember that Iran also happens to be a neighbor to Pakistan and has equally suffered because of some terror groups active from Pakistani soil targeting the Balochistan area of Pakistan, of Iran. All right, we're going back to our coverage of the missile intercepted by our air defense shield in the Punjab border last evening. This is the moment of impact. Look at this picture. The sky lights up when our air defense missile intercepts and explodes the Pakistani intruder missile. So this mid-air collision essentially turned Pakistani missile into a failed projectile, which then fell on a field on the outskirts of Amritsar. This is a CCTV footage from the area where the moment that India's air defense missile intercepted and neutralized the Pakistani missile, got captured with that bright spark, that lighting up of the sky, momentary, split seconds lighting of the sky captured on the CCTV. And of course, on the other side of the screen are pictures of the projectile after it fell in the field. And in the morning, you have onlookers, you have villagers, and of course, you have administration taking care of it. Forensic studies of the missile would continue. As our ground report was explaining, this is about 3 meters long, and that's not a small size. Is it 3 meters? Let's listen into what Vivek had to say on the ground.
ये जो तस्वीरें हैं ये आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूं अमृतसर के मक्खन भिंडी गांव से। बगल में एक गांव था जेठूवाल, जहां पर मिसाइल गिरी थी, उसकी जो लंबाई थी वो 6 फीट की थी। ग्रामीणों से मैंने पूछा, उसको पुलिस उठाकर ले गई, लेकिन अभी जो है वो लाइव तस्वीरें दिखाई है। पहले ग्रामीणों ने पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया, पुलिस के बाद यहाँ आर्मी आ गई है। नहीं, इतना पास हम नहीं जा सकते, वहां मुझे अलाउ नहीं किया गया, लेकिन यहाँ से मैं आपको जूम करूंगा। कैमरा पर्सन आकाश है, जहां पर वो आपको जूम करके दिखाएंगे। ये करीब 3 फीट इसकी जो है वो लंबाई है। मैं कुछ देर पहले जो मैंने दिया था लाइव, उसमें मैंने आपको दिखाया भी था कि 3 फीट की इसकी लंबाई है, और ये रात के 1:10 के आसपास ही गिरा हुआ है, जब लगातार आवाज सुनाई गई थी धमाके की। उसके बाद पूरे शहर में, ग्रामीण इलाकों में, उसके अलावा पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया था। और उसके बाद जो है ये जो तस्वीरें जो है वो सामने आई हैं। हालांकि फिलहाल यहां पर आर्मी आ गई है, वो लगातार इसको चेक कर रही है कि वो किस ब्रांड का है। मैंने नाम देखने की कोशिश की, जूम करके भी देखने की कोशिश की, ऊपर कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है। अगर कोई नाम, लोगो या ब्रांडिंग होगी वो नीचे होगी, लेकिन उसको छूने से हमें मना किया गया है। फिलहाल इसकी चेकिंग चल रही है, क्योंकि पहले यहां पर पंजाब पुलिस आई थी और उसके बाद यहां पर आर्मी चली आई है, और इस मिसाइल की चेकिंग जो है वो की जा रही है। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं मक्खन भिंडी गांव से। ये मक्खन भिंडी गांव है। सूचना जो है ग्रामीणों ने दी। बतौर ग्रामीण, जो ग्रामीण हमें बता रहे हैं कि वो पहले रात को 1 बजे के आसपास जो है वो उन्होंने ये सूचना मिली और उसके बाद उन्होंने इन्फॉर्म किया है। यहाँ पर अब आर्मी पहुंच चुकी है, आर्मी को बुलाया गया है, आर्मी यहाँ पर आके उसे चेक कर रही है। ऊपर के हिस्से में मैंने देखा है, कैमरा जूम करा करके भी देखा है, यहाँ पर कोई लोगो लगा हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है। अगर वही होगा भी तो वो नीचे के हिस्से में होगा, जो अभी नहीं दिख रहा है। छूना उसको अलाउड नहीं किया गया है, तो हम ये अपडेट नहीं दे सकते कि कोई लोगो इस पर लगा है तो किसका है। फिलहाल यहाँ पर आर्मी आ गई है, ग्रामीणों को यहाँ से दूर हटा दिया गया है। एक बार मैं कहूंगा कि ये तो आप दिखाएं आकाश, लेकिन वहां भी दिखाएं, ग्रामीणों को यहाँ से दूर हटा दिया गया है। पहले यहाँ पंजाब पुलिस आई थी, पंजाब पुलिस के बाद यहाँ पर आर्मी आ गई है। आर्मी ने पूरा सीन जो अपने से देखा है और इसका मुआयना किया जा रहा है। शायद वो कुछ जो जरूरी चीजें हैं वो यहाँ पर उनको मंगाया जा रहा है और उसके बाद उन्हीं जरूरी जो उनके हथियार हैं या फिर जो भी औजार हैं जो उससे उसको चेक किया जाएगा। इक्विपमेंट्स, एक्चुअली ये राइट वर्ड है, जो जरूरी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो यहाँ पर मंगाए जाएंगे। शायद यहाँ पर जो आर्मी है, आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर तस्वीरों में दिख रही हैं कि पहले ये आए, वीडियो लिया और अपने जो सीनियर्स हैं उनको रिपोर्ट किया है। जरूरी इक्विपमेंट्स शायद उनके लाए जा रहे हैं। लगातार एक के बाद एक टीम आ रही है। वहां आप दिखाएं कि जहां देखिए आप पंजाब पुलिस की टीम आ गई है। आकाश एक बार वहां वाला हिस्सा जो है वो दिखाइए पैन करके, इसके साथ वहां से पैन करते हुए फिर वापस यहां पर आ जाइएगा मिसाइल के पास से। आर्मी जो है वो लगातार चेक कर रही है। आगे का हिस्सा जो है वो टूटा हुआ है, 3 फीट इसकी लंबाई है। और जो इसके बाद मैं बताऊं कि जेठूवाल जो गांव है ना, जो बगल में जिस पर बताया जा रहा था मलबा, वहां पर 7 फीट की मिसाइल गिरी थी और सेम वही गिरी थी। यहां तो अभी मैं बताऊं कि हो सकता है कि आसपास के गांवों में लोगों के छतों पर जो अभी सूचना नहीं फैली है वहां पर भी हो सकता है।
All right, another breaking news development, this time a financial meltdown that Pakistan is suffering. Karachi index down 7%, down to 10% in the last 2 days. Indian markets are higher, in fact, over the last 2 days, and that really gives you an idea of where the trust lies. Nobody in Pakistan putting their money where the mouth is, withdrawing money, and that's leading to this crash. Yesterday, the Karachi Stock Exchange fell by 8%. Today it is down by 7%. It recovered some ground yesterday, so a total of about 10% down in just 2 days. While we are seeing Pakistani leaders indulging in that bravado, in those chest-thumping statements and their military leadership. Look at this chest thumping of Shehbaz Sharif. And on the other, we have Pakistan's Karachi Stock Exchange really tumbling. And the stocks tumbling like 9 pins, literally. A dominoes there because the business community in Pakistan realizes that their establishment, their defense forces, they do not have the wherewithal to withstand India's complete might in a conventional war. That's why people withdrawing money there. Pranav is live with us from our business desk in the newsroom. Pranav, clearly a case of no confidence being put in by the Pakistani business community on their defense establishment.
Well, absolutely. As the popular saying goes, it is all about the economy. So obviously the Karachi Stock Exchange has now halted the KSE 100, which is the main index of the Karachi Stock Exchange, cracked 7% today, which actually means that nobody, even within Pakistan, is willing to bet their money on the market, on the Pakistani markets. So if you really compare it, over the past 2 days, it has been down 10%. And that clearly shows that the Pakistani market and the economic establishment at large is at shock. The other indicator which clearly shows that Pakistan is running for money is that it has been going around with a begging bowl to IMF and the World Bank, and India has been trying to corner Pakistan even there, asking these institutions to not extend loans to the already battered economy.
Right, thank you so much. Pranav, with that update, Pakistan clearly paying the price of its shenanigans with the defense forces failing to counter India's strikes. The Pakistani business community in Karachi getting the jitters. Moving on, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval emerged as the chief architect, the mind behind India's swift and strategic retaliation, Operation Sindoor. Working behind the scenes under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, Doval led high intelligence coordination and mission planning the 9 targeted terror dens across Pakistan and the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir territory. The precision strikes were given a go-ahead after his plan received a final nod from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Take a look at the details of how silently, quietly he went about doing all that needed to be done to make sure Operation Sindoor was a success. It is said that when he speaks, it's intelligence. But when he's silent, it's war. And that's exactly what happened. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the man who sits at the helm of India's national security architecture, kept mum all through these days since the Pahalgam terror attack. No speaking, no addressing, not seen in meetings beyond the 2 cabinet committee on security meetings that took place, in where he played an active role, briefing the Prime Minister about what were the possibilities, what were the options. Remember, the first CCS took place on April 23, a day after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, where the NSA was seen animatedly explaining to the Prime Minister what all had happened and what had to be done or could be done. Prime Minister gave the brief to the CCS that they should come back with clear options. The national security team, led by Ajit Doval, and of course, which includes the Chief of Defence Staff, the 3 service chiefs of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and of course the other agencies which play a crucial role in information gathering. The Research and Analysis Wing, RAW as it is called, India's External Intelligence Agency, the IB, which takes care of intelligence within, the NTRO, which is a crucial arm of RAW, which gathers TACINT, which is technological intelligence, and of course ISRO, which gathers satellite data. Everyone was involved, including the BSF, because they have ground intelligence along the border, because they are the active force in peacetime along India's international border. And that's where all the data gathering began, information gathering began, validation of whatever intelligence that agencies already had begun. And by the time the second CCS happened on April 29, the plan was in place. The options were in place for the Prime Minister to give a go-ahead, which he did, following which he made an address where he said that a free hand had been given to forces to avenge the Pahalgam terror attack. And that's when the contours of Operation Sindoor started taking shape. So obviously no one would speak, and this never happens. But then you saw, in terms of those hints coming in of the policy of hot pursuit, about which Prime Minister spoke while he was in Bihar, that India is going to chase the perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack till the end of the earth, as also target the soil from which those attacks emanated. Message was clear that India yet again would go after Pakistan, its terror proxies, and all the infrastructure that operates from Pakistani soil. Operation Sindoor was essentially about collating all data, gathering all intelligence, connecting the dots, and then zeroing down on specific targets, the organizations, the individuals, the places, the locations, everything intelligence-based and not in any manner indiscriminate. And that really lends value and a moral cover to the operation that India has carried out by way of Operation Sindoor. It was carried out in a manner that Pakistan was clearly foxed. So be it India's mobilization of its naval force and carrying out of live fire exercises in the Arabian Sea with great numbers of warships mobilized, be it India's air exercises that were carried out in the central sector, giving Pakistan some confusion about what all India was up to while the borders remained silent. And the reason why the borders were silent were because the army was carrying out a plan. The targets were to be hit with kamikaze drones and with the beyond visual range missiles of the Indian Air Force, and no passing off, crossing of the border or the LOC. Those targets were hit, and how? Look at the pictures that have come in that give you an idea of the kind of precision with which the Operation Sindoor has been executed. Those pictures that were shared by India with the rest of the world in that press briefing by the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of External Affairs. Behind all this was the man and the mind of that man, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who was up all night. And the moment the operation was executed, he was working the phones to give a diplomatic edge to India, speaking to as many as dozen odd national security advisors of these nations, his respective counterparts, from the United States, from the United Kingdom, from Japan to South Korea, France, and of course, crucially, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates in West Asia. NSA Doval then, of course, readied for a briefing of the Cabinet Committee on Security, the third one, in which success was announced, following which, of course, Prime Minister in the Cabinet congratulated our armed forces. That's how Operation Sindoor was executed, in complete silence, with great resolve, and of course, the wherewithal and the superior competence of India's armed forces, and more crucially, our security intelligence apparatus held by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. All right, coming up after a short break, we have all-party meet where Prime Minister Modi's Stay United message was given to all the leaders. Short break on the other side.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baloch, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी-कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब एसआईपी चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. Berger roof cool and seal lagao.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Operation Sindoor is still on. We are in a state of offensive defense. Our forces from the Gulf of Kutch to Rajasthan border to Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir in a state of readiness to counter any misadventure from Pakistan. That's what's been briefed to our political leaders in the all-party meet. We're going to focus on that. Let's begin with the headlines. At least 100 terrorists killed in Operation Sindoor, says Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in the all-party meet.
कुछ इंक्वायरीज, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशंस मांगे हैं। रक्षा मंत्री ने कहा है कि ये ऑनगोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए पूरे एक घटना को अलग से ब्रीफिंग या अलग से उसको प्रेजेंटेशन करना सही नहीं है।
Big statement by government says Operation Sindoor is still on, underway. India clinically intercepts and shoots down Pakistani projectiles, missiles coming in from the border on the Punjab side in Amritsar. Pak intruder shot dead by BSF along international border in Punjab. And government holds an all-party meeting. Defence Minister briefs opposition on the Operation Sindoor and reads out Prime Minister Modi's Stay United message. Baloch Liberation Army releases full video of attack in Bolan. 14 Pakistani soldiers killed. Well, let's begin with the information coming in on the bilateral that took place between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and his Iranian counterpart, Minister Arakchi. And the message that was shared there was that India will hit back if Pakistan strikes. That was during the bilateral that took place between the two leaders, India and Iran, marking 75 years of their friendship treaty. And both ancient partners, ancient friends, and living that friendship in modern times also. From the time of Persia, Iran and India, also neighbors of Pakistan, both troubled by Pakistan, both see Pakistan as a headache. And External Affairs Minister there putting across India's views. Pahalgam attack compelled us to carry out those strikes that we did yesterday. And India reserves the right to hit back even more if Pakistan carries out any retaliatory strikes. That's the message conveyed. And that's been the message India has conveyed to about 50-odd countries around the world, including, of course, the P5 and the 15 members, or 13 now, of the UNSC, United Nations Security Council. Let's listen to what Jaishankar had to say, or had said, in that bilateral to his Iranian counterpart.
It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
An example of the preparedness of which External Affairs Minister was talking there was seen last evening when Indian air defense systems successfully intercepted and shot down a Pakistani missile coming in through Punjab border close to Amritsar. That happened last night at around 1 a.m. The missile was neutralized by our anti-missile shield mid-air and brought down. Look at these pictures. On the left, on the right, you have the moment when our interceptor missile hit the Pakistani projectile. That spark that you see lighting up the sky is the moment when India's air defense shield got activated and brought down the missile coming in from the Pakistani side. And on the ground are the debris found of the Pakistani missile. Let's look at a ground report filed by our correspondent Vivek, who's there in Amritsar.
मैं आपको सीधा पहले ग्राउंड की तस्वीर दिखाता हूं। मैं दूसरी जगह पर आ गया हूं जहां पर यहीं पड़ा हुआ है मलबा। मैं पहले जेठूवाल गांव में था, वहां पर एक जो है जगह नहीं थी। यहां आप मलबा आप लाइव देख सकते हैं। ये जो मलबा है मिसाइल का मलबा पड़ा हुआ है, रात को देखा था। ये गांव कौन सा है भाजी? मक्खन मंडी गांव। यहाँ पर भी सेम वही चीज हुई थी, क्योंकि जो मिसाइल गिरी है आसपास के इलाकों में जो है वैसे ही आवाज सुनी गई। आप एक बार पहले पूरा पैन करके मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। यहाँ से यहाँ तक जो है 6 फीट के आसपास की है। ये मिसाइल कहाँ की है, कैसी है, इस बारे में अभी कोई सूचना नहीं है, कोई आधिकारिक सूचना नहीं है। गाँव वालों ने, चश्मदीदों ने क्या देखा है, जरा इनसे बात करता हूँ। मेरे साथ वो चश्मदीद हैं जिन्होंने ये देखा और पुलिस को फोन किया। इन्हीं के इन्फॉर्मेशन पर यहाँ पर पंजाब पुलिस आई थी। क्या है जरा ये बता। तो भाई साहब क्या देखा आपने?
के जो रॉकेट लॉन्चर के जो पीस है वो मेरे घर के छत के ऊपर, वो जो आसपास के गांव के छत के ऊपर वो उसके टुकड़े मिले। वहां पर चिप लगी हुई थी। तो मैंने सुबह 6 बजे पुलिस को कॉल की और पुलिस आई और वो जो जितने पुर्जे थे वो सारी रिकवर करके लेगी। तो सुबह से ही हमारे गाँव में, अमृतसर में वो दहशत का माहौल बना हुआ है।
ये सुबह मतलब आप ही ने इन्फॉर्म किया था ना?
हाँ, मैंने।
और कहाँ मलबा गिरा, कितने रेंज में गिरा हुआ, कितने किलोमीटर के रेंज में?
ऐसा है कि एक तो मलबा जहाँ जे मक्खन मंडी गांव है, और मक्खन मंडी गांव है, हाँ मक्खन मंडी गांव है, जंडियाला ब्लॉक में पड़ता है। और इसके पास ही 200 मीटर दूर जेठूवाल गांव है जो अटारी हलके में पड़ता है। तो सुबह से दहशत का माहौल है। मेरी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और रक्षा मंत्री को और इंटेलिजेंस को मेरी बेनती है कि हमारे जो गांव है उसमें अगर ये हमला हो जाता तो लाशों के ढेर जहां पर बिछ जाने थे। तो मेरी भारत सरकार को और आर्मी को बेनती है कि हमारी सुरक्षा को यकीनी बनाया जाए।
ठीक है बाजी। तो और वैसे रात को इस गाँव में भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था?
सर रात को भी ब्लैकआउट हुआ था और ब्लैकआउट में पूरा सहयोग किया था।
पूरा सहयोग दे रहे गाँव वाले?
पूरा गाँव वाले पूरा
पूरी बत्ती गुल हो जाती है?
हाँ पूरी।
क्या देखा आपने?
रात को 1 बजे के करीब ब्लास्ट हुए जी। सबसे पहले जो 1 बजे ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद हम घर की छत पे चढ़े। छत पे जब गए तो एक के बाद एक 4-5 धमाके लगातार हुए। 1:10 पे जो है ना बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ। उसके बाद पूरे गाँव की जो छत है ना उसके ऊपर कंकर पत्थर के टाइप जो है ना वो मलबा गिरा था। ठीक है, वो रात को तो पता नहीं लगा कि क्या गिरा है क्या नहीं। उसके डर की वजह से हम नीचे उतर गए भी किसी को लग न जाए। सुबह जब छत पे चढ़ के देखा तो मलबा गिरा था, कंकर थे, उसका वो पार्ट थे मटेरियल के, वो हमने इकट्ठा करा और आसपास के जो हमारे पुलिस स्टेशन है उसको इन्फॉर्म किया। वो आके वो लेके गए। तो एक बाद सुबह 7 बजे के करीब पता चला कि गाँव के बाहर जो खेतों में है ना एक 7 फीट का पीस पड़ा है इस मिसाइल का। वो भी वो अपने कमो थाना पड़ता है, वहाँ की पुलिस आकर रिकवर करके लेके गई।
इसके बारे में अभी पता लगा। अभी इधर जो मिसाइल का एक टुकड़ा गिरा उसके बारे में मौके पे आए हैं, पब्लिक को पीछे हटा रहे हैं।
मक्खन विंडी गांव है पर ये मिला है। हो सकता है कि आसपास के इलाकों में कोई दूसरा जो मलबा है वो भी गिरा हो, लेकिन फिलहाल ये पूरे मलबे की तस्वीर है। यहाँ पर पुलिस आ चुकी है। अभी फिलहाल आदेश दिया गया है कि ग्रामीण इसको छुए ना, कोई इसको टच ना करे, इससे दूर रखा जाए। और जब इंचार्ज आएंगे फिर इसका जो आगे के आदेश होंगे उसके अनुसार इस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी। आप देखेंगे कि 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है, 3 फीट के पास की मिसाइल है और ये गिरी है नेठूवाला गांव में। एक बार इस साइड से आके पैन करके दिखाइए। हालांकि ग्रामीण पूरे रात को दहशत में आ गए थे क्योंकि एक के बाद एक 6 से 7 धमाके सुने गए, लेकिन ये जो था ये तीसरे धमाके के बाद, मतलब 2 धमाके के बाद जो ग्रामीण बता रहे हैं कि वो अपने छत पे आ गए थे, वो देखने लगे कि आखिर क्या हुआ है। आसमान में उनको देखा कि कुछ रॉकेट जैसा है जो टूट रहा है और एक बड़ी सी लाइट जो है वो गिर रही है। लोगों को समझ में नहीं आया कि ड्रोन है, हालांकि क्योंकि हालात काफी तनावपूर्ण है तो उसको लेकर सारे ग्रामीण जो है वो सतर्क रहते रहते हैं। सारे ग्रामीण सतर्क थे, ऊपर से कुछ लाइट वाली चीज गिर रही थी। उसके बाद कुछ लोग घर के अंदर चले गए कि अगर कुछ गिरेगा भी तो हम अपने आप को बचा पाएंगे, जैसा कि यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है सिविल डिफेंस के लोग, और हर गांव में जो है वो मॉकड्रिल कराई गई है। कल ही रात को मॉकड्रिल कराई गई थी। उसके बाद क्या है, हाँ, इस धमाके की आवाज दूर तक सुनाई दी है, अमृतसर शहर में भी सुनाई दी, जबकि वहां से दूरी जो है 14 से 15 किलोमीटर, ये मुख्य शहर से 14 से 15 किलोमीटर दूर का इलाका है। मैं खुद वहां पर जगा हुआ था जैसे ये धमाके की आवाज आई। हालांकि सूचनाएं गलत सलत फैलाई जा रही थी, क्योंकि मैंने खुद वहां पर सीपी को फोन किया तो उसने मुझे बताया कि नहीं, अमृतसर के अंदर ऐसी कोई खबर नहीं है। मैं क्रॉस चेक करने के लिए एयरपोर्ट गया था, वहां पर कुछ नहीं मिला। हाँ, एहतियातन ब्लैकआउट जरूर कर दिया गया था पूरे शहर को, और करीब 4 बजे के आसपास फिर से बिजली जो है वो रिस्टोर कर ली गई थी शहर में। तो ये पूरा जो इलाका, ये पूरा जो प्रकरण है, उसका जो सबूत है ये हमें सुबह मिला। सुबह जब ग्रामीण अपने खेतों की ओर आए तो उनको पता चला कि ये जो खेत के अंदर मिसाइलें गिरी हैं, और ये 1-2 नहीं गिरी हैं, मतलब जो मलबा है मिसाइलों का, ये 1-2 जगह पर नहीं गिरा है, कई जगहों पर गिरा हुआ है। जैसे एक मलबा हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पर मक्खन भिंडी गांव से, ये मक्खन भिंडी गांव है, यहाँ पर एक मलबा पड़ा हुआ है। इसके बगल में जेठूवाल गांव है, वहां पे दूसरा मलबा पड़ा हुआ था, और उसी तरीके से लोगों के छतों पर टूट टूट के दूसरे सारे जो हिस्से हैं वो पड़े हुए थे। जो दूसरे हिस्से पड़े हुए थे वहां पर आई थी पुलिस, क्योंकि पंजाब पुलिस के जो स्थानीय चौकी थे उसको लोगों ने इन्फॉर्म किया, तो पंजाब पुलिस की जो स्थानीय चौकी थी वहां से पुलिस आती है और वहां से टुकड़े उठाकर ले जाती है। लेकिन क्योंकि अभी भी कई जगहों पर टुकड़ा पड़ा हुआ है, जो ग्रामीण निकलते हैं खेतों की ओर जाते हैं, बड़े बड़े खेत हैं, तो जब काम करने के लिए खेतों की ओर जाते हैं तो वहां पर दिखाई देता है। जैसे कि मैं गया था जेठूवाल गांव में, वहां पर मिसाइल मिलने की सूचना थी। मैं जैसे वहां पर गया, किसी दूसरे आदमी ने मुझे सूचना दी कि बगल में मक्खन भिंडी गांव है, वहां पर मिसाइल का टुकड़ा अभी भी पड़ा हुआ है। दौड़ते हुए मैं जब यहाँ आता हूं तो देखता हूं कि यहाँ 3 फीट के आसपास की जो मिसाइल का टुकड़ा है वो पड़ा होता है। धीरे धीरे यहाँ भीड़ जमा हो जाती है। पंजाब पुलिस का जो एक आदमी था, जो पंजाब पुलिस के ऑफिसर्स थे, मेरे ख्याल से एक वो सिंगल स्टार थे, एसआई रैंक के होंगे, तो वो जो है वो यहाँ पर आते हैं, और उसके बाद अभी लोगों को यहां से अलग कर दिया गया है। लेकिन ये पूरा का पूरा मिसाइल का टुकड़ा यहीं पर पड़ा हुआ है। एक बार फिर से मैं आकाश को बोलूंगा, हालांकि वो लगातार ये तस्वीरें दिखाई रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें दाएं बाएं मतलब चारों ओर घूम के दिखाते हैं। पीछे, ये जो पीछे का हिस्सा है, मिसाइल के पीछे का हिस्सा है, ये करीब 3 फीट के आसपास का हिस्सा है, आप देखेंगे। और भी जो आगे के हिस्से थे वो भी कहीं ना कहीं जो है वो पड़े हुए हैं। तो ये अंदर तक, क्योंकि ऊपर से गिरा है और फोर्सफुली गिरा है, तो मैं यहां से देख पा रहा हूं कि अंदर तक ये जगह करके गया है। करीब इसने जो है 2 से 2.5 फीट का जो गड्ढा है, 3 फीट के आसपास का जो गड्ढा है वो उसने जमीन में बना दिया है। ये पूरी मिसाइल जो रात को गिरी थी, धमाके की आवाज आई, शुरू में तो नहीं पता चला। हालांकि एहतियातन पूरे शहर में और आसपास के इलाके में, मतलब जो ग्रामीण इलाका है, जिस इलाके में ये जो मक्खन भिंडी इलाका है, इस इलाके में भी और जो बगल का इलाका है वहां पर भी ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया था।
Right, Baloch Liberation Army has released a full video of an ambush which they carried out on the Pakistan Army, and it shows 14 of Pakistani soldiers blown up in seconds. This happened in Bolan area of Balochistan. Pakistan clearly, completely losing control of the restive province with the Baloch insurgents carrying out these attacks at will. Look at this, a drone monitored footage of the explosion, precision targeting of the car or the vehicle in which the Pakistani soldiers were traveling, and all eliminated. These are pictures shared by the Baloch Liberation Army. For more, let's go to Gursimran. He's reporting live from some sector on the western front. Gursimran, is this the reason why Pakistanis cannot fancy escalating with India, given the kind of insurgency they are facing in Balochistan?
Absolutely, Abhishek. Pakistan is now on the crossroads because they cannot actually decide that which steps they should take. Because if they decide to escalate on these borders, they will have TTP and the Balochistan Liberation Front on the other side. BLA is carrying out intensified attacks, and especially in the last 10 to 15 days, what we have witnessed that BLA is carrying out attacks. Also, the TTP has intensified their Fidain attacks on the Pakistani security forces. Reason being, they know that the Pakistan cannot fight on all 3 fronts. The Pakistan is completely focused on one side, and that's why they are inflicting maximum casualties to the Pakistan at this given point of time. While Pakistani government on the other side, they cannot decide between, because they decide to go full throttle with the Indian side, then they will have the TTP and the Balochistan Liberation Army on the other hand, because BLA and the TTP, they find it the best opportunity to actually take revenge for the atrocities that the Pakistan has committed on the people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, on the people of Balochistan. This is a retaliation to the Pakistanis atrocities, Pakistan using their land as a colony, and also the forced disappearances of the Baloch people. This is for what they are taking revenge, and we are witnessing that every single day a large-scale attack is being conducted on the Pakistani army by the Balochistan Liberation Army as well as the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan.
Absolutely. Pakistan there in doldrums when it comes to both Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details. Moving on, but staying with the theatre of war that's become our Western Front. After the successful operation of Operation Sindoor, Pakistan resorted to mortar shelling at religious places in Punch city. The cowardly act of Pakistan showcases the fear Pakistan is in. Gurdwara was targeted. These are pictures of that in Punch. And 3 people were martyred, lost their lives in the mortar shelling that happened as part of the ceasefire violations that Pakistan has been carrying since the day of the Pahalgam terror attack. The impact and marks of shelling are clearly visible in the Gurdwara. And not only the Gurdwara, but other religious places were also targeted by Pakistan. Now, while remember, Pakistan has been building a narrative that its mosques were targeted, which were essentially madrasas or training camps for the terrorist organizations, it has no qualms in targeting a clear, out-and-out religious structure like a Gurdwara in Punch. Let's look at a ground report that we have filed by our correspondent Harsha.
The cowardly act of Pakistan could clearly be seen that how after the successful Operation Sindoor, Pakistan resorted to the attack and the targets at the civilians and the religious places in the Poonch district and several areas along the LOC. Right now, I am in one of the Gurdwaras in the main bazaar of Poonch district. This is Gurdwara Guru Singh Sabha Gurdwara, and the mortar shelling was targeted at this Gurdwara directly from the Pakistan side. This entire area is in the close proximity of LOC, and this cowardice of Pakistan clearly tells that how much scared Pakistan is, and therefore it resorted to the attack at the religious place like this Gurdwara. I am joined by the Granthi of this Gurdwara. Sir, आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम साबर सिंह है जी।
तो साबर जी, ये जो वहाँ से शेलिंग हुई पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुरुद्वारे में कौन सी जगह पर हुई, क्या आप हमें चल के दिखा सकते हैं?
जब ये अपने शेलिंग हुई, मतलब उस तो अपने गुरुद्वारे में कोई नहीं था। हम जस्ट अपने रूम में थे, नीचे से हम जब अपना ऊपर आए तो यहाँ पर हम अपने खड़े हो गए, मैं तो और मेरी मिसेस साथ में थे। तो हमको ये ऐसा पता लगा कि हमारे ऊपर आके मतलब ये तो गोला पड़ गया, यहाँ पर शेलिंग हो गया। फिर शेलिंग यहाँ पड़ा, यहाँ पर धूल ही धूल हो गई। मैंने अपनी मिसेस को बोला कि हमारा घर टूट गया है, बस ये एकदम अपना क्या बोलते बेहोशी हो गई। फिर हम यहाँ आए, फिर धूल ही धूल थी। फिर यह हुआ कि अपना हमारा गुरु ग्रंथ साहब जी वो सलामत रहा।
तो यानी कि अच्छी बात यह है, तसल्ली है कि गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब को कोई समस्या, कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुई, वहाँ कम से कम जो गोला है नहीं पड़ा।
हाँ, मतलब यहाँ पर कोई आदमी नहीं था, यहाँ पर यह अपना खाली था, बस ये खाली था, इधर कोई नहीं था यहाँ पर, उसको खाली था, यहाँ पर कोई नहीं था। सिर्फ हमारा एक यहाँ का एक अपना रागी सिंह था, अमरीक सिंह, वो अपना उसकी डेथ हुई है, अपने घर में हुई है उसकी डेथ। उसके घर के अपना जो शेलिंग में हुई, अपने घर में हुई है शेलिंग, उसको यहाँ पर लगी और यहाँ उसका ये साइड पूरी डैमेज हो गई थी उसकी।
यानी कि कल जो गोले पाकिस्तान की तरफ से बरसे, उसमें तीन सिखों की जान चली गई, जान चलेगी।
एक हमारा रागी सिंह था, उसका नाम था अमरीक सिंह, और एक था मनसा जी के गुरुद्वारे का कैशियर था वो। दोनों
तीनों जो सेवक हैं जो गुरुद्वारे में ही काम किया करते हैं,
गुरुद्वारे ही अपना काम कर रहे थे।
I would like to also show visuals that exact place where the shelling was posed by Pakistan at the Gurdwara, the religious place, and how this place was targeted by Pakistan from the other side of the LOC. And this is the place, and how much this the shelling was, how intensified this shelling was. Sabar ji, ये exact place
यहीं पड़ा था। हम वहाँ रहते, नीचे रहते हैं, हमारा घर नीचे है। हाँ, बस यहाँ पड़ा गोला आकर, यहाँ पड़ा जो पूरे अपने जस्ट हो गई थी पूरे इलाके में।
कुछ इधर ही थे, हम गुरुद्वारे में आए थे, हम सोच रहे थे कि वो थोड़ा ऐसे ही डैमेज है, ये ना वो शेलिंग से कहीं वो डैमेज हो जाए, तो हम बाके ऊपर आ गए। मतलब चलो हम दोनों ही ऊपर चलते, सेफली जगह में रुकेंगे। तो जैसे ही हम वहाँ पहुँचे ना, इधर से शेलिंग वो नीचे हुआ, तो ये डस्ट वगैरह, ईंटें वगैरह जो जितने थे, कांच के टुकड़े सब बिखर के इधर, पता ही नहीं चला हमें।
All right, in response to the mortar shelling that's going on by Pakistan targeting civilians and religious places in Punch, Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Special Operations Group have launched an extensive checking operation across the city. Take a look at those details.
Right now, I'm in the Poonch district and continue to see after yesterday when the Operation Sindoor was carried out, 100% strike, precision strike was carried out at the Pakistan 9 targets of the terrorist camps. And right now we see that the SOG and the Jammu and Kashmir Police is right now carrying out the search and the march at several places. Right now what we see in the picture is the madrasa where the police official along with the SOG team have reached, and there's the visuals on our screen where we can see that the intensified search is being carried out, because this becomes very much important after what happened yesterday along the LOC in the Poonch region. There were several places which were targeted by Pakistan. The civilians were targeted and the religious places was also targeted, from temple, Gurdwara, madrasas and masjid. Several places were on the target of the Pakistan army, and that is the reason in the Poonch area 4-6 in the Gurdwara have lost their lives and several civilians were also injured. But right now what we see is that these thorough checks is being carried out to ensure that none of the civilian is stuck in any of the premises and in any of the infrastructure. We see ASP and the SSP Shafkat Hussain and the entire SOG team, which could clearly be seen in our frame in the Poonch district, where they are carrying out such operation to see that the civilians are okay, proper relief and the medical assistance could be provided to all the civilians. The terrace, each and every corner, each and every room, everything of this madrasa.
All right, we are moving to another breaking news development, a big one from New Delhi, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a meeting, a high-level meeting with secretaries of the Government of India. And you can see in the pictures the meeting being briefed by the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Somanathan. We have Prime Minister's Principal Secretary, Shaktikanta Das on one side, P.K. Mishra on the other, and of course the other secretaries to the Government of India. The Prime Minister chaired this meeting to review the national preparedness and interministerial coordination in the light of recent developments concerning national security. So remember, this is part of Operation Sindoor. This is part of India's defense preparedness. This is part of India's national preparedness to complement the armed forces if need be. And Prime Minister stressed the need for seamless coordination among ministries and agencies to uphold operational continuity and institutional resilience insofar as backing those our armed forces are concerned. Prime Minister reviewed the planning and preparation by ministries to deal with the current situation. If we can put these lines out. Prime Minister chairs a meeting of secretaries. The secretaries have been directed to undertake a comprehensive review of their respective ministries' operations to ensure foolproof functioning of essential systems, with special focus on readiness, emergency response, and internal communication protocols. The secretaries were detailed. They themselves made a presentation on their planning with a whole-of-government approach in the current situation. All ministries have identified their actionables in relation to the conflict and are strengthening processes. Ministries are ready to deal with all kinds of emerging situations. A range of issues were discussed during the meeting. These included, among others, strengthening of civil defense mechanisms, efforts to counter misinformation and fake news, and ensuring the security of critical infrastructure. Ministries were also advised to maintain close coordination with state authorities and ground-level institutions. The meeting was attended by the Cabinet Secretary, senior officials from the Prime Minister's office, including his principal secretaries, and secretaries from key ministries including Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information and Broadcasting, Power, Health, and Telecommunications. The Prime Minister called for continued alertness. Look at these. These lines have to go out about what the meeting is about. Prime Minister taking this meeting of secretaries even as our defense forces carry out their operations along the borders. Okay, moving on. Moving on, and we are moving on, but we are not moving out of the story of India-Pakistan standoff in the light of India carrying out Operation Sindoor and the strikes that went in deep and eliminated Pakistan's terror infrastructure. Even as Pakistan continues shelling from its positions along the border and the line of control. Gulmarg, in fact, has shut down for tourists after Pakistani shelling and movement restricted beyond the Kunzur-Tangmarg range. Huge deployment of Jammu and Kashmir police and other forces on the ground. We are, of course, not showing you the deployments, but Zeenat is live with us from one of those affected areas. Over to Zeenat. Zeenat, in Gulmarg there. Zeenat, what's the scale of damage? And remember, these are Pakistanis shelling Kashmiris. So Pakistan is not a friend of Kashmir. Becoming clear. Zeenat, what's the scale of damage of because of the Pakistani shelling happening in Kashmir?
See, because of the Pakistan shelling in the Kashmir Valley, and if we take North Kashmir's Gulmarg range, it is close to the upper range, which is above 4200 sea level. This is the ridge of the upper and beyond. When you oversee this, you can find Muzaffarabad and the Kotli areas where the India carried the strike yesterday. In the Pakistani army carried shelling in this Affarwat range, because Affarwat, when you take the gondola right from the Gulmarg, and it takes you to the Affarwat range, carrying the passengers in hundreds, but that now has been completely shut. This tourist resort has been shut. It has been the movement has been restricted, and the locals are not being allowed till Tangmarg. But as far as the tourists or the non-locals are concerned, the restrictions have been imposed, and they are not being allowed beyond Kunzur Tangmarg, and this is the stretch that takes you to Gulmarg. As my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals from the Tangmarg, you can see the security points that have been enhanced. In fact, the ID cards are being checked, and people, non-locals are not being allowed, the tourists are not being allowed beyond this point. So this is one of the measures that the Jammu and Kashmir police is taking after Pakistan resorted to unprovoked shelling in the Gulmarg sector. As far as the Gulmarg sector is concerned, and the gondola cable services has also been suspended due to unprovoked mortar shelling by the Pakistan forces near the Affarwat, which is close to the line of control. Impact on the services has been there, but no reported damage to the gondola infrastructure. But because of the proximity or to close to line of control, it has raised concern for the security agencies, Jammu and Kashmir police, and the administration is concerned. We are seeing that this Affarwat range is being continuously dominated by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Indian Army carry the regular patrols because of the forward posts of army that are also located in this very range.
Right.
So this is the North Kashmir's gondola, the Gulmarg range, the Affarwat range that has now been impacted because of the Pakistan shelling in this very Gulmarg sector.
Right. Who says Pakistan has best of the interest of Kashmiris in mind? Because tourism now, of course, effectively coming to a grinding halt, almost coming to zero in Kashmir Valley, including, in this case, Gulmarg. Moving on and still a short break on that note.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mender here. And most
Some
of the
visuals
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky somebody who shot.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है. अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं. 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर. हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ. मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है. ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है. मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं. अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये भी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है.
Okay, breaking news development. Pakistan's air defense units have suffered heavy damage. Major setback to Pakistan's air defense. Remember, we saw those reports of how in Lahore there have been some explosions, and now reports coming in that Pakistan's air defense units of Headquarter 9 launchers have suffered some damage, and we are getting these reports from Pakistani social media handles, and we have to, of course, get them confirmed. But this is important because Pakistan has reported that there has been some military activity from Lahore to Karachi and some other places, and they have suffered damage to their military installations. Heavy damage, in fact, to their military installations is what we are hearing. These are again reports coming in from the Pakistani sources, Pakistani media handles, essentially social media handles. And whether this is Pakistan building up a case that their military installations have been targeted remains to be seen. But we have to reflect that Pakistan is reporting extensive damage. Gursimran joins us live from Jammu and those areas. Gursimran, what's this? Is this grey zone warfare? Is Pakistan suggesting that their military installations have been hit? Because all these reports are coming in from Pakistani media and their social media handles.
Yes, it is floating from the Pakistani side only that there have been the damages to the Pakistan's air defense unit of the Headquarter 9. You see that it's a while back that the Pakistani DGISPR has also come out and has made the similar claims that one of the unknown drones have hit our installation in the Lahore cantonment, and there have been injuries to our side. So what the Pakistan is trying to do, because they cannot say that our terrorists have been hit by the India in the precision strikes that they have carried out. Now what they are trying to do, they are trying to make a case. They are trying to make a case that, see, our military installations are being hit, our military installations are being targeted. But the reality remains that the India's precision strikes were completely targeted at the terror bases. 9 out of 21 have been hit, and that is actually the fear of the Pakistanis. That 12 on that very list have not been touched yet by the Indian side, and till the time, see, it's air defense unit which the Pakistan is calling for, that this has been now damaged. It is the field unit, because yesterday when the India carried out the precision strikes at the terror bases of the Pakistan, these units actually failed to protect the Pakistan or the Pakistani terror commanders. So now this is the case that the Pakistan is trying to build up around this, that our military installations are being hit.
Absolutely. So Pakistan there suffering some damage to its air defense units, that too in Lahore. The question is, what is Pakistani air defense doing? You know, on the one side they claim that they have downed our aircrafts. of the IAF during the Operation Sindoor last night, and last night in fact. And today they are saying that their air defense is not working, that if this is the work of some drones, what was their air defense doing? Why the drones were not neutralized? Or if some were and some were not, then in that case, obviously, Pakistan is living at a level of technology where they cannot down IAF aircraft well within India's territory. So obviously, at least in one story, the Pakistanis are bluffing, essentially, and possibly in both the stories, Pakistanis are bluffing, essentially for their local consumption, for the population to believe that Pakistan army is in control, which obviously it is not, like it happens in the case of these terrorists, and that is why India had to inflict costs. So in the case of these operations, we'll have to be a little cautious of believing these Pakistani social media handles. But then they are reporting that these damages have happened not just in Lahore, but some in Karachi and other places, a total of 8 places, if you go by Pakistani reports of damage to life and property. In one case in Sindh, even one person has lost life. And for all this, Pakistan is attributing this to Indian operations. All right, I'm told Gursimran continues to be with us even as we patch some defense experts to understand what this is about. Gursimran, have you heard anything officially about what this could be, since you are there on the ground covering our defense forces also?
See, yesterday one thing that surfaced here was that the Pakistani air defense systems have not worked, because when India carried out the precision strikes, Pakistan tried to save the terrorists and the terror commanders there, but all went in vain, and the Pakistan was not in a position even to safeguard themselves. So what happened that now the Pakistan is trying to probably make the excuses for the same, because the way precision strikes were carried out, there was Pakistan was caught with surprise at that given moment, because Pakistan, what they were preparing for the mock drills to be conducted in India, but it was the actually grilling that the Pakistani terror groups have gone when India carried out the precision strike. So even at that very moment, their air defense system did not work, and now it is coming that the systems have suffered the damages of the headquarter 9 area, that air defense missiles of the Pakistan that have suffered damages.
Right, let's try and connect with some defense experts on this, because while India carried out those precision strikes as part of Operation Sindoor, hitting 9 targets out of the 21 that we possibly could have hit, because they are all terror infrastructure, and that's where Pakistan manufactures its terrorists. We will not do this kind of random action. All right, we will patch some defense experts to understand. And all right, let's look at more details of Operation Sindoor through this story that's pieced together by our desk and, of course, fronted by diplomat Deepak Vora.
The question is, how long will Pakistan fool the world? Pakistan has been trying to fool not the world, but its own people, because after 9/11, whose links were established with Pakistan, the world understood that Pakistan is the epicenter of terror. Last 30 years, any terrorist incident, there is some connection with Pakistan. We all know that. We also know that their nuclear program is based on stolen technology, stolen material. So many Pakistanis have been arrested around the world for trying to encourage a clandestine nuclear program. We know that. If there is one thing that does not exist in Pakistan, it is truth. They have been trying to throw mud in people's eyes. Ultimately, the mud has come back and stuck to their own face. Today, Pakistan is isolated. It is alone. 9/11 happened. Everybody in the world was American that day. When we have hit the source of terror, everybody in the world is an Indian today. Pakistan, be warned. You are on auto-destruct.
Okay, another round of breaking news, this time coming in again. If we're staying with this story, we're not leaving this, and all the minutiae, all the minutest details coming to you. And this time it is about Masood Azhar. Masood Azhar's brother has been killed in Operation Sindoor. That's Maulana Abdul Rauf Azhar. Masood Azhar's brother Abdul Rauf Azhar killed in Operation Sindoor. He is someone who participated in the conspiracy of IC-814 hijacking, and he was the operational head of Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was someone who was behind the release of Omar Sheikh, who ultimately killed American journalist Daniel Pearl. Effectively, Operation Sindoor has also avenged the killing of Daniel Pearl with the elimination of this terrorist. Essentially, this happened in Bahawalpur, and Abdul Rauf Azhar happened to be there, and he has been eliminated in the strikes that were carried out by India day before yesterday. This action was not just in India's interest. This means it was also in the interest of many terror victims around the world. This should resonate with the broader global fight against terrorism. With Abdul Rauf Azhar, Maulana Masood Azhar's brother, being killed in Operation Sindoor. More details coming in. Rauf Azhar's role in orchestrating the IC-814 hijacking is well recorded, and he also in that hijacking got Omar Saeed Sheikh released, a key Al-Qaeda terrorist who was ultimately killed by who ultimately also was involved in Daniel Pearl abduction and subsequent killing of Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl's killing avenged in Operation Sindoor strikes in Bahawalpur. That's the detail essentially. Maulana Masood Azhar's brother eliminated. He was involved in IC-814 hijacking, in which India had to release Omar Saeed Sheikh, who later on killed Daniel Pearl. Moving on, India strikes back with Operation Sindoor, targeting 9 terror camps, and over 90 terrorists eliminated, including Karim Mohammed Iqbal. Karim Mohammed Iqbal. So it's not just Abdul Rauf Azhar, it's also Karim Mohammed Iqbal, a key figure in the Pulwama attack, who was killed in those precision missile strikes day before yesterday from Indian airspace. Remember, we did not cross the border. And in this case, Kari was killed in Kotli, exposing Pakistan's backing of terror. Look at the details. आपने अपने लिए लगा रखा है. All right, more breaking news coming in. All right, detailed statement by the Indian Army. Now we are getting more information. The Army has come out with a statement, and the statement is about the operations going on. Indian Army has said that we have targeted air defense radars. We targeted Indian air defense radars. Detailed statement by the Indian Army, and Pakistan's bid to escalate has been negated. During the press briefing on Operation Sindoor on 7 May 2025, India had called its response as focused, measured and non-escalatory. It was especially mentioned that Pakistani military establishments had not been targeted. Now it is reiterated, but on the night of 7-8 May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India. including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bathinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Phalodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj using drones and missiles. These were neutralized by the integrated counter-UAS grid and air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across line of control using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in areas of Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Punch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors. Now, essentially what we are getting to here is that Indian Army has carried out another operation. It's an ongoing operation, as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh mentioned in that all-party meeting. Operation Sindoor is not over yet, and we have carried out a preemptive strike, taking down of radars and air defense systems based out of Lahore and Karachi and some other places. Huge one coming in from Indian Army, a detailed statement there by the Army on preemptive strikes, follow-up strikes being carried out in areas after Pakistan launched its own drones targeting military installations, and those were in areas as far apart as Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir, to Nal in Gujarat, to Phalodi and Uttarlai in Rajasthan, to Chandigarh, to Bathinda and Adhampur and Ludhiana, all these places from where Pakistan thought that India carried out its military strikes. All those military installations were targeted and those drones were neutralized. None of their drones have had any effect on India, but then India retaliating with targeting of Lahore air defense system grid, and look at this smoke billowing. This is clearly a case of India hitting back. Absolutely clear state of offensive defense, as we have been mentioning. India not letting Pakistan blink. Let's go to Gursimran with more details. Gursimran, India has neutralized Pakistan's air defense systems in Lahore and other places. What more detail can you share?
Abhishek, this is the confirmation coming from the Indian Army that Indian Army, which after Operation Sindoor during yesterday's briefing reiterated that they have not hit any of the military installation of the Indian Army. Now they are saying that it was the Pakistan which first provoked India. Those visuals from the 1 in the morning in the Amritsar that were captured in a CCTV cameras, that Pakistan trying to fire a projectile at a vital installation of the Indian security forces, and similar attempts were made everywhere, starting from the Bandipora to Srinagar to Udhampur, all the bases from the western frontier to the northern frontier. They were attempted to be attacked by the Pakistani side, but using the integrated unarmed aerial systems that are there in place, and also the aerial defense grid, that is their aerial defense systems, that have also helped the Indian Army to neutralize the threat. But after that, the Indian armed forces have hit out at the Pakistan, the locations of the Pakistan from where these attacks were launched. They were retaliated effectively, and since morning the Pakistan that has been crying off the drone attacks on its installations with their Lahore-based aerial defense system has completely been destroyed. That is the headquarter 9 aerial defense system of Pakistan has been decimated in the Indian strikes that India has carried out at the Pakistani army locations. This India maintains that this is in response to the provocation that Pakistan has done yesterday evening by launching the missile attack as well as drone attacks on the Indian territory. But now with the India carrying out the retaliatory strikes, the Pakistan is completely shattered because their air defense system in Lahore that has been completely neutralized by the Indian side. Abhishek.
All right, so clearly India coming out with a statement again marking another episode in the ongoing Operation Sindoor. It's not over yet, and India hitting back at Pakistan for targeting military installations, neutralizing air defense systems in Lahore. And those are pictures from earlier in the day. Let's go to Shawan. He's reporting. He's joining us live from our newsroom. Senior Shawan, what prompted this statement coming in from India? Okay, Shawan is joining us in a bit. The breaking news development is that Indian Army has released a statement, and as per this statement, India has targeted some defense installations of Pakistan because they participated in a coordinated attack on India's defense installations yesterday. Pakistan, and those were a broad sweep from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab to Rajasthan to Gujarat, all across the border, Nal and Bhuj in Gujarat, to Srinagar and Avantipura in Jammu and Kashmir, and all areas in between, including Chandigarh, including Amritsar, including Uttarlai, including Jaisalmer, including many other places. I'm told Shawan is going to be live with us very soon. And Shawan, over to you with more details.
Well, in fact, the attempt that was made by the Pakistanis was to carry out attacks in multiple cities in India. What we are given to understand that the air defense system was activated and the fact that they were completely demolished. In fact, the details that we're getting is that BVR missiles, Chinese-made BVR missiles, was actually used by the Pakistanis to carry out attack at multiple locations. In fact, the details that we are being told, there are two sets of information coming in. One, the increased artillery firing that was at the LOC, where they've basically carried out unprovoked firing. That was reported from Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Punj, Mendhar, Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, that has basically led to about 16 innocent lives that have been lost. And army has now basically retaliated. This morning, the armed forces targeted the air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Now, that comes across as a response on the same domain with same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. As far as the air defense system is concerned, we are being told that Pakistan's HQ-9 has also been dismantled. This is after the attempt that was made by the Pakistanis late last night. The specific details that we're getting is the intervening night around 1 o'clock in the morning is when they started using these missiles. The BVR missiles was fired towards Indian cities, particularly Amritsar being one of the main targets of the Pakistanis. And that is the reason why our air defense system intercepted these projectiles, debris of which was basically found this morning. But as the government has also been pointing out that Operation Sindoor still is ongoing. That's the statement that has also been made by the Raksha Mantri. Confirmation we had indicated this in the morning when we were telling everyone that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Let me also go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's getting us the latest details. We'll also go to our reporters in Amritsar, getting us the latest as far as those projectiles that were intercepted over the skies of Amritsar. Gursimran, 15 cities. The main plan of the Pakistanis was to retaliate and target 15 Indian cities. Projectiles, debris of it have now been found in Amritsar and a few other places.
Yes, Shavana, in the Amritsar, in the Bhuj also a drone was found, because that was also destroyed using the air defense system of the Indian armed forces. Now the Pakistan has tried to launch a full-scale attack late last night, because two of the locations were that they were able to get onto the hinterland area. Rest of all the attempts, they were thwarted close to the line of control and close to the international border, so that it could not reach the civilian areas. But the projectile that was launched in the Amritsar from across the border to target the Amritsar first, and the second was a drone that was launched by the Pakistan in the Bhuj. They were able to reach the hinterland area but were neutralized timely by the air defense system. And in response to that, India today carried out the retaliatory strikes at the locations of the Pakistan that launched the attack on the Indian side. One of the locations that is the cantonment, the army cantonment in Lahore, that army of the Pakistan has also accepted that there the Indian army has hit out, Indian armed forces have hit and have destroyed, neutralized completely the air defense system of the Pakistan, because that system is the one that was saving the Pakistan for a while, but now the Lahore is totally prone to the threats to Pakistan, because what Pakistan was doing, that the Pakistan first initiated this military response, because India's response was only limited to the terror groups that were operating from the land of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan. But Pakistan, they launched military strikes. They tried to target the Srinagar base of the Indian Air Force.
More details now coming in. Gursimran, in fact, more details coming in, particularly if you look at it, the target, it appears, were the military installations, because each of these cities that we are essentially talking about, Jalandhar, Amritsar, Jammu, Pathankot, Chandigarh, these are places where we do have our military installations. As of now, the information that we're getting in, Pakistan's 15-city plot was also to basically target military installations.
Yes, Chavan, Pakistan tried to do a military escalation by targeting the bases of the Indian Army or the Indian Armed Forces, because all these places that have been mentioned, starting from the Srinagar to Avantipura to Jammu to Pathankot to Jalandhar to the Bhuj, all these places have the vital installations of the Indian Army, and they were on the target of the Pakistan. Even Amritsar also has one of the key bases of the Indian Armed Forces, and that was on the target of the Pakistani army. And this was the first major escalation, a direct military to military escalation that Pakistan resorted to, because earlier what used to happen that it was only limited to the line of control or the international border from post to post firing, but now they have targeted the military installations that are deep inside the Indian territory, though with the integrated counter unarmed aerial systems that are in place and also the air defense system of the Indian side, they were able to neutralize all the threats. No threat was actually able to reach the desired target. All the threats were thwarted by the Indian armed forces using their aerial defense system, and now India has carried out the retaliatory strikes on the locations of the Pakistan, in which their Lahore-based air defense system that has completely
some breaking news now
neutralized
coming in.
now,
There is also another breaking news now coming in. Gursimran, the latest details that I'm picking up is with regards to the S-400 that was basically used by India. In fact, Major Samarpal Toor is joining us. Major Samarpal Toor, this morning when we were reporting and you were live with us, we reported about how the air defense system, India's air defense system, basically brought down Pakistani missiles. The entire plot has now been uncovered. 15 cities that were being targeted. As I understand from those 15 locations, clearly Pakistanis wanted to target our military installations.
Yes, definitely, Savan, as you can see, and as I told you, that the trajectory of these missiles and the locations at where they were intercepted.
I'm being told that it is the S-400. It's the S-400 Sudarshan Chakra air defense missile system was basically used.
Yes, probably because that is, the moment in Pakistan the button is pressed in terms of these missiles to be launched, that is exactly when S-400 gets activated. So probably they did not have much time to travel into or over the Indian cities, and probably at the border or in the open fields they were intercepted.
Major Samarpal Toor, I'm just giving this breaking news right now coming in. This is a confirmed information coming in with regards to India's Air Force's S-400 Sudarshan Chakra air defense missile systems that were fired last night against the targets that were moving. Now, we've spoken about this morning, Major Samarpal Toor, that it is, after all, the S-400 which was given by the Russians, which was basically used to bring down these missiles. It's a big move that India has now made.
Yes, Shavan, it is a big move. And this shows the air defense capabilities and effectiveness and its efficiency. And I think that this is just the first step. As and when, in case, if Pakistan chooses to flare this up or, increases the momentum of attacks onto India, then probably even more better and effective systems will be launched, which will have a deep strike capability of intersecting these missiles within the Pakistan airspace itself.
Just a quick check of what we know so far. Indian Army has now put out a statement with regards to Pakistan's failed plot. I'm just going to take you through some of the details coming in with regards to what is it that the Indian Army has been able to do so along with the Air Force. We're given to understand 15 cities that were basically the target, and India's S-400 air defense systems that were basically used last night. These missiles that were intercepted over Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj, using the drones and missiles. They were basically neutralized using the integrated counter-US grid and the air defense system. Now, there are more details coming in as far as the air defense system, that is the S-400. And Major Samarpal Toor, I'll come back to you. Now, as far as the Pakistanis are concerned, it's the PL-15 that we were talking about, the PL-15 missiles that were used. Now, these are Chinese-made missiles, and it turns out to be a complete dud. What's the possible reason?
Well, you see, Shavan, I think that due to the enemy's apprehension of our air defense systems, they have miscalculated the overall distance of the PLE, which is the export version of the Chinese missiles. So probably they have miscalculated the distances and the placements, and probably they were quite within the depth of Pakistan So as a result, they were barely able to reach their targets and were intercepted midway over the international border.
Major Tu, do we know where?
Indian territory.
Major Tu, do we know from where were these missiles being fired? From which cities of Pakistan?
Probably I wouldn't be able to know that at the moment. That I think Air Force, it is best that we shall wait for the Air Force debrief. But most logically, if you take it, it is going to be basically the group headquarters at, Bahawalpur and at Rawalpindi and Lahore. So these are the cities which usually have these missile systems in place, and most probably they've launched it from these locations into India against the Indian forces.
Well, a quick recap of what we know so far. The big news coming in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Armed forces now confirming that Operation Sindoor is ongoing. In fact, Pakistan's 15-city plot has been completely failed. It is a clinical interception that has now been done by the army. S-400. India's S-400 has now been used to bring down Pakistani missiles. We can confirm that the Russian-made S-400 was actually used late last night. Now, the chronology of events. Around 1 o'clock in the morning is when the missiles were launched from the Pakistani soil. In fact, their aim was to target the military installations in India, 15 cities. But important to point out here, Pathankot, that's the airbase that was being targeted by the Pakistanis. We are given to understand 15 cities. In each of these, remember, some of the Pakistani missiles that have been intercepted, we'll just put out those images and the CCTV footage. The CCTV footage that will actually show you the very moment when the interception actually happened. And remember, there were sirens that were blaring at that point in time. Late last night, we are given to understand several cities, particularly in Amritsar, where sirens were blaring when the interception actually took place. We're going to show you that interception, the details of the interception that has taken place. And if you see right now, can we also move to the other interception visuals that we have asked? We have got other visuals, the 7-second moment that we have basically captured on the CCTV footage right now, which will clearly show you the moment the missile was intercepted before it actually landed. So that's on your screens right now, the Pakistani missile that was intercepted. Can we just play that? Well, in fact, that's the very moment when the interception took place. In fact, there are other visuals, if we can once again show our viewers. Debris of the Pakistani missile was found this morning. In fact, you've had locals talking about the very moment when the sirens were actually blaring at that point in time and the interception actually took place. A clear reflection of the fact that a cornered Pakistan is now resorting to their old tactics of targeting military installations. What we have targeted through Operation Sindoor was mainly terror facilities across Pakistan, particularly in Punjab and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 precision strikes that have taken place. Now, as a result, what we have seen that Pakistan has responded by indulging in cross-border firing. Number 1, at the international border, number 2 at the line of control. Now, there have been intensive cross-border firing that has actually taken place. As a result, we have lost 16 innocent lives. Not just that, we've also had a Gurdwara that has attacked by the Pakistanis. Our senior legal editor is also joining us right now. Ridhim Anand Bhardwaj is joining us from the studios. Ridhim, the other important details emerging is how the Pakistanis have targeted a Gurdwara in Punch, whereas as far as India is concerned, we had made it very clear that these are terror facilities. That's the breaking news now also coming in. As a response, we have brought down their missiles which were targeting our installations.
Absolutely. And Shravan, I also want to come across once again to you to explain the chronology, because I think the biggest breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking is the unprovoked firing that had taken place, the interception 2 minutes after the air raid sirens in Punjab that had taken place. And as this video does not have any sound, but it's very, very clear that standing from terraces, people were able to shoot this. There was a total blackout in Gurdaspur, Amritsar during this operation at that time, as advised by the government, and India neutralized Pakistan's air defense system in Lahore. Now, Shravan, the big question here this happened only after India was very successfully stating till yesterday there's not going to be any more escalation or any escalation at all from us until Pakistan does any retaliation. India demolishes Pakistan's air defense radars in Lahore only after Pakistan chooses to come forward and strikes India.
We'll also get in General Rajan Kochhar, who's joining us on this broadcast. General Kochhar is in the studio. Getting us the latest details. Also, a quick recap of what we know so far. As Rhythm, you were pointing out the chronology of events. The chronology of events is like this, where on the one hand you have the Pakistanis giving a state funeral to the Pakistani terrorists. In fact, you've had Masood Azhar's brother, who was eliminated in the precision attack that took place at Bahawalpur. That happens to be the headquarters of Jaish. Remember, it was Masood Azhar's brother who played a very important role. In fact, conspired the IC-814 hijacking that took place. And remember the swap that we had in Kandahar. General Rajan Kochhar, this, as we have seen, India has avenged the terrorist attacks that have taken place for several years put together. It is no longer limited to Pahalgam attack. And today, the other big news now coming in, General Rajan Kochhar, that is of India's Air Force bringing down the Pakistani missiles. I want you to help us understand the air defense system that we have put in place, and the very fact that as far as the Pakistanis are concerned, they have suffered huge damages. Their air defense system, we are being told, at HQ-9, General Rajan Kochhar, has been completely decimated.
Shravan, Pakistan has a layered air defense system, and HQ-9P is the ultimate one which has the maximum range. This range goes from 125 to around 200 kilometers. And it can acquire a target at 300 kilometers, and it can engage the target at 200 kilometers. Then Pakistan's next layer is HQ-16.
Okay.
This is up to a range of 40 kilometers, and followed by HQ-7, which has a range of 12 kilometers. So that is the layered kind of a system Pakistan uses. And I want to be specific here to tell you that all these are Chinese. One. Two, they have never been tested in a war situation.
So when was this installed? Do we have any information about the air defense system, and what was China's role in it? Because as I understand, there too, the air defense system,
yes,
there's a clear China link, and the fact that China was actually helping the Pakistanis.
Sir, we're just going to go, Shravan, I'm just going to interrupt you to go across to new visuals that are coming in where Lahore had been struck by India. These are visuals that are coming in how Lahore had been struck by India. Pakistan failed attempt and attacked 15 Indian cities. They also failed there. This is Operation Sindoor that's ongoing. I want to continue to go back to Major General Rajan Kochhar, who continues to be with us.
Yeah,
Sir, this is very clear. Yeah. Lahore has been struck by India, but this is only escalation after they do not realize they should not have retaliated in this gross manner.
You see, Rhythm, I think this missile attack by Pakistan was the biggest mistake, because they are trying to poke us, or trying to make us escalate the situation. We never wanted to escalate it, but we have been forced by the Pakistanis after the missile attack, and all their air defense systems. I was watching the visual photographs of the Lahore airport where this strike also has taken place, and I could see that drones were used. So I don't know if it was an Indian drone, because if the Indian Army statement is making that we have destroyed their air defense systems, then possibly drones have been used. And we have the Heron drones with us, and these are Israelis make to us. And the maximum range of this drone is around 1,000 kilometers. It can go up to an altitude of 35,000 feet. So that implies these air defense layered systems with Pakistan have not been able to detect this drone.
Yes.
because this drone was flying at altitude of more than 30,000 feet, which is impossible, which is beyond the capability of the air defense system of Pakistan. And you cannot compare, Shravan, as you said that our own air defense systems vis-a-vis Pakistan's air defense systems, you cannot compare the strength and capability of our own air defense system.
What is the key difference, if you can help us? What is the key difference?
The difference is that an S-400 can detect and eliminate a supersonic missile.
Okay.
And also it has been upgraded now for the hypersonic missile, because right now the DRDO
So these are the ones which were just recently delivered by the Russians?
By the Russians. 3 squadrons have come to us and 2 squadrons are yet to come, and I think by the end of this year they'll be fetching up. The Ukraine war has actually delayed the delivery, otherwise they would have been with us right now. 1 squadron has been deployed on this side of the border with Pakistan, and these are very potent systems. They can detect a target 600 kilometers away and engage a target 400 kilometers when it comes into the range of 400. From 40 to 400 kilometers is the potency of the S-400 system. Pakistan has you can say that Pakistan does not have any kind of the S-400 system.
That's a very important point. Major Samarpal Tur, if I can come back to you. This morning, when I was speaking to you, I had told you about the fact that this has not really ended, and the fact that clearly there was much more to it. We were waiting for this official confirmation to come in from our defense forces. But the fact of the matter is this: I still believe that it is far from over. Major Samarpal Tur, because you have spoken to several people within the establishment, give us a sense of what's really happening.
Chavan, you see, now as I had mentioned earlier, that you see this is just the phase 1 which is taking place. As far as phase 2 will entirely depend upon Pakistan's response. So I strongly feel that after this, if no intimidation takes place from the Pakistan Air Force or their ground forces, then I strongly believe that this is going to lower the momentum and the tension which is prevailing between both the countries. Just in case if there is more aggressive stance by Pakistan by heating up the LC and also deploying their missile systems against India today as well as tomorrow, then I probably feel that UN must intervene, because they were
Major Tur, I don't know whether you can
UN.
see this, because we are just putting out these visuals. Just take a look at it.
I can see the visuals. Yes.
Take a look at it. I want you to help us describe this, because as I can understand, this is the drone attacks that have been carried out. Help us understand this.
Chavan, see, these are basically the LMS, that is the loitering munition systems. So these are mainly, guided by satellite systems, or they have this feature of fire and forget or autonomous systems. So if you feed in the data in terms of the targets which exactly has to be acquired and destroyed, they do it from the moment they are airborne.
I'm going to now show you, Major Tur, I'm just going to show you another visual that we have just got. There's a CCTV footage of the interception. After the CCTV footage of the interception, I'm also going to show you some more visuals that are now coming in. Major Tur, on your screen right now, General Rajan Kochar, you can also come in after this.
Okay.
7 seconds, the very moment when the interception has actually taken place. So are we really looking at a situation right now? Are we really looking at a situation where things... Yeah. Are we also looking at a situation where these 7 seconds that you are of the interception that has actually taken place, this would be at the same time, multiple interceptions are taking place?
Yes, Chavan. Chavan, you see, the S-400 is basically, interceptor. Mainly, it is for the aircraft. But in case if loitering munitions are also launched from the Pakistan side, they too come on their radar, and hence they are detectable by the S-400 missile systems, and hence they are intercepted and taken out. And that is exactly the visual that you're seeing. And the altitude of these missiles which have come in, the PL-15, it's probably up to 2 kilometers in altitude. as per the visuals that you are seeing right now.
Okay, so General Rajan Kochar, we are looking at 15 cities. So as I understand, there would be, perhaps in a protracted manner, they would have carried out the missile firing?
You see, this distance of each city from the point of launch is going to vary.
Okay.
So once the distance is going to vary, there is bound to be a time lag of a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Not more than that. And the aim is to saturate the air defense system of India, because if you launch simultaneously a number of actually missiles, our own air defense systems may not be able to stop all of them. So as we saw in the Israeli attack on Iran, as well as the Iran also carried out a missile strike on India, you can take out a comparison from these strikes also.
Okay. So, General Toor, a clear, Major Toor, this is, if you do a direct comparison between the Iron Dome and what we have with the S-400, as General Rajan Kochar was also saying, attempt that the enemy would always make is to exhaust us with a number of missiles being fired at the same time. And that perhaps has been completely thwarted.
See, it totally depends upon what Pakistan's stance is. If they show in more aggression, if there are more missile strikes coming in tonight over Punjab, so I think that is a case of escalation. And definitely the S-400, and then India will definitely select the option of counter attack, and we have the Nagastra, we have the different Agni variants of short range and medium range missiles. So I'm sure they are going to be taken out from the inventory and used against exhausting Pakistan's air defenses as well.
So, Rhythm, General Rajan Kochar wants to make a quick point.
I got a point. You see, the selection of the Agni missile system would imply that we want to hit their strategic targets. They're important command and control centers, and that will only happen if there is a war situation.
Right.
Because prior to the war situation, I don't think we will use these kind of weapon platform, because we have other less potent, I would say, or less effective in terms of distance. So we would like to use our other, like, Prithvi missile system, our Akash, other things we have with us, Nag missile systems with the infantry battalions have. So possibly, if a war situation breaks out, as Major Toor has said, Agni missile system will also come into play.
Okay. So, this is the Rhythm, just a quick recap for everyone who's tuning in right now. This morning is when these pictures actually came into our newsroom, is when the interception actually took place. Now, this is not the picture coming in from Lahore, but can we just quickly move to the pictures that we've got from Amritsar, because there are several set of images now we have accessed. One of the CCTV footage coming in, shared by the locals in the city of Amritsar. And then, of course, we have other visuals also coming in from places like Bhatinda. In fact, we're going to first, Major Toor, I want to understand from you the selection of these 15 cities. I don't know whether you've had the chance to glance upon these cities. My cursory look at these cities is a clear indication of the fact that each of them have highly guarded military facilities. If you can just take us through some of the cities and some of the military installations that they were basically trying to target.
See, Shravan, I wouldn't find it appropriate to even name the cities on TV. Because why give the enemy a chance at all to even know?
No, Major Toor, it is the army has put it out. The army has put it out in the statement. They have put it out.
Okay. So basically, the reason why they have been trying to target these locations is basically to create a delay and chaos in terms of the military, forming up and moving to the respective locations. Because as you know, the tensions are high. So so this is one of the main modus operandi of what the Pakistanis have tried to do, is to create chaos and panic amongst the forces, which probably has been thwarted. And moreover, it is so illogical, because I really fail to understand that the cities that they have named, they don't have any criticality in terms of what they were targeting. I mean, had there been any radar systems or some national asset, it can be understandable. But it stands to no logic as to why these cities were being targeted by them. And I think the reason it will take maybe 48 hours or 72 hours for the Air Force and the Army Air Defense to read the trajectory of these missiles. And the duds which have fallen, probably the softwares are going to be checked as to what was fed into them.
Absolutely. And I also want to get in, Shravan, Major General Rajan Kochar into this now. Major General Rajan Kochar, I think the biggest news that's coming in and that we are showing, Pakistan missiles intercepted. We stay with those visuals of the missile intercepted. Indian government has now announced, Major General Rajan Kochar, shooting down Pakistan drones and the missile strikes and attacks on military targets in North and West India by Pakistan using air defense, confirms the drone strikes on Pakistan's air defense now by India, including in Lahore. Lahore has been struck, but this is the big news that's coming in. And I think the most fantastic bit of information that's also coming in right now that we have to look at extremely carefully is that India has been successful in making Pakistan fail in its 15-city plot. The proof of Pakistan's failed attempt is very clear, Major General Rajan Kochar, and also India's air defense systems in action foil Pakistan's attack in India.
You're very right, Rhythm. I think I will briefly tell you about the India's air defense system, and the success has been phenomenal because this is the first time the integration of all the air defense systems of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army has taken place. We talk about theaterization. I think theaterization has already started. So the first is the S-400, a range of 400 kilometers, and it can acquire up to 600 kilometers. Then we have the MR-SAM or the Barak 8, which is also an Israeli system which is being a joint venture with India now. 70 kilometers is the range of this system. Then we have Agni missile, Akash missile system. Now Akash has a range of around 40 to 60 kilometers, up to that. And it has been internationally recognized as one of the best air defense systems in the world. Even the export orders of the Akash missiles has been sought by Philippines and other countries, and the UAE, other countries are also buying this system. Then we have the OSA AK system with us, and we have the IGLAS with us.
Yes.
So when we talk about this kind of a layered system, and you mentioned about Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow. These are the systems which Israel has, and it is one of the best systems in the world today. Even Donald Trump made a statement that he wants to have for the US a similar kind of air defense system which Israel has. So today we have given a message to the whole world.
Yes.
That India's air defense system has been tested operationally against hostile targets, and it has succeeded.
And I think Major Samarpal Toor, if I can actually come to you right now, like Major General Rajan Kochar is telling us, this is massive. We are not only talking about escalation that Pakistan tried to do, but we have neutralized that escalation that they tried to do. The Indian Army has also said this is only a proportionate response that has been there by India. They've also said that we engaged with Pakistan, and we come to the Indian Army also here. And if we stay with those pictures, whether it's the Indian it's in Amritsar where the interception took place in India. Now we're showing you Gotki Sindh that's been struck by Indian forces in Pakistan. This is very clear, Major Samarpal Toor. We are not going to be escalating, but if there is escalation, there's going to be a proportionate response by India, and we're going to negate any escalation by Pakistan.
I mean, with them, it's totally up to Pakistan. Now, I don't believe that India is going to retaliate or to any of these provocations. At least last night, after the interception, I don't think that India is going to, provoke the matter further But in case if Pakistan gets a bit adventurous in terms of its retaliation and overdoes it, then probably it's going to be given a befitting reply with the Prithvi and the Akash missile systems. Agni is definitely an intercontinental ballistic missile, but that doesn't stand to logic that we use that at the moment. But Prithvi and Akash missile systems are definitely going to be effective, the medium range one. And I certainly feel that the Indian top brass, be it the Tri-Forces and the politicians and the political leaders, are definitely not going to go in for a escalatory option beyond what has happened last night.
Absolutely. Major General Rajan Kochar, as we stay with those visuals, I just want to give a recap to our viewers who are joining in. And this is not only these visuals and the weaponry that was used by us, the missiles that were used are so clear here. We also need to tell you the Harpy drones were used by the Indian military to target the enemy air defense system. These are Israeli made, and this is very clear. The Israel Aerospace Industries had made them. These are Harpy drones that were used, and I'm also going to tell you the Indian targeted only source locations of missiles and drones launched on India, Pakistan's air defense system, across half a dozen locations has been breached by India. Pakistan targeted Indian armed forces locations in the night. India retaliated in broad daylight, Major General Rajan Kochar, starting at around 7 this morning, and therefore we continue to say Operation Sindoor continues.
Rizam, very well brought out, because Operation Sindoor, I think, will still continue. And I have a slightly different perception, as you know, Major Toor has said. Why should we always be reactive? Why should we retaliate only when Pakistan strikes? Pakistan has already struck twice now. Then I don't think we should hold our horses now any longer, because maximum punishment has to be inflicted on our enemy. Okay. And his combat potential must be degraded, because if we keep on waiting for the next strike to come,
yes, he will... Sir. Okay, sir, I just want to, for just 1 minute, I also want to just go across. We have some more news coming in, sir. I'm just interrupting for a second from Major Samarpal Toor. This is so clear, and before I come across to you, I also have news coming in from Gurdwara, who's getting us these details. Gurdwara, you've got these details of India targeting only the source locations of the missiles and drones launched in India. Like Major General Rajan Kochar was telling us also about the defense system, the missiles that have been used for us. India's S-400 air defense was used. S-400 Sudarshan Chakra was fired at the moving targets. Gursimran, you have more details about Operation Sindoor. Like Major General Rajan Kochar said, it still continues. Good, Simran.
To the fire, that is, and there were more than a total of 15 launches that were made from the Pakistani territory, and all these launches, they were intercepted by the Indian Army. The Pakistan's attack was foiled, but India's attack was clearly aimed at the locations from where these drones and missiles were launched into the Indian territory. Now what also we are picking up from the sources in the Indian Armed Forces, that the India's response started this morning at around 7, unlike Pakistan, which in the dead of the night tried to target the locations of the Indian Army like a coward.
Okay, there is more news coming in, and I also, after this, I'm going to go across to Major Samarpal Toor. Sources say only source-based Pakistan's air defense system in 6 locations was breached. We're also now being told that the Ministry of Defense, Government of India, has also come out with a statement. Only source locations of missiles were targeted. Major Samarpal Toor, this is so clear. Pakistan's air defense system in 6 locations were breached. Pakistan's air defense system, when it was breached, was very clearly done. We don't want to do this, but we're only retaliating to an escalation that is now started by Pakistan.
Rhythm, you see, the Indian missiles have already and drones have already taken out the radar systems. So basically, Pakistan's air defense systems are totally run down. So, if we want, this is the actual time to engage and decimate whatever we wish to as per our wish and will. But I am very sure that the response is going to be very selective, and it's going to be non-escalatory. And I'm sure that from now on, the Pakistan military is going to help the terrorists. Those assets are going to be taken out at our wish, will, and at whatever time we choose to.
Okay, Gursimran, I'm just going to wait for that audio also to get cleared out. I'm also going to just read out. Shravan continues to be with us as well as Niranjan in the newsroom, and I'm going to just go across to this news that's coming in from the Ministry of Defence that has said, in response, the Indian Armed Forces targeted air defence radars and systems in various locations in Pakistan. If I could come across to you, Niranjan, in the newsroom, give us more details, because we're being told India's response has been in the same domain with the same intensity and remains focused, measured, and is absolutely non-escalatory.
Rhythm, all those targets that we have struck are the ones which were used to launch the drone and missile attack. It's very simple. We have only struck the targets that were used to target India. The locations that were used to send the drones, the locations that were used to send the missiles have been struck by India. So the government also putting out a press release, the MOD confirming that Indian Armed Forces have targeted air defense radars systems in various locations of Pakistan. India's response has been in the same domain. Spoke about drones and missiles aimed at 15 cities. All of these locations from where the missiles and drones were sent have been neutralized. Same intensity, same focus, measure, non-escalatory. And the picture that we had of the Lahore explosion this morning was nothing but the defense radar of Lahore. The Pakistani radar system in Lahore has now been neutralized. Rhythm.
In fact, if I can just go across to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, who is also joining us now in the studios. Arnab, Operation Sindoor continues. Pakistan absolutely missiles fail to land here. It's we who have landed now in Lahore and successfully been able to destroy their defense systems.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the point I would like to make to you, Rhythm, and to everyone tonight, and Abhishek is also with us here in the studio, is that we said on the first press briefing on Operation Sindoor that our response is focused, it is measured, it is non-escalatory. And we stay firm with that. Yeah. We are not the ones who are the aggressors here. We are simply carrying out a very clear and strong defensive operation. And why am I saying it? We are still targeting specific targets. We are not doing wanton shelling. We are not bombing any civilian targets. We are not just attacking any military targets. Whatever we are doing, and Abhishek, the point to make tonight, this afternoon, whatever we are doing is in response. Absolutely. We have not escalated anything. It is Pakistan which tried to attack Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. Yeah. They wanted to carry out this overall drone and missile system. Yeah. The fact is that we have a very effective missile system, which is the S-400. Yes. And we have neutralized everything that they tried to do with our integrated counter UAS grid air defense system, S-400. And we have proof of that we have brought them down, which is the debris of those attacks. Yeah. It has been recovered from a number of locations. We are not like the Pakistani foreign minister when he was asked, what is the proof that you have brought down 5 Indian planes? He said, oh, I heard about it in the social media. No, we have the proof. We have the debris. We have the information. But the most important point to make today is that we are responding to Pakistani escalation. Absolutely. Pakistan must stop escalating. Absolutely. This. And deliberately on every single day. We want peace. But they're continuing to escalate it. They're provoking us. We are forced to do countermeasures. We have now destroyed their air defense systems so that they feel vulnerable. And they are going to feel very vulnerable now. That's why Shehbaz Sharif and Nawaz Sharif are meeting. What? They have no defense as of this moment. The entire Chinese system has collapsed. Abhishek,
Absolutely.
Do you agree with my assessment?
We don't want escalation, but more important is Pakistan cannot afford escalation. If they do, there's going to be cost inflicted, and an example of which has come now with the kind of preemptive, preventive strikes we have carried out, proactive strikes we have carried out, taking down the air defense system in Lahore. Remember, this is just a beginning.
If we can just go across, Abhishek, to that breaking news coming in. Harpy drones have been used by Indian forces, Abhishek. And this is massive. These are Israeli-based very powerful Harpy drones that were used by the Indian Air Forces, and we're giving you details of...
And Shravan can tell us a little bit more about the Harpy drones. Shravan, tell us about what we've used here.
Well, in fact, these are the drones which can cover about 200 to 300 kilometers, and that is the reason why if you're looking at 7 such specific locations from where these missiles were launched by the Pakistanis, we have got information about the 7 locations from where we are being told that the missiles were launched from Lahore, Sheikhpura, Sialkot, Gurjanwala, Narowal and Chakwal. These are the 7 locations we are being told that were basically targeted by...
So what has happened here is that we have hit, but all this news, and the reason I came on air this afternoon is to say there are some very irresponsible Indian news networks who are saying whatever comes to their mind, because they're picking something from Sama TV, some from Geo TV, some from ARY News in Pakistan and putting it out, and therefore they have become part of the Pakistani disinformation system. They are playing straight into Pakistani hands. And ladies and gentlemen, what have we done? We have not randomly attacked Pakistan. We are not doing that. We have targeted air defense radars at a number of locations. We have hit in the same intensity that they have hit. And we have neutralized their air defense systems, which we have a right to do, because they are using those. They are using those systems. And this is a visual of that picture where we have destroyed their air defense system in Lahore. And we've been forced to do this because they tried to attack our civilians and they targeted a Sikh Gurdwara.
Yes,
they've injured Sikhs. They've deliberately targeted a Gurdwara. And we cannot let that go undefended. And that's the simple point that we are making. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hashtag Operation Sindoor 2. I'm putting it out on the grid. This is Operation Sindoor 2 that we are doing. Yesterday, Abhishek Kapoor said he spoke to his highest sources of the government, who told him, when Abhishek, you asked them what will happen, you said we are ready with Operation Sindoor 2. So Operation Sindoor 2 is on right now, and let it carry on. We'll go to Operation Sindoor 3 and 4 and 5 if required.
Absolutely. In fact, I can tell you, Arnab, the escalation metrics is absolutely ready from here on. Whatever Pakistan does, they would see double of that coming on their side. An example of which is taking down of the air defense system in Lahore. And remember,
and we're not going to watch this. You know what has happened here is that we have responded to only artillery firing by Pakistanis in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendha, Rajouri. They have killed a soldier. They have killed Sikh. They have attacked and injured people in a Sikh Gurdwara, and it's happened relentlessly. 16 civilians have been killed, mostly women and children. Mostly women and children. We have been compelled to respond. But the difference between the Pakistanis and us is when we respond straight and we are successful. They have this stupid, I don't know, what is this air defense system they have from China which is collapsed right now? Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news grid should be on the screen. We are on breaking news right now. India reserves the right to respond. We are not doing anything alarmingly. The people of Pakistan should not be alarmed. We're only hitting you because you are trying to attack us. We will destroy you if you try to attack us. We will compel you to surrender once again. I think it is in the interests of the Pakistanis to realize we are going to hit them very, very hard this time. Their missiles have failed. Their drones have proved to be duds. Their air defense system has collapsed. There is panic in Pakistan, and there should be. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, and this is not going to end because I'm hearing that our plan B is ready in case Pakistan responds to this strike, in which we have targeted their air defense systems and some other targets in Karachi, for example, in Sindh, and also, of course, in Punjab. The fact of the matter is that a certain Rubicon has been crossed. The battle is now right in the Punjab camp, and the reason why it's important is that Pakistani army is essentially Punjabi army. They thought Punjab is their fiefdom, and the fact that we could hit
the Americans have asked their citizens to leave Lahore. The Americans, we have a breaking from the newsroom, ladies and gentlemen. Niranjan.
Arnab, as you know, we escalate, as Pakistan tries to target India in 15 cities, the US Embassy monitoring the developments in Lahore, especially as we take out the Pakistani defense radars this morning. US Embassy and consulates in Pakistan have issued an urgent notification now saying due to reports of drone explosions, even US is confirming drone explosions, down drones, possible airspace incursions in and near Lahore. US Consulate General in Lahore has directed all consulate personnel to shelter in place. Consulate has also received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating some areas adjacent to Lahore's main port, asking them to take shelter immediately and evacuate from Lahore immediately, and citizens who find themselves in an area of conflict asked to leave.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Niranjan, you know, what is important is that everyone is realizing that Pakistan is on a weak wicket. That if it comes to that, Pakistan is going to get a pummeling of its lifetime, and that's why these decisions coming in. But what is important is India has made a very responsible
There is also
statement.
pressure building in on Pakistan to stop trying to attack India. I'm not saying they can attack India, but they are trying to attack India and they are failing. It is in their interest, the Americans, and we've just been speaking. We've had these meetings going on here also with the Iranian foreign minister was meeting, and he said we want to improve the relationship with India. The relationship with India, a major global power, a $4 to $5 trillion economy, the fourth largest economy in the world, is possible only if Pakistan is going to be responsible. We had Operation Sindoor 2 on the 7th of May, and today on the 8th of May, we're in the middle right now, Operation Sindoor 3, and there'll be Sindoor 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and a million if required till we put Pakistan in its place.
Also, Arnab, the fact of the matter is that while targeting those air defense radars and systems at these locations in Pakistan, we have made sure that our response is still proportionate.
There's one more thing. HQ9, HQ16, both of the air defense system of Pakistanis have now been destroyed. Remember, this basically, Abhishek, protects Islamabad and a few other cities. That has been completely decimated, Abhishek.
Shravan, I'm just going to interrupt you. There's more breaking news coming in. Pakistan is also, the cricketers have been asked to leave Rawalpindi immediately. That's also a news that's just coming in, Shravan. Abhishek, this is very clear. Like Shravan is telling us, the Ministry of Defense in India also comes out and says, like Arnab was telling us, in response, the Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems in various locations in Pakistan.
It's a huge...
information coming in. The cricketers in Rawalpindi, Pakistan Cricket Board asks all players of Pakistan State Board to leave Rawalpindi immediately. We have Gursimran with us. Gursimran, this means there are going to be no matches in Rawalpindi.
Yes, that is what we are picking up from the Pakistan Cricket Board, that they have asked all the players, those who are part of the Pakistan Super League that is being played in Pakistan, to immediately leave Rawalpindi, and no match will be played in the Rawalpindi. So you will see that they have started to face the heat, because India has hit back at the source of the Pakistani drone and the missile launches that they have done on the installations of the Indian Army. And now the Pakistani Cricket Board has issued an advisory. This advisory is not only for the players of the Pakistan, but also for the foreign players that are playing Pakistan, because many of the international players, they are part of the Pakistani Super League that is being played in, and there was a match scheduled, we are told, later in the day in the Lahore also, the fate of which continues to be unknown, and all the matches in the Rawalpindi, they have been cancelled. There will be no match that will be played in the Rawalpindi for now. Very likely that it will be shifted somewhere else, likely to Karachi or some other stadium, but not in Rawalpindi, so Pakistan is afraid.
Gursimran, this is a huge one. Remember, Rawalpindi is the general headquarters of the Pakistan Army, and the fact that Rawalpindi is not safe for its citizens speaks volumes about the kind of security that Pakistan Army can provide to the rest of the nation. Also the fact, Ridham and Shravan, the fact of the matter is that Pakistan was trying to give a stupid spin that India carried those attacks in the dead of the night. Now look at our drones getting deep inside Pakistani territory and hitting locations like Lahore and Karachi and some parts of Sindh, 6 locations to be total, but all of them during the daytime. In fact, this has happened around noon, from morning to noon, and that really gives an idea, Shravan, that we can hit them whenever we want. It's not about night or day, it's about choosing our own time, best time, to make sure that our targets are, our objectives, our military objectives are achieved.
And there is, Abhishek, more news coming in on Sialkot. Shravan, over to you.
Well, we just got a confirmation right now as far as the air defense system in Rawalpindi is concerned. Apart from that, Sialkot and Lahore, Abhishek, that's the HQ9 and HQ16 which has been completely
Rawalpindi, are you saying Rawalpindi has been hit? That's going to be
I have a confirmation. I have a confirmation, not Rawalpindi. I have a confirmation as far as Sialkot is concerned and Lahore. If you can just hold on to Rawalpindi for a minute.
Even Sialkot, for that matter, the fact that this is the hub from where Pakistan has in earlier wars launched its strikes. Sialkot is compromised, Lahore is compromised, Karachi is compromised, and remember, this is when we have not even started looking at what our naval forces are doing in the Arabian Sea, all geared up, ready to go there in the deep seas and strike if need be. And now Pakistan realizing that the kind of mobilization this time India has done, there is absolutely no chance whatsoever for Pakistan to carry out any swift retort. It's only going to be retort and retribution from Indians in case Pakistan or any of their generals conceives of any misadventure. Rhythm, look at those pictures. If you can get those still pictures of the DG ISPR, he looks so hassled. Like yesterday, so today. He's not even had the time to comb his hair, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of stress the Pakistani generals are in, given the fact that they have egg on their face and that they have been given a big slap with our ammunition reaching right there inside, in the heart of Punjab, in Bahawalpur, in Lahore, and in Muridke. Remember, Muridke is just on the outskirts, little distance from Lahore, and those targets to be hit with their rudders failing, with their air defense failing, with their systems really not catching any of these missiles and drones. By Pakistan's own admission, 24 of Indian missiles hitting those targets in the Operation Sindoor. In Operation Sindoor, therefore, yesterday
Okay,
night.
there's also
and
more
now,
breaking news coming in. Abhishek, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says India will hit back if Pakistan strikes. It's very clear, these statements coming in now from the Ministry of Defense, from the Indian Army, and this is clear because now we've been told, Abhishek.
Yes, Rhythm.
Let's play out that reaction first.
It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
Okay, we're also going to go across to the big breaking news coming in. Shawan is getting us this. Pakistan air defense system is decimated in Sialkot also. Shawan, over to you.
Well, in fact, the two details coming in as far as from Islamabad is that Pakistan's air defense unit, which is the HQ-9 and layered with HQ-16, both seem to have sustained heavy damages. In fact, this is the one which is in Lahore has been completely neutralized, and the other confirmation we've just got, and as Abhishek was also pointing out, the significance of the air defense system around Sialkot, which too has now suffered heavy damages, basically leaves several of the cities in Pakistan extremely vulnerable right now. So if at all the Pakistanis basically escalate at this point in time, they would face massive damages, because the kind of retaliation that India has essentially prepared would mean heavy damages for them.
Absolutely. And I also want to go across for a word to Niranjan, who's also joining us on the story. Niranjan, this is massive because the Pakistan air defense system is decimated in Sialkot and in Lahore. We're also trying to pick up information like we did earlier about Rawalpindi that has also been struck, like Abhishek was telling us. The Pakistan Cricket Board very, very clearly also telling its players to leave Rawalpindi, which Abhishek said is massive because this is also the epicenter for Pakistan.
That's correct. That is the Pakistan garrison headquarters. That's where the Pakistan Army and the ISI operate from. Gursimran has confirmed 7 cities right now. He's not confirming Rawalpindi, but these are the names of the cities that he's confirmed. Bahawalpur, which we already stuck in Operation Sindoor 1, Lahore, Sheikhupura, Sialkot, Gujranwala, Narowal, Chakwal. As far as Rawalpindi is concerned, waiting for an official confirmation. But there are reports, and of course Pakistan media is also claiming, but we can't take them at face value. We will wait for an official confirmation. Rhythm, back to you.
Okay, I also want to go back once again to Abhishek and Gursimran on this story. In fact, there are 7 cities, Gursimran, that you have stated have been struck. I want to get more information on that. Bahawalpur, Lahore, Sheikhupur, Sialkot, Gujranwala, Narowal, Chakwal. Gursimran, give us more details.
Yes, Rhythm, what the confirmation we got that at the 7 in the morning, the first hit was at the Narowal only, because this has been the confirmation. There was a visual confirmation that was also shared regarding the hits, and then there was Bahawalpur, Sialkot and Narowal, and the other areas, Sheikhupura, that was hit by the Indian Armed Forces in their strikes. These strikes are purely retaliatory in the nature. That means these are not the provocative strikes by the Indian Army, but these were the strikes at the source of the Pakistan's provocation, from where Pakistan Pakistan late last night at around 12:30 to 3:30 at somewhere it was the time of the 180 minutes where the Pakistan launched multiple attacks at the various locations. So out of the 15 targets that the Pakistan had locked in India to target, all these were military targets. This only 2 were able to actually reach the hinterland. All of other were neutralized very close to the line of control and the international border. Only 2, one at Bhuj where the drone of the Pakistan that was brought down by the air defense system of the Indian side, and second was the Amritsar where the Pakistani missile was brought down by the Indian air defense system. These two were the places where these drones and the missiles were in a position to reach the hinterland. Otherwise they were actually destroyed very close to the international border and the line of control, thus thwarting the threat. And the India's response was calibrated and only proportionate, because it was not an escalation response that the India has given. India has only retaliated to the source. Half a dozen were the locations, 7 locations we are getting a confirmation of where India has hit the facilities from where Pakistan was planning and have launched an attack on the India's military bases and the military locations of the Indian Army. Strategically important, but all attempts of the Pakistan have been foiled. But Pakistan has been hit in Lahore. That is what the confirmation the Indian Army has also given now, that their air defense system has completely been decimated.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we were saying that staying with the breaking news now coming in, as Gursimran was also pointing out, these are 7 locations, but we're getting in more details with regards to the air defense system in some of the places. This is the confirmation is about at least 2 locations as of now. As far as Rawalpindi is concerned, reports essentially emerging from Pakistan. We're waiting for an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Army as to whether at all Rawalpindi's air defense system was also targeted. Because remember, right now, what the army is essentially maintaining, Abhishek, is that only those areas from where the missiles were launched, only those areas have been targeted. So Bahawalpur, it's unlikely at this point in time because the missiles were not launched from Bahawalpur. So right now, as far as India is concerned, they are saying that Operation Sindoor 2 was only from those locations where the missiles were launched. Slipping into a short break on the other side, we'll take you through the more details now emerging from Operation Sindoor 2 that was carried out this morning.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है.
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार.
वो तो है.
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है.
सही है.
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है.
सही है. हाँ.
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई।
And we're coming back with pictures of how Pakistani drones and missiles failed to make a landing, all stopped in the skies by Indian air defense systems. Pictures that make every Indian proud. 15 cities were targeted, none of them managed to hit us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here and
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये भी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time, we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अगर उन्हें 4 की यार्ड करेंगे डेरा मस्ती खाली वाली भाई।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. Indian Armed Forces had said that our response and commitment is there will be no an escalation provided it's respected by the Pakistan military. Viewers, it's time for Operation Sindoor 2 because the Pakistan military does not know how to be ensuring there is no any strikes from them. They've struck us and we're going to ensure that their systems fail. There's some breaking news that's coming in. And breaking news coming in, India pummels Pakistan. EU finally condemns the attack after much waiting. Let's also go across to the breaking news that's come in. The European Union has now said every state has a right to protect itself. These are details that the EU has now said, and its 27 member states unequivocally condemn the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Terrorism can never be justified. The EU monitors the situation closely with great concern and calls for both parties to exercise restraint and to de-escalate tensions. This is now the breaking news that's coming in. But we struck them. India pummels Pakistan, and it's now the EU that finally condemns the attack. We stuck them in Lahore, we stuck them in Rawalpindi, in Karachi and in Gokti, and this only happens because they had come and attacked us and tried to attack India in 15 cities. In fact, if I can go across to those details that we have, the Operation Sindoor continues. The army releases a statement. Pakistan's 15-city attack plot to India had failed. India's integrated counter has now begun. India's air defense system in action. We foiled Pakistan attack, and India has now downed Pakistani drones and missiles. But staying with those pictures, we tell you, Indian forces retaliated by taking out Lahore's air defense system. I want to go across to Niranjan. Niranjan, this is massive. Pakistan air defense system has been decimated in Sialkot and Lahore. That's the big breaking news that's coming in right now.
Rhythm, what is very, very alarming is that, Rhythm, just imagine we are here in the National Capital Region in NCR. Pakistan has targeted 15 cities in the last few hours, and I'm naming those cities once again. Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Batinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Phalodi, Uttarlai, Bhuj. They've targeted all these cities using drones and missiles. And imagine, Rhythm, none of the drones or missiles hit any of those cities, and that is why each one of those anti-nationals in India who questioned our forces should think they are safe, because our forces have thwarted this attack. Every single missile and drone has been intercepted, and the Indian Army and the Ministry of Defence, the government has put out detailed reports of how we countered these drones and the missiles. 15 cities were targeted. Each of them have been countered using the integrated counter UAS grid and the air defense systems, details of which have been released by the government now. So our defense systems have effectively countered Pakistan, and additionally we have another information that the S-400 missile systems, S-400 Sudarshan Chakra missile defense systems were activated last night, and every target that was unleashed by Pakistan has been countered by these S-400 defense systems. So that is huge, because if 15 cities were targeted, you can imagine the number of projectiles or the missiles that were sent by Pakistan, and each of them has failed, effectively failed. And as a counter, the government has also confirmed that we went after some of their radar systems to specifically target especially the areas from where these missiles and drones came from. Some of those cities you mentioned just now, Lahore this morning, it was a cantonment area, and one of their drone systems and their weapon defense system has been destroyed. Their radar system has been destroyed. There are reports of the other cities as well hit, including Sialkot.
I just want to go across once to Gursimran Niranjan on the big breaking news that's coming in. And Gursimran, last night, like Niranjan is telling us, Pakistan attempted to target military installations in multiple Indian cities: Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Batinda, Chandigarh, Bhuj. India successfully intercepted all the incoming threats. We launched a counter-retaliatory strike. Now this included the neutralization of the defense system in Lahore. We've also struck them in Sialkot. But what we're trying to say, Gursimran, and you can give us more details, what we've told the Pakistani is that the response will be only non-escalatory. It is only being done if they persist.
See, it's very clear to the Pakistan by now that India will strike back Pakistan if they dare to target any of the civilian areas or the military installations of the Indian army. It's no more the India that will bear the Pakistan's brutal attacks on the Indian soil. Because see what has happened, that last night it was 12:30 when the lights were off, the entire electricity was cut off. It was based on some of the intelligence input that the security forces had. There was a total blackout. After that, at 1 exactly, I remember, I was there, I was recording a video. At 1 exactly, there was a siren that went off for 2 minutes. After that, a couple of minutes, I got to know that there is an interception, or there is a loud explosion that was heard in the Amritsar, and all the rest of this, except a Bhuj drone that came into the hinterland area, all other threats were eliminated by the armed forces, by the air defense systems, very close to the line of control and the international border. None of the 13 threats out of total 15 could even reach the hinterland area or the area of the population close to the border. 2 threats that managed to enter this side, these threats were neutralized by the air defense system of the Indian armed forces, and then India carried out retaliatory strikes. What Pakistan did, that in the dead of the night, they tried to carry out the retaliatory strikes. They acted like cowards to come in the night to target the military installation and the civilian areas. But what India did in retaliation, that is something important. India started its retaliation from Narowal today morning at around 7. We are told that the first strikes have taken place at the bases of the Pakistan. These bases were same bases from where Pakistan had launched the missiles and the drone systems late last night to target the locations of the Indian army at 50 locations last night at around 12:31 was the time.
I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 minute. I want you to stay on with us. I'm also having Niranjan join us. The big breaking news also coming in. After India strikes Lahore, Now the US consulate in Lahore directs all consulate personnel to shelter in place due to reports of drone explosions. The US consulate in Lahore has directed them that there is going to be possible airspace incursions in and near Lahore. In a security alert, the consulate said it's received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating some areas adjacent to Lahore's main airport. It's also asked American citizens to leave the area of conflict for their safety. Niranjan, it's coming across to this, but this is only coming because very, very clearly US Embassy issuing that alert that in Pakistan there's a travel advisory, so as to say now, because Pakistan has now tried to attack India, India is only retaliating.
You know, Rhythm, what is you know, very, very telling about the statement from America is that US Embassy and a specific alert on the US consulate in Lahore. And this is dated this morning. It has just come out and they have confirmed. US consulate has confirmed reports of drone explosions, reports of down drones, possible airspace incursions in and near Lahore. The US is saying there is possible airspace incursions in and near Lahore, and the US Consulate General in Lahore has directed all consulate personnel to shelter in place. Secondly, the consulate has also received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating some areas adjacent to Lahore's main airport. So the US has some information that areas around Lahore's main airport is being evacuated right now, and that is why they've also issued this alert. Point number 3, saying that US citizens who find themselves in an area of active conflict, they should leave immediately and they should do so safely, and if it is not safe to leave, they should shelter in place, saying that the US Embassy and consulates in Pakistan will continue to send updates. The actions they have asked US citizens to take: 1, seek secure shelter and have evacuation plans.
Niranjan, I just want to go across to one graphics that we are getting, and you can also speak over that. We're getting the breaking news that's now coming in, and India has now taken out the Pakistan's air defense system in 7 locations. This is the big breaking news. If I can also get Shavan to join us on the story. It's in Sialkot, in Shekhupura, in Lahore, in Bahawalpur, in Gurjanwala, in Narowal and Chakwal. In fact, Niranjan, Shavan was just giving us details of Sialkot and Lahore, but this is breaking news that's coming in. The air defense system in 7 locations of Pakistan, Niranjan, has been now taken out by India.
Well, there are so many reports that are coming in, Rhythm. I can confirm to you that as of this minute, at least 7 cities, and that number could go up, because there are some reports that say that at least 9 cities were targeted by India in our measured response to go after the source of where these missiles and drones were sent. But as of now, Bahawalpur on that map that you see on your screen, Chakwal, Gujranwala, Narowal, Sialkot, Shekhupura, you also saw Lahore there, and Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur was also hit, by the way. Bahawalpur was a target for India in Operation Sindoor as well. That is Masood Azhar's headquarters, Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters, and Lahore has specifically been targeted. So this is a very, very big update. That number and this map could change in the next few hours. That's an update we are getting in, because more visuals reportedly from other cities of Pakistan as well. We will wait for those updates to come in. Rhythm.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to go across, viewers. I'm going to stay with these graphics, and then I'm going to go across to more graphics, because I'm going to come in a minute with very big breaking news, and I'm going to show our viewers how Pakistani politicians are crying in fear. They are jittery, they are panicky, they are nervous, they are giving speeches, but they are extremely scared of what lies ahead. That's the big breaking news that we're going to get you in just a minute. But I want to continue to stay with Niranjan right now. Niranjan, as we continue to stay with this news, the news that's also going to come in from Pakistan, and we're getting to know details. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Ghotki, Karachi, all have been struck. Their defense system in these places has also been shut down. This is Operation Sindoor 2. As Pakistan attempted to target Indian cities, India strikes again. Drone strikes took place in Rawalpindi, where the cricket stadium apparently was there. That's something we're going to be confirming. There's fear and tears in Pakistan's National Assembly. All right, we're going to come out with that breaking news. We're trying to get that breaking news, and I'm just going to go across to that in 1 minute as that breaking news is getting prepared. And I just want to go across once more to you, Niranjan. What is the Indian... Okay, the big breaking news that's coming in, and we're getting this breaking news that's now coming in. There's fears and tears in Pakistan National Assembly. Pakistan's Foreign Army Major in the National Assembly says, please save Pakistan from India. This is Major Tahir Iqbal, retired Pakistan MNA. He cries while giving a speech at the National Assembly. It's clear Pakistan is jittery. Pakistani politicians are crying in fear after the India attack. It's a 2-minute reaction coming in from Major Tahir Iqbal, who's speaking in the Parliament of Pakistan. I'm going to go across to that. And this is the fear, the palpable jittery fear and tears that we are seeing in Pakistan. Let's go across and play that reaction from Major Tahir Iqbal of the Pakistan Army.
मैं इन सबसे कहूंगा कि मिलकर चलो और अपने रब से रुजू करो। रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खाना कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का भला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा हमारी कौम की हिफाजत है, सबसे कहूंगा दुश्मनों के मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रुजू करो और हमें रब्बे काबा हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, दुआ को हूं इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने हमारी कौम कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, चलो और अपने रब से रुजू करो, जाओ वापस और रब्बे पाकिस्तान का मामला दरख्वास्त करते हैं। आप खाना कलात को हिफाजत फरमाना के ये हुक्म दिया तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क के जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। जहां भी देखें खाना कलात हमारी कमी में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क के हिफाजत कश्मीर में चले जाए, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ जहां भी देखें शायद जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। कश्मीर में चले रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ के साथ इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। सोच भी नहीं सकते, दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा माफ कर दे, मुल्क की हिफाजत करे, सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फकीर अता फरमा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए।
Well, back-to-back breaking developments coming in, ladies and gentlemen, as we strike at least 7 targets in Pakistan in retaliation to their drone and missile attack. They targeted 15 cities, and we are giving it back in every single city where they launched the drones and missiles from. You just saw the video of a Pakistani senator crying, saying, "Save Pakistan from India." That's the kind of fear that is spread in Pakistan, especially after we've struck their terror targets, the terror headquarters, and all the locations from where they launched the attack. Let's play that video out once again. That's a reminder to Pakistan that they once again try to target India. This is what they will get. Take a look at this senator crying in the Pakistan National Assembly.
तो इसलिए जनाब स्पीकर ये बात वाज़ा कर देनी चाहिए, हमारी कौम यकजा है। मैं इन सब से कहूंगा कि मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रजू करो। ऐ रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खान कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना है, ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का भला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरा और हमें दुश्मनों
AQA Sri Sanjay Chawla, CMDs of DPSUs, senior officers, head of the industry associations, young entrepreneurs, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. जिस समय सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन वेलकम स्पीच दे रहे थे तो उन्होंने आभार व्यक्त किया कि मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आप सबके बीच उपस्थित हूं। सच्चाई यह है, खैर उन्हें औपचारिकता पूरी करनी थी, पूरी की उन्होंने, लेकिन इस क्वालिटी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आना मुझे बेहद अच्छा लगा है। वैसे ऑर्डिनरी कॉन्क्लेव में तो हम लोग जाते रहते हैं, तो क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आने में क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है। साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है और जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है वो हम सबके लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसे भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है बल्कि मैं समझता हूं यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं, परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहां कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहां। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता तब तक उसकी आजादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे तब तक कहीं न कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा। ये अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई भी है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस पीएसयूज का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहां करना चाहूंगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहां मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था। इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है। और आज ये डीपीएसयूज इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना जरूर आश्वस्त हूं कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं हुए हैं, जो एमओयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। ये सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं हैं, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी जरूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है, तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की भला फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एस्योरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे, तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे, डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं, बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी, इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं। मित्रों, ऐसे रिस्पॉन्सिबल रिस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं, और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स, भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर हम आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नजर डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टेन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था, और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है, और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में $2,718 बिलियन तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं, और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है, और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहां पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है, और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है, और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा यह कल्चर होना चाहिए जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिजाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है, और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूंगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के जमाने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा, ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सिक्योरिटी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी, संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सिक्योरिटी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है। जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
हम माननीय
Defense Minister Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh there stating India is going to be emerging as a king of the defense manufacturer. He's also giving details about air and digital technology playing a very important role, saying India is a nation capable of highest defense exports. He's also said that the operation was carried out without harming any innocents and with minimum collateral damage when the 9 terror camps had been destroyed and a large number of terrorists had been killed. We're also getting some updates. Yes, big breaking news that's coming in, and we're going across to that. We're getting news that the Foreign Secretary briefing is going to be there at 5:30 p.m. today. The MEA briefing, Vikram Misri is going to be briefing the media at 5:30 p.m. The Foreign Secretary briefing is going to be there. And we're getting this big news, the Foreign Secretary briefing at 5:30 p.m. today, viewers. Today we've seen there have been major developments in Operation Sindoor 2 as India strikes back. Operation Sindoor 2, where the army has come out with a statement that we've been focused, measured and non-escalatory in our response. The Foreign Secretary briefing is also possibly going to give out details at where all Pakistan tried to target us and how. Niranjan is also joining us now from the newsroom. Niranjan, this is massive because the Foreign Secretary briefing, as we've seen even yesterday, is going to be very concise about where Pakistan tried to hit us, where we've tried to hit back, what we've neutralized, and massively also about how India's integrated counter and India's air defense system has foiled several Pakistani attacks.
Rhythm, when the news conference was held yesterday by the MOD, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of External Affairs, the joint briefing, when the Foreign Secretary was there and when India said in that briefing that we will respond if Pakistan tries any misadventure, that warning was given yesterday, Rhythm. Yes. And it was given not just by the MOD, by our forces as well. And despite that warning, saying that if there was any misadventure from Pakistan, today Pakistan has tried to strike 15 of our cities, and we have hit back, hitting their missile systems, hitting their defense systems. And today at 5:30, in a short while from now, we will have a detailed briefing on what we have done as a response to Pakistan. So in that briefing, Rhythm, we can expect more details. One, yes, of the kind of response we have given. Two, the response of India, especially after what we had said yesterday and had promised to respond to Pakistan.
And thirdly, interrupt you for 1 minute. As we're now being told, as the Foreign Secretary's briefing is going to be there, I'm going to, as we continue to stay with that breaking news, go across to Air Marshal Sanjay Kapoor, who's now Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, who's now joining us on this big breaking news. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, we've seen a statement come out from the army where they've today said that there were military targets that were taken in North and Western India by Pakistan. They want to be focused, measured and non-escalatory. In fact, they've also said the armed forces targeted air defense radars at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. Has been learned. Air defense system in Lahore has also been neutralized. Now, this is very clear, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, Air Marshal, that we have only tried to save ourselves. Our focus and our response has been focused, measured and non-escalatory. But I just want to read out one thing before I come across to you, which is coming right now. Yes, the MOD's response is also there. The Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars in various locations in Pakistan.
Yes, absolutely. And to recall, last night Pakistan tried to attack most of our airfields along the northern and their eastern borders. These were 15 in number, and the shelling, the intensity and the caliber of the shells has also gone up. So I saw it on your channels. There's a large amount of collateral damage to the civilians, to certain Gurdwaras, to certain other civilian population. So in retaliation of the escalatory steps which the Pakistani armed forces have taken, today our air defense system came into action. So we have a very potent S-400, that is the Russian Triumph air defense system. So that was put in use. So most of the attacks which the Pakistanis did last night were thwarted. Their air defense attacks all were nullified. And today we have taken out their air defense. The heart of Pakistan, that is the general headquarters at Rawalpindi, the Lahore, which is supposed to be the heart of the Pakistani ecosystem, because everything there is controlled by the Pakistani Punjabis, and their capital is Lahore, and in and around Lahore, everything is, just secure. So if we have taken out the Chinese HQ-9 air defense systems and nullified it across 15 places in Pakistan, that indicates our, and we have physically not crossed. See, mind you, till now, the aeroplanes have not physically gone across the IB. So our drones itself have gone and taken out these targets. And this is a great step, because now their air defense system is in array, and this gives us the pockets to enter and strike at will wherever we wish to.
I want Air Marshal, please stay on with us. I also want to go across to Major Samarpal Toor. Like Air Marshal is telling us, Major Samarpal Toor, India has left Lahore's defenseless, hitting China-made missile shield. Now, what is HQ-9 or HQ-9P? This is the mainstay of Pakistan's layered air defense system. China relies on its HQ-9 when it comes to land-based integrated air defense system, but it's been completely smashed, whether it's been in Ghotki, Sialkot, but this time in Lahore, Major Samarpal Toor, it's been taken out by India.
You see, Rhythm, these are all tactical locations of the Pakistan military. And these are basically proximity of the terror hubs are almost within the 5-kilometer vicinity of these Pakistani military installations. And, a clear-cut message has been given by carrying out pinpoint precision guided strikes, which is a clear-cut message that India does not want an escalation in this. We are just giving a message to the point by striking and, taking out the terrorists and their camps. And if Pakistan military is, going to back this up, back the terrorists up by, carrying out reciprocatory strikes at us, well, it is only going to make matters worse. So, today being the third day of the strikes and the last night what Pakistan has done. So you see now with their air radar systems taken out, their vulnerability has increased. So let's see by today what is the response. In case they want to mellow it down and they want to reduce the tensions, they should be mature in their approach. Probably that is going to be helpful for us and for the Southeast Asia and the peace in the region.
We're also getting more breaking news that I'm going to just go across to. This is big news that's also coming in, which I'm just going to break, Major Samarpal Toor and Air Marshal. But I want to stay on with what we've got right now. I'm not going to go across to how this attack happened because we're waiting for that. But Delhi launched a massive drone attack also. Israeli Harp drones were used. They're the most sophisticated drones. We're also being told details of those that have come in on what it is. And as I told you, this is something that we need to understand. Pakistan missile launchers details are also coming in right now on Republic TV. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, if I could, sir, come across to you. Bhuj was targeted. Rajasthan cities were targeted. We're getting you that big details that are coming. Sir, we're calling this Operation Sindoor 2. Because we have come out with a statement in which the Indian Air Force has said we wanted this to be focused, measured and non-escalatory. It's only, we specifically mentioned Pakistan's military establishments have not been targeted. It is only reiterated any attack on India's military targets will have a suitable response. But Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets, Air Marshal, in northern and western India. And that's when the air defense system in Lahore had been neutralized by us, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday when we did our operations, we made it very clear in the brief that was given by the Foreign Secretary that this is a retaliatory step towards the Pahalgam massacre. So this indicated to the world that we have taken revenge to the by neutralizing the terror hubs and their headquarters and the people behind. Now, as I've been telling, and I was on your channel with Arnab the other day, and I was mentioning that the Pakistani army's narrative to their own people is so good, But in the age of social media, what has happened is all these attacks, the pictures, and the damage is doing around the people. So there people are asking questions that you have invested so much of money, time and effort.
Air Marshal, I'm just going to interrupt you, sir, for 1 minute. And as I said, there's the breaking news coming in. We're getting you exclusive details of Kashmir cities that were targeted from the Pakistan airbase. We're telling you inside details of Operation Sindoor also. Inside details of India's gun locating radars identified locations of the missile launchers. Kashmir cities were targeted from Pakistan airbase. Kashmir cities not only were targeted, exclusive government sources tell us the operation is still ongoing. Let me go across to Shavan Sen, our senior editor who's joining us with this breaking news. Shavan, give us more details.
Shavan.
Well, in fact, the details that we have right now are the operation. One, with regards to the cities that were basically targeted. Let me first begin with Kashmir, that Avantipura and Srinagar was targeted. This was from the Pakistani Air Force base that's in Raula Court. Moving on to the other places in Jammu and Punjab. This was targeted from Rahwali cantonment in Gujranwala. And as far as cities in Rajasthan are concerned, we are being told that this was from the Pakistan military base in Bahawalpur. And finally, as far as Bhuj is concerned, the attack was carried out. The missile launcher was from Sindh. Now, just more details coming in, the specific details as to the timings of the attack. In fact, we are being told that the gun locating radars that India has basically traced a certain movement around 1 o'clock this morning. Thereafter, you've had the Sky Striker, one of the drones that was essentially used, because remember, this is a drone which is developed in India, was actually used in the first operation itself, and we are being told that this had a 5 kilogram of warhead, which was basically used by these drones were essentially used to carry out the retribution. Now, the other details also emerging at this point in time is that till about 7 o'clock in this morning is when specific places from where these missiles were launched was targeted by India. But the interesting point here, Niranjan, is that also getting a confirmation from our sources within the military saying that as we speak, the operation is still going on.
Well, just another question, Shavan, because you mentioned here that, it was not just along the international border. There are areas across the line of control. So across the border from Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, and Jammu and Kashmir, across the border, it's still hot.
Well, in fact, if there is a pattern, the pattern is that each of the cities that have been targeted here in India are places where we have our military installations. So it is very clear, as far as the Pakistanis are concerned, each of these places that they have targeted has some sort of a military significance, a military value. And these are, for the Pakistanis, certainly high value targets. And that is the reason why, if you see the entire pattern that has emerged and the bases that have been used by the Pakistanis, these are active bases of the Pakistanis. Now, in retribution, what they've essentially done is they were hoping that their air defense system will be able to protect these areas, but it turns out we have a confirmation as far as Lahore is concerned and Sialkot. Now there are certain reports coming in for Rawalpindi too, where the air defense system has completely failed, and these were basically provided by the Chinese.
Okay, handing it back to you for now.
All right, there is a lot of breaking news that Shavan is getting us, viewers. We're going to continue coming back to that because Operation Sindoor 2 has begun. India has said our clear response is going to be focused, measured and non-escalatory. We stay with the breaking news. We're back after a short break. Stay on with us as all the latest breaking news, all the latest details on India's non-escalatory strike that we've done in Pakistan continues right here on Republic TV.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. A day after India dismantled the terror infrastructure on Pakistani soil, we have taken down their air defense systems with Operation Sindoor 2.0 on as we speak, and it's not ending. The wrath of the Indian armed forces going full throttle on Pakistan. That's our focus. We'll get you more details. Let's begin with the headlines. It's not over yet. Operation Sindoor 2.0 now being carried out by the armed forces.
जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh issued a stern warning to Pakistan, says India is ready for more military response. India clinically intercepts and shoots down Pakistani missiles coming in Amritsar area.
It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar underscores India's policy, says we'll hit back if Pakistan strikes. And major success for India as Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar's brother, who had masterminded IC-814 plane hijacking crisis, is killed. And Baloch Liberation Army releases full video of attack on Bolan, 14 Pakistani soldiers killed. All right, let's begin with breaking news development, and in which we're focusing on more details coming out from our sources about Operation Sindoor 2.0, which is still ongoing as we speak. Shawan is going to join us in a bit with more details. Kashmir cities were targeted from Pakistan airbase. Exclusive, we have sources telling us that the operation is still going on and India has neutralized one air defense system in Lahore and other places. We have taken down all the facilities that were being used to target Indian cities with the aid of drones. A massive drone strike was planned by Pakistan, which has been foiled by India's air defense and the missile defense systems and the unified command that monitors and is tasked with neutralizing any alien flying objects coming into India. Shawan, if you have joined us, can you share more details? What's this about? Is this part of Operation Sindoor 2.0? Is it ongoing? And what are the details? How did we neutralize Pakistani misadventure using drones a day after India carried out those strikes on 9 terror factories inside Pakistan?
Well, in fact, Abhishek, when I was just getting these details of from where these missiles were launched, I did ask multiple sources, and they say that as we speak, quote unquote, as we speak, the operation is still underway. Now, what do you really make of it? Does it mean that there is something that is brewing? Because there have been certain movements coming in from the Pakistani side, which has now been intercepted by our military. In fact, the details that we have as to what really happened, the misadventure on the Pakistani side, which was intercepted late last night, in fact around 1 o'clock, is when we are being told that the gun locating radars were basically identified the location of the missile launchers. Now, as far as these missile launches are concerned, where did it come from and how did it target? We are being told that the Kashmir cities, the cities in Kashmir, that's Awantipora as well as Srinagar, they were basically targeted from the Pakistani air base in Raula Court. As far as Jammu and Punjab cities are concerned, they had launched the missiles from the Rawali cantonment in Gujranwala. As far as Rajasthan cities are concerned, they were basically targeted from the Pak military base in Bahawalpur, and Bhuj was basically targeted from the Pakistani base in Sindh. Now, I haven't got the specific details of which military base was actually used as far as targeting of Bhuj is concerned, but all of this basically happened around 1 o'clock is when the gun locating radars basically saw some sort of a movement, and thereafter the drones were used. Now, I'm being given to understand, Abhishek, that as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned, they basically used the Indian-made drones, that is the Sky Trainer. Now, whether at all this was also reused today, that is not known to me at this point in time, Abhishek. I can only confirm now that the Sky Trainer was actually used for the entire operation. Whether at all new drones have been used for today's operation, that confirmation yet to come in. But this drone has about a 5 kilogram of warhead. Now, the distance that it can actually travel is way more. It can go up to over 300 kilometers is what we are being told right now by our sources. And the other important information that I've been able to pick up is that the operation of striking back, the retribution, basically carried out till about 7 o'clock in the morning. But the interesting bit that emerges right now is that they are still maintaining, sources still maintaining that as we speak, even now, because this information that I picked up was just about a few minutes ago. So they say that even now the operation is still undergoing.
Yeah. Okay, Shawan, one more question before I let you go. One quick question. What is the estimate of how many drones Pakistan would have used or could have used for this massive strike they planned, which of course was foiled and has failed? And in fact, India has inflicted a tremendous amount of damage to their air defense system in return. How many drones would the Pakistanis have thought that they could use to inflict some damage on India in which they failed?
Well, in fact, this is the question of how many missiles that were basically launched. I did actually ask my source. In fact, they are saying that they're not going to reveal it at this point in time. So I do not have the answer to your question right now, Abhishek, as to how many missiles have been launched by the Pakistanis. All that I've been able to confirm is from which bases have they launched the missiles and how this was basically intercepted by our air defense system. And of course, thereafterwards, the retribution. These are the details that we have, but the rough estimate can easily go up. A dozen such was basically fired by the Pakistanis, but the specific number, I'm afraid, Abhishek, I do not have the details.
Maybe more, Shawan. My curiosity was that has Pakistan come close to exhausting its ammunition, and if yes, then maybe we can launch an operation all out following Operation Sindoor, but that's for later. Moving on for now, staying with this story, which is about the situation to our west. And the breaking news is India has temporarily suspended operations from 27 airports across the country, mostly in the northern and western part of this country, in fact. And these 27 airports include those in Amritsar, in Chandigarh, in Jaipur, in Jaisalmer, in Bikaner, in Bhuj. 27 airports essentially in the northern and western part of the country, including Chandigarh. They have been shut. Some of them are smaller airports, Srinagar, Jammu, Leh were already shut, and the list essentially getting longer, with the Ministry of Civil Aviation deciding that given the operational readiness requirements of Indian Armed Forces and the fact that the situation on the border remains fluid, with India carrying out its Operation Sindoor 2.0, we need to keep those airports out of bounds for civilian traffic, just for the safety also of civilian passengers and of course for our military requirements as well. That's a breaking news development coming in. We have another breaking news development coming in. Let's keep it fast. Let's keep moving. And another one is that in Balochistan, all right, we have pictures coming in from Balochistan where people are so happy and excited and gung-ho that India has acted and inflicted costs on Pakistani terror, that the Balochi insurgents, the Balochi rebels, they have come out and removed Pakistani flags and put on Baloch national flags. These are pictures coming in from some parts of Balochistan released by BLA, the Baloch Liberation Army. Remember, they have been at the forefront of fighting against the Pakistani state for Balochi independence for decades. And in fact, they had a role to play. They own responsibility for carrying out the hijack of Jafar Express a couple of months back in Pakistan. And now they are hoisting Baloch flags atop public buildings. Okay. A massive blow to Pakistan's security forces. A deadly IED blast in Balochistan's Bolan region has left 14 soldiers neutralized. This happened yesterday, but again, since we are on Balochistan, this is another story. Take a look at the details.
It's caught on camera how Pakistani soldiers were blown to bits. The Balochistan Liberation Army has released a 5-minute video that captures the targeted attack on Munir Army personnel. The clip first captures 12 Pakistani Army officials conducting drills for route clearance. And minutes later, a white van carrying the soldiers are blown apart in a massive IED explosion in the Machkund area of Bolan. The Bolan blast is the latest in a spate of targeted attacks carried out by the BLA against Pakistan's forces. Pakistan is grappling with rising internal turmoil, with the Baloch Liberation Army seeking freedom. And the uprising is such that the BLA rebels are up in arms against the Shehbaz Sharif government. 22 Pakistani soldiers were killed in Turbat after a face-off with the BLA. 4 guards of the former Home Minister of Balochistan, who the BLA claims has now turned into a proxy for Islamabad, were gunned down. And back in March, the BLA hijacked the Jafar Express passenger train, killing 60+ Pakistani soldiers and taking 300 others into hostage. The BLA-Pakistan tensions escalate at a time when Islamabad is attempting to come to terms with India's payback for the Pahalgam terror attack. And with a rising crisis at its western border, Pakistan has completely lost the plot.
All right, another breaking news development. The Ministry of External Affairs is to brief media on Operation Sindoor 2.0 at 5:30 p.m. In fact, the operation is ongoing and there is going to be another round of briefing. In fact, this is the big one with Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, accompanied by Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force to brief media on Operation Sindoor 2.0, which has been going on for the last 24 hours, went overnight, and we had a statement from the Ministry of Defense saying that India had to respond as its right of defense since Pakistan tried to target military installations across 15 cities from north of India in Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat, where Bhuj and Nal were targeted. The Nalia Air Base were targeted. And now we are going to have this briefing in just about 15 minutes from now. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and from the Indian Army, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, to brief media about Operation Sindoor 2.0, which means things are building up and it's not dying anytime soon. We have heard that the operation is ongoing. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the opposition and said that the operation is still going on. More breaking news coming in because Pakistanis are scared. Some of them are crying. Now, sirens going off in Sialkot, and these are air sirens going off in Lahore, in Sialkot, in many other towns of Pakistan. And this really shows the jitteriness.
सायरन तो बज रहे ना भाई
हो गया
आप लोग अंडा निकाल दो बॉर्डर पे इस्लामाबाद के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में सायरन तो बज रहे ना भाई। जनता आवाज हो गया, जनता आवाज हो, चुप कर जा।
All right, those are sirens going off in Islamabad, in Lahore, in Sialkot, many other towns of Pakistan. And in one of those net sounds, you could hear someone saying, oh, siren chal nahi raha hai, which means their systems are not in place. And that is the reason why their air defense couldn't spot the Indian ammo, including missiles, getting into their airspace and hitting those targets as part of Operation Sindoor. Also, their air defense could not see the drone that was coming to target that air defense system. It seems like Chinese stuff. And that's why their air defense system in Lahore taken down by Indian forces. All right, more details. India launched cross-border precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, targeting 9 terror camps. The strikes killed over 80 terrorists. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh says close to 100. Videos from Pakistan and Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir showed funerals being held after India's strike on terror camps, and some of them, in fact, Pakistani officers participating. Take a look.
ये मुल्क पूरे का पूरा फौज है और सारा मुल्क फौज के साथ है इंशाअल्लाह ताला, और ये शोहदा का इंतकाम भी होगा। तुमने निहत्थे लोगों पे हमला किया है, तुमने अल्लाह के घरों पे हमला किया है, ये बस्तियों में ठीक है मुस्तकीम सिरातल्लज़ीन अनअमत अलैहिम गैरिल मग़दूबि अलैहिम वलद्दाल्लीन। चुकाएंगे। ये मुल्क पूरे का पूरा फौज है और सारा मुल्क फौज के साथ है इंशाअल्लाह ताला, और ये शोहदा का इंतकाम भी होगा। तुमने निहत्थे लोगों पे हमला किया है, तुमने अल्लाह के घरों पे हमला किया है, ये बस्तियों में ठीक है मुस्तकीम सिरातल्लज़ीन अनअमत अलैहिम गैरिल मग़दूबि अलैहिम वलद्दाल्लीन।
मैं पीछे नजर आवा, पीछे दूर
हेलो भाई,
Right, in a massive blow to Pakistani army's reputation, or whatever remains of it, the Baloch insurgents have carried out a targeted attack using an IED, drone-based IED, killing 14 of Pakistani army soldiers. We have more. These are pictures of Pakistani missile intercepted by India. And this happened last night. Pakistan launched a coordinated attack with drones and missiles. All of their projectiles were neutralized by Indian Army and Indian Air Force. And these are different pictures. These are of the Baloch insurgents killing the Pakistani soldiers. Look at these pictures. These are pictures released by the Baloch insurgents, where they have targeted a Pakistani army convoy, one vehicle there carrying 14 soldiers, all of them killed and blown to pieces. Look at this. This is. Let's listen to those nats. And this is the blast. Look at this. There was a road opening party, so the road was opened and the soldiers thought that it's all clear. But then these insurgents were hiding at the top of the cliff. And from the cliff, they have shot the pictures of eliminating this vehicle with Pakistani soldiers. Been happening quite frequently of late in Balochistan, and the Pakistan army facing the brunt of Baloch insurgents and nationalists, freedom fighters of Balochistan, these are. And they are, of course, targeting Pakistan army. Gursimran joins us live from Jammu on this. Gursimran, another video and another evidence that the Baloch nationalists, Baloch freedom fighters, Baloch insurgents, they are not going to let Pakistan army off the hook easily. They are going to go after it, and maybe they see in this moment a time to really hit hard when the Pakistan army is more concerned about a possible Indian attack.
Yes, Abhishek, you have rightly mentioned that Pakistan is facing heat from every possible side, be it from the Indian side, from the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and now this video emerging of the Balochistan Liberation Army, wherein they have carried out an attack. These kind of attacks in the last couple of weeks have become a new normal for the Pakistani side to face from the Balochistan Liberation Army, because Balochis, they see this as an opportune time to hit back at the Pakistani army, because Pakistan is much concentrated on its borders with the India, and the way they are receiving the strikes inside their country, they are focused on this side. And now what the Baloch people are doing, they are actually getting the revenge for their atrocities that have been committed upon them, revenge for the Baloch disappearances which the Pakistani army has been resorting to for the decades now. Thousands and thousands of Balochs are missing, and all the credit to the Pakistani army. And now they are hitting back at the Pakistani army. Even the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, that has come out today with the statement alleging that it is the Pakistani army that is involved in the crimes and the atrocities on the humans that is being done in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the nearby areas, and also the heat that the Pakistan is getting from the Durand line. All these are actually making the things very difficult for the Pakistani army, which claims to be the one of the best, but now is struggling even to handle a single front, because Indian front is totally out of control. The TTP is not letting them go, and now the Balochistan Liberation Army, even the Afghans, they are also now giving them hit.
Okay, thank you so much, Gursimran, with those details. Another breaking news development, which is that the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has come out with an advisory on Pakistan content.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अगर उन्होंने 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वहां वहां से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Men here
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals I can see. Right, we are building up to that big update that has to come in from a press conference being jointly held by Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defence, which will have Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and of course from the Indian Army we will have Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and from the Air Force Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. We will be holding the press conference updating us on Operation Sindoor and whatever has happened in the last 24 hours. We'll cut live to it the moment it happens. Till then, let me get you the headlines. It's not over yet. Operation Sindoor 2.0 underway as India pummels Pakistan and targets Pakistan terror headquarters in 7 places.
यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh issues a stern warning to Pakistan, says India is ready for more military response. India clinically intercepts and shoots down Pakistani projectiles in Amritsar.
It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
EM Jaishankar's big statement says we'll hit back if Pakistan strikes. Major success for India as Jaish Chief Masood Azhar's brother, who masterminded IC-814 plane hijacking crisis, killed. And Baloch Liberation Army releases full video of attack in Bolan, 14 Pakistani soldiers eliminated. Okay, another breaking news to begin with. In the interest of national security, all OTT platforms, media streaming platforms and intermediaries operating in India are advised to discontinue the web series, films, songs, podcasts and other streaming media content, whether made available on a subscription basis, model or otherwise, which has its origins in Pakistan. Pakistan origin content to be banished from platforms in India, OTT platforms, state television, any other way, on the internet, in whichever way, if anybody is beaming, broadcasting, telecasting, streaming Pakistan origin content, it has to be stopped. This is coming in from Ministry of Information and Broadcasting in an advisory released for all concerned. Essentially, India continuing to tighten the noose around Pakistani state and Pakistani society. There cannot be any business as usual at any level, and that's why this advisory. More breakings. We have Pakistan in dire straits. We have countries issuing advisories not to travel in many parts of Pakistan, including in Lahore. I mean, can you imagine Punjab, capital Lahore? And more breaking news development coming in this time. Details of Operation Sindoor. Exclusive, how India intercepted the Pakistani missile that happened in Punjab yesterday. Of course, it was not one. It was a three-layer defense system, HQ-19, which was destroyed. So we took down the missile that came from the Pakistani side, and then we went in right inside Pakistan and demolished, completely destroyed the air defense system at Lahore airport. Something which has been accepted by DGISPR, Pakistan Army's Information and Propaganda Wing, which means they couldn't just deny it. India intercepting Pakistani missiles, India hitting at their air defense systems, and of course succeeding in taking down their three-layer defense system of HQ-19 destroyed. India has breached Pak jammers and long-range missiles in doing so. And that's a big one. I think, Shawan, this is a damning information for the Pakistani generals. This is great news for India's offensive defense capability in terms of not only preventing any Pakistani missiles from coming into India, but then taking the battle right into their camp, destroying their defense systems.
Well, in fact, this basically leaves several of the cities in Pakistan completely vulnerable, because you're looking at least at 3 layers. So each of these layers basically covers a particular distance. And what we are being told that it has been completely demolished, which essentially means that any of the cities closer to these air defense systems are now completely vulnerable. If at all, India basically hits back again. The second important point to point out here is that soon after the gun locating radars basically found out from the places where these missiles were actually launched, you've had the drones being launched by India. And what we are being told is that the Pakistani air defense system could not really intercept any of it. The long range missiles that were basically used by the Pakistanis also completely failed, because moment after when you've had the Pakistanis trying to retaliate, you've essentially seen that the drones had already struck those very places. And that is the reason why we are being given to understand that the air defense system, the long-range missiles and the jammers that were essentially put by the Pakistanis had completely failed. And this is the reason why you're seeing the kind of large-scale damage that was inflicted upon the military of Pakistan. This was only because, remember, this is some sort of a response coming in only after what the Pakistanis were essentially trying to do, because each of the 15 cities that you actually look at, these cities in India do have some sort of a military installation. And what the Pakistanis essentially wanted to do is that across the international border and the line of control, they essentially wanted to target the military bases. For instance, take a look at what happened in Kashmir. The 2 cities that you're talking about, one is Awantipura and the other is Srinagar. Both the places have a military base. If you look at Jammu and the fact that you have the Pathankot air base that was being targeted, and that was being targeted from the Rawali cantonment. Now each of these places down to Rajasthan too, there too you have our military bases that were being targeted, and finally of course in Bhuj. So all of it, remember, there is a clear pattern that has essentially emerged.
I also All right, the three-layer defense system of HQ-19 that was targeted. Shravan, you've also got more details of the breaking news that's coming in from you, in which you've said India's the Kashmir cities were targeted, Jammu and Punjab cities were targeted from Raul cantonment in Gujranwala, Rajasthan cities were targeted. So you're giving us details about from which Pakistan military bases, Shravan, this attack took place on Indian cities, and Indian gun radars located the missile launchers extremely successfully. Sky strikers with 5 kg warheads were used in the operation. Give us more details, Shravan, as to why you're saying that the operation is still ongoing, as we're continuing to say Operation Sindoor 2. Sky striker was also used in this operation, Shravan.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, first let me answer the question as to why am I saying that the operation is still undergoing. In fact, when I spoke to my source getting the details of this entire operation, he essentially said that even as we speak right now, the operation is ongoing. So we do not know as to what has the armed forces achieved right now in the last few hours, because as far as Operation Sindoor 2 is concerned, the first detection took place around about 1 o'clock, and the interception, after the interception actually took place, India thereafter decided to escalate the matter. That was some sort of a retaliation, and the retaliation basically continued till about 7 o'clock. Now, how does that really happen? Once you have these gun locating radars, they basically identify the source of the missile launchers, which basically enables India to basically find out from where the missiles were launched. Then thereafter, immediately the decision was essentially taken to basically target those very places. Now, that's the latest detail now coming in, Rhythm.
Just want you to stay with us. There's more breaking news that's coming in right now. World Bank President Ajit Doval, Prime Minister Modi. The World Bank President has met Prime Minister amid India-Pakistan tensions. This is something that we have to watch out for. World Bank Group President Ajay Banga had arrived earlier to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The President of the World Bank had spoken earlier, we remember, on all the ways transformation in India had taken place, and now World Bank President Ajay Banga, who's an Indian, is now meeting President Narendra Modi. Extremely crucial, as the timing is very crucial, and we're seeing how he's meeting. There's more breaking news that's coming in. And the big breaking news that's coming in: Pakistan flag was brought down by the BLA rebels in Balochistan. This comes after the 12 Balochistan army soldiers were killed when their vehicle was hit by an IED in Balochistan. In an attack claimed by Balochistan Liberation Army, the blast killed 12 soldiers on board an army vehicle, including Special Operations Commander Tariq Imran and Subedar Uman Farooq. But we're getting to know the big breaking news that even as 14 Pak soldiers have been eliminated, Gursimran continues to be with us. Gursimran, back-to-back attacks on Pakistan forces. It's the Baloch uprising against Pakistan that's escalating. Anytime now, several cities have already fallen in the hands of Balochistan from Pakistan. It's clear that these rebels revolting against Pakistan want their land back. Give us more details.
Yes, that's very clear that it is revenge time for the Baluchis, because Baluch people know that the Pakistan has committed only atrocities and have used their land as a colony. They have been subjected to the forced disappearances over last one and a half decade, and there are many of those who have chosen to raise voice against the Pakistan. They have been subjected to the forced disappearances, but now they see it as an opportunity to give it back to the Pakistan that has always held them as third-class citizen in their own country, in their own land. Now they are hitting the Pakistan and carrying out back-to-back terror attacks. Pakistan is feeling heat on all the fronts, be it the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, be it the Balochistan, because Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan as well as the Balochistan Liberation Army and the Balochistan Republican Army, these groups have gathered together for the operations at the simultaneous time, because on the Durand line also we are seeing that Pakistan is getting what it is needing from the Afghans as well. So now one end they are totally equipped with the Indian side. They want to save their borders, they want to save their illegally occupied, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and on the other hand, the Balochistan and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is slipping out of their hands, as here rebel groups have decided that they will be going full throttle war against Pakistan by targeting their security forces. So Pakistan is losing out its control in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well as in the Balochistan, reason being that they do not have the local support.
Okay, I am also going to tell you shortly the big MEA presser. This is big, and that's going to be coming. All right, this is big breaking news that's coming in. The MEA press conference is going to begin anytime soon. Shortly, the big MEA press conference. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is going to be present there. Colonel Sophia Qureshi, who was there yesterday, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh also there. Also going to be present is MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal. And viewers, this is the way this happens when there is an Operation Sindoor 2 going on. We remember even earlier when there have been any conflicts, we've always seen press conferences that happen daily. I think staying with that tradition, the MEA, the security forces are going to be putting out a briefing to give details of India's big strike on Pakistan. Remember, like we said earlier, the Indian Army statement is self-explanatory, where the Indian Army has called its response focused, measured, non-escalatory. We've also seen the Indian Army giving out details, which I'm sure the MEA is also going to give us a briefing on. The Ministry of External Affairs presser, anytime now. It's a special briefing that will shortly be there. Operation Sindoor 2 is going to be there, and these details are going to be shared shortly on Operation Sindoor 2 by the Ministry of External Affairs. More details of Operation Sindoor 2 to be shared. And the MEA, along the Foreign Secretary, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, going to be sharing out those details along with the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson. On the night of 7 to 8 May, the Indian Army statement is very clearly saying Pakistan engaged in a number of military targets, including in Amritsar, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bathinda, Chandigarh, Phaloi, Uttaralal and Bhuj. They used drones and missiles. They were neutralized by India's defense systems. The debris is also there as proof that is found in these locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. Today morning, the Indian Armed Forces statement says the Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. India's response has been in the same domain and intensity as Pakistan. We're putting out pictures of the ongoing Operation Sindoor, where we've also seen in Karachi, Ghotki, where we've attacked. It's been reliably learned the air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. We struck in Rawalpindi. Let me also go across to Shawan, who's joining us. And okay, I'm also going to go across. They've already come there in that big MEA special briefing that is now there. They're going to give us details of Operation Sindoor 2 that's ongoing. At the Ministry of External Affairs, we can already see Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, who's coming. They're making the last minute arrangements for all of them to be there. And remember, Pakistan increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control. They used mortars, heavy caliber artillery in Gurdwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, where there have been serious civilian injuries. 3 women and 5 children have died due to the Pakistan firing. India was also compelled to respond. All right, we can already see our officers there. Vikram Misri already there. Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and also seen, as well as Colonel Sophia Qureshi.
Operation Sindoor. We also have with us Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir.
Thank you, Randhir. Good evening. Thank you all for joining for this briefing. You would have perhaps seen some information related to developments since late last night, early this morning, which has been put out by the Ministry of Defense. Just in case it has been missed, I will request Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to just update you and fill you in on the details.
Thank you, sir. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है।
On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized.
पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy caliber artillery in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then, and more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है. एस्केलेशन वहां पे हुआ है और उस एस्केलेशन का जवाब भारतीय सेना ने, भारतीय फौज ने कल अपने एक्शन से दिया है. Secondly, I want to invite your attention to the involvement of the group calling itself the Resistance Front in these attacks. I pointed this out yesterday that this is a group that is a known front for the well-known Pakistan-based terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The group has been reported earlier. I mentioned to you about the Indian authorities providing information to the UN 1267 Sanctions Monitoring Committee. In fact, we are going to be meeting with the team again very soon, and we will be providing an update to the information that we have provided earlier. But what is interesting, दिलचस्प बात यह है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा समिति में जब पहलगाम के हमले को लेके एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी करने की बात चल रही थी, तो आप सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. दिस वाज आफ्टर द फैक्ट दैट द टीआरएफ claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April, and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim. Obviously, that retraction doesn't convince anybody. तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, और कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने कल भी बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में और आज भी आपसे ये बात साझा की है. जो भारतीय रिस्पॉन्स है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, प्रिसाइज है, सटीक है, मेजर्ड है और कंसिडर्ड है. Our intention has not been to escalate matters. We are only responding to the original escalation, as I said, and our response has been targeted, precise, controlled and measured. Only no military targets have been selected. Only terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan has been hit. Now, there are, as I said, a number of issues that have been raised in commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I said, unfounded disinformation and fabrication that has come from across the border. And I would just like to use this opportunity to set the record straight on some of these issues. The first of these is Pakistan trying to wash its hands off any and all involvement with terrorism. I think the Pakistani information minister said there are no terrorists in Pakistan, and I think he was challenged on that in the television program that he was appearing on. But even if I partially repeat myself from yesterday, I think Pakistan's reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism is rooted in a number of instances where concrete evidence is available, not just to India, but to governments and authorities and agencies around the world. There are several terrorist attacks around the world where Pakistani fingerprints have been found. I don't need to belabor the point with regard to this audience about where Osama bin Laden was found and who called him a martyr. Pakistan has also for decades pursued cross-border terrorism into India with impunity, and as I said yesterday also, in order to deliberately mislead the international community, they claimed that the terrorist Sajid Mir was dead. They came under pressure, and Sajid Mir was then brought back to life, arrested, and is now apparently in Pakistani custody. Pakistan is also home to a very large number of UN proscribed as well as UN proscribed terrorists, as well as terrorists proscribed by a number of other governments in the world, including, of course, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as their leaders, Masood Azhar and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. आपने देखा होगा हाल ही में पिछले कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री और उनके पूर्व विदेश मंत्री दोनों ने इस बात को माना है कि पाकिस्तान का ऐसे ग्रुप्स के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो क्या रहा है. Both the defense minister and the former foreign minister of Pakistan, I think they've done a more eloquent job of this than I could ever do in terms of describing their country's implication in international terrorism and their involvement in housing these kinds of groups. दूसरा जो विषय है वो है पाकिस्तान का जो एक दावा है कि एक इंटरनेशनल impartial investigation होना चाहिए, एक joint investigative committee होनी चाहिए. These calls for jointly investigating this heinous and barbaric attack in Pahalgam. Again, I think you know the history well on this. You know the track record well, and it is not a bright track record insofar as Pakistan is concerned. In fact, in the pursuit of justice for the victims of multiple terrorist attacks, whether it be Mumbai in 2008, in Pathankot in 2016, or many others. But in particular for these two attacks, India had offered to cooperate. India provided forensic evidence and urged Pakistan to bring the perpetrators of these attacks to justice. We, in particular with regard to the Mumbai attacks of 2008, where a Pakistani Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist was captured alive, India provided extensive information and evidence related to the involvement of Pakistani terrorists in this attack. Cases were registered, but you are all aware that these cases have not progressed, despite the formation of judicial teams, etc. And Pakistan has consistently stonewalled all efforts to move the investigation along. In fact, with regard to the Pathankot attack as well, a joint investigative team was formed. We gave access, unprecedented access, I should say, to Pakistani team to the site of the attack. Details of call records data and DNA, etc. were shared with Pakistan. We had shared with them details related that we had been able to access to the addresses of terrorists. We presented evidence against the office bearers of Jaish-e-Mohammed who had conspired in the attack, and the handlers of the terrorists who facilitated them and guided them in. But there has been no movement on this. So in all of this, I think the experience has not been positive, and it certainly doesn't give us the confidence now to take at face value Pakistani assertions of wishing to participate in a joint investigation. These are just delaying tactics. These are just stonewalling tactics. And in fact, there is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and, in fact, defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation. A third point that I wanted to address was the claim that only civilians were killed in the strikes on the 7th of May. We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that were held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us. Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Punch and the homes of Sikh community members, which came under attack. And we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack. Pakistan is also making attempts to, in fact, just to add to this point, the retaliatory action that Pakistan has taken, in fact, is impacting civilians. I showed you the picture of the Gurdwara and the Sikh community members who were killed in this. There are other civilians also who've been killed and injured in these attacks. In fact, since yesterday morning, a total of 16 civilians have been killed and 59 others have been injured in the attacks by Pakistan. Not only this, Pakistan is also making attempts as part of its disinformation campaign to paint our action with regard to cross-border terrorism through the communal angle. If that is the issue, then I think I can do know better than to cite or point you in the direction of the Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025. I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there, and perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. I can only say that these nefarious designs will not be allowed to succeed in India. And it is to be noted that people from all faiths, all religions, all regions in India have unequivocally, not just in India but around the world, have condemned these attacks. The Pakistani claims of now responding to India's strikes of the 7th of May. As I said right at the outset, it is India which is responding. The original escalation was by Pakistan on the 22nd of April. We are the ones who are responding to that escalation with the action that was taken yesterday morning. And again, I would like to emphasize that the action was restrained. It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps. And again, as we have been saying since yesterday, any further action by Pakistan, some of which we are seeing today, is nothing but escalation by Pakistan now, once again, and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately. One point that I wanted to also address was the allegations to the targeting of a dam, the Neelam Jhelum project in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I want to say that this is an absolute and complete fabrication and a blatant lie. India has targeted only and only terrorist infrastructure, and the details of that that terrorist infrastructure, together with the locations, were shared with you yesterday by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I should note that if this kind of a claim is a pretext for targeting Indian infrastructure of a similar nature, Pakistan will be entirely responsible for the consequences that will undoubtedly follow. Finally, I want to address some issues that have been raised related to the Indus Waters Treaty and the disinformation that has been raised in regard to that as well. The fact is that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances in which the Indus Waters Treaty was concluded, and they call for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. Over the last year and a half to 2 years, India has been in communication with the government of Pakistan. We've sent several notices to them requesting for negotiations to discuss modification of the treaty. India has for 6+ decades now honored the treaty, even during periods when Pakistan imposed multiple wars on us, and even when relations were adversarial. Pakistan is the one that has been acting in violation of the treaty, deliberately creating legal roadblocks in India exercising its legitimate rights on the western rivers. Any projects that India sought to build on the eastern rivers and even on the western rivers, which we are allowed to by the treaty, were always challenged by Pakistan, thereby hampering our rights to utilize our legitimate waters under the treaty. In fact, if you see the preamble of the treaty itself states that the treaty was concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Mark those words, concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. ये भारत का धैर्य और भारत की सहनशीलता है जो 65 साल से हम इतनी प्रोवोकेशन के बावजूद इस ट्रीटी को निभा रहे हैं. However, as has been made clear earlier as well, Pakistan has not responded to our requests to enter into negotiations for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. A number of conditions have changed. This is a treaty that was based on the engineering techniques of the 50s and the 60s. We are living through the first quarter of the 21st century. Technological changes and technological advancements have to be taken into account. There are demographic changes. There are climate changes that have taken place. There is the imperative of clean energy. And of course, the terrorism that Pakistan has wreaked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir itself has hampered India's ability to exercise its rights under the treaty. Pakistan's persistent refusal to respond to our request to enter into government-to-government negotiations on the modification of the treaty is, in a sense, itself a violation of the treaty. And therefore, India has taken the step of putting the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan abjures irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Maybe I'll stop there. I mentioned earlier yesterday as well that this is an evolving situation. I would therefore ask all of you to be considerate and restrained. It will not be possible for us or my colleagues from the armed forces to share operational details at this point in time. Beyond that, if you have any questions, may I have time for only a few, and I'll try to answer those questions.
Okay, I give the floor to Rishabh.
One Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. I just wanted to understand, as per the press release that has been released earlier today, it says that we have successfully hit at the air defense of Lahore. Does it give our forces a better chances if, in case of further escalation? And are there other air defense places as well at strategic location that were targeted?
Rishabh, you are violating the first rule that I set out at the end of my remarks. The press release that has been issued by the Ministry of Defence today speaks for itself. It is related to operational matters. It's been released by the Ministry of Defence. As more information becomes available, it will be released at the appropriate time. Once again, please don't go into operational details at this point in time, because this is a constantly evolving situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Foreign Secretary Smita Sharma, just wanted to ask, the Pakistani Minister Ishaq Dar in an interview has claimed that the national security advisors of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other. If you could confirm or deny, and is complete severance of diplomatic ties with Pakistan also on the table?
I have no information with regard to contacts between the two national security advisors. Insofar as diplomatic relations are concerned, you've seen the steps that were announced in response to the following the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on the 23rd of April. There are no further steps that are under consideration at this moment in time. Here, go ahead.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, मेरा नाम मनीष है, मैं TV9 भारतवर्ष से हूं और आपने खुद ही बताया कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रॉस बॉर्डर से आ रहा है। बल्कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पाकिस्तान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर और डिफेंस मिनिस्टर तक भी प्रोपेगेंडा करने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में आ गए हैं। वो कई बार तो ये तक दावा करते हैं कि हम 3 राफेल हमने गिरा दिया, इतने हमने मिग गिरा दिए, और जब उनसे पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया में हमने ये सब चीज़ें देखी थी। तो अगर आधिकारिक तौर पर अगर आप कुछ कह सकें इस पर, ताकि उन्हें भी समझ में आए कि इस तरह के प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं चलने वाला है।
देखिए, जब सही समय होगा तो आधिकारिक तौर पे इसके बारे में सूचना दी जाएगी। लेकिन जो आपका प्रश्न है कि प्रधानमंत्री और उप प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री, उनके रक्षा मंत्री इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अचरज की कोई बात नहीं है। आखिरकार ये एक देश है जिसने अपना इसका जन्म लेते ही झूठ शुरू हो गया था। 1947 में जब पाकिस्तानी फौज ने जम्मू कश्मीर पे दावा बोला तो उन्होंने किसी ऐसे वैसे व्यक्ति से नहीं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र से झूठ बोला कि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इससे, ये लोग जो गए हैं वो तो कबायली हैं। वो तो जब हमारी फौज वहाँ पे पहुंची और UN के लोग, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के लोग खुद वहाँ पे पहुंचे, उन्होंने देखा कि वहाँ तो पाकिस्तानी फौज घुसपैठ करके आ गई है, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान को मुंह की देखनी पड़ी और उनको मानना पड़ा कि हाँ, उनकी फौज वहाँ पे कुछ समय से पड़ी हुई है। तो ये जो यात्रा है एक तरह से 75 साल पहले शुरू हो चुकी है। तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ disinformation is being indulged in. Yeah. Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, we have seen a lot of negative comments coming from the Pakistani military of escalation. If tomorrow there is an escalation, there are strikes, we know one attempt has been thwarted, what will be the Indian response to those attempts of creating more escalation? Because it is looking like it's going towards more escalation. And my second question is, are any other world powers, essentially the P5 countries, the West Asian countries, reaching out to de-escalate the current situation?
Look, on escalation, we've already made our stance clear. I mean, there are 2 basic points. First of all, it is Pakistan that escalated on the 22nd of April. We are only responding to that escalation. And then what we have said yesterday and what my colleagues have said today, that now if there is an attempt at further escalation by Pakistan, it will be responded to in an appropriate domain. And therefore, the choice is entirely that of Pakistan to make. As to your second question, I don't think I can do better than to point you in the direction of the statements that are being made from practically every chancellery in the world and the sentiment that they are carrying. That sentiment essentially and for the major portion is support for the government of India in the context of the condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. There is wide recognition of the government of India's right to respond to these attacks in self-defense, and of course a desire to ensure that there is not further escalation. I think these statements speak for themselves. Yeah. There.
Sir, this is Mausami from India Today. Now, in the all-party meeting, we have learned that the defense minister has said that, in the Operation Sindoor, almost 100 terrorists were killed. Would we have any details about what is the number like, and also about if there were any big faces, masterminds, terrorist masterminds who were in fact killed? There is also a report that Masood Azhar's family's 10 members have been killed, and Rauf Asghar, who was actually the mastermind of Pulwama, he's also been badly, severely injured.
I don't have information at this point in time to share with you on these issues. But as I said, I think, there is so much information out there on television, in the news media, in social media, that it sometimes looks like a long time has passed since this. Please understand that slightly over 36 hours only have passed since this operation was undertaken. Let us have some patience. Information will come out. It will be shared in due time. Shruti.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. Sir, could you give us any understanding whether India has moved the IMF or the World Bank to kind of, sensitize them about the the bailout that Pakistan has and, the kind of stuff that the Pakistan government is doing?
Look, we have an executive director at the IMF. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the board of the IMF. And I'm sure that our executive director will put forward India's position. The decisions of the board are a different matter. You know the process through which they are made. But I think the case with regard to Pakistan should be self-evident to those people who generously open their pockets to bail out this country. And since you are from Bloomberg, I think you would have the data on how many IMF bailout programs have been very good, thank you, have been sanctioned in the space of the last 3 decades. And I think you would also have an idea of how many of those programs have actually reached successful conclusion. Probably not many. So I think this is a decision that board members have to take by looking deep within themselves and looking at the facts.
So we can. One last question, sir.
Sure.
One last question.
Foreign Secretary, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. I would like to know, since it's an opportunity to speak to you, I would like to know the response coming from United States since last 3 weeks. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In fact, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Qatar before the strikes that evening. Perhaps how do you read the support coming from these countries? Perhaps traditionally they were seen on the other side. This time around, their statements are strong worded. In fact, India-Saudi joint statement also had a very strong condemnation, strong worded condemnation. United States at all level have condemned the attack and have extended support. In fact, Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister is in India. He just met EMS Jaishankar. Also, if you could shed some light on his visit, his meeting with EMS Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he met Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Look, all the countries that you named and many others, we have been in touch with them. The Prime Minister has spoken to a large number of world leaders. A large number of world leaders have called him, as have called the External Affairs Minister. As we speak, there are conversations going on today as well with world leaders. And your assessment or conclusion of the general tenor of these messages is very much on point. And I think this is a recognition of the fact, firstly, of the barbaric nature, the unprecedented nature and character and features of the attack in Pahalgam, and a recognition of India's right to respond to this. And also a recognition of the fact that in responding, we have been nothing but responsible and have done so in a restrained, in a measured, and in a non-escalatory manner. I think that counts for something. People have taken that into account, and that is what is explaining the kinds of reactions that we are seeing. And we appreciate the sentiments and the statements that have been made by the vast majority of world leaders. Yes, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is in Delhi. He had a meeting with the External Affairs Minister earlier today. I don't have further details at this moment, but if there are details, the ministry will share them at some point with you. Thank you. I think that's all we have time for today. We'll join you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Pakistani narrative takedown now by India. This entire narrative that was peddled by the Pakistanis that the drone hit that was carried out was because, not because of any sort of retaliation, but this was part of the operation. India makes it abundantly clear that we will hit back if at all Pakistan escalates the matter. Not just that, there are several other issues that were addressed by the Foreign Secretary and of course by this Army as well as the Air Force. We're going to take you through every details of it, but slipping into a short break, coming back with the full details of the briefing that has taken place.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल सकता है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ मुजफ्फर।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप।
It's not over yet. Operation Sindoor 2 underway as India pummels Pakistan and targets Pakistan terror headquarters in 7 places. India goes after Lashkar-e-Taiba off to TRF to brief United Nations Security Council.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था।
Indian armed forces expose Pakistan on civilian killings, reiterate the befitting response to terror state.
It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar's big statement says we'll hit back if Pakistan strikes. Major success for India as Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar's brother, who masterminded the IC-814 plane hostage crisis, killed.
All right, viewers, there's an important meeting that is going on right now as we speak at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Right now, the Army Chief is briefing the Prime Minister and the NSA Ajit Doval in the national capital, and that's what we are breaking right now. The Army Chief, General Bakshi, is right now meeting the Prime Minister and NSA Ajit Doval. The meeting is right now underway at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. A big update coming in as Pakistan, its cover has also been exposed once again. We just had the Ministry of External Affairs and the MOD press conference a while back, and Pakistan, what it intended to do, how it has targeted the civilians in India, in Jammu and Kashmir, has all been exposed, and now the next step of action is being mulled at, is being discussed. The Army Chief, General Bakshi, is at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and we have Aishwarya Kapoor joining us on the broadcast from Aishwarya Kapoor. What more can you tell us about this meeting?
Well, this meeting is happening right now, just minutes after the MEA and the MOD joint press conference. You have the Army Chief and the National Security Advisor briefing the Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. As you just stated, this meeting is on as we speak. You have the Army Chief, NSA briefing the Prime Minister. We've just heard in an official press conference that how Pakistan tried, it was a failed attempt from across the border to attack our 15 installations. It was thwarted by the Indian forces, by the combined effort of the Indian forces and our S-400 system. But no such attempt should even be tried today. So what we are being told that the Army Chief is briefing the Prime Minister and the NSA is also in presence. We are being told that 27 civilian airports have been completely shut down for any commercial or civilian mobility. They've been made as complete military airports, and that ranges from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat, Ghaziabad, Delhi's Hindon Airport. So all of this has been included amid high tensions. This is a very important meeting which is happening at the 7 LKM, in which the Army Chief and the NSA are briefing the Prime Minister together. Back to you.
Aishwarya, it's very important to understand that, the operation is still underway. It's Operation Sindoor 2. What Pakistan saw, it was, of course, a strike back at what it did in Pahalgam. But we can understand, as the MEA was saying in this press conference, the Foreign Secretary said how it had targeted the Indian cities and how it has targeted the civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. That, of course, exposes Pakistan. And India has made it clear that it will not step back at all. India should not be taken lightly. And Pakistan has signed up for something very, very dangerous. It is very clear, and henceforth we see these important meetings are now underway.
Well, absolutely. There is no question of stepping back even an inch. In fact, we made it clear that you dare this time. You dare. India responded with Operation Sindoor 1 because that was only a retaliation or a badla, as it is called, of what they did in Pahalgam. What they did last night, the only reason, the kind of destruction Pakistani civilians are seeing in their cities, ranging from Karachi to Peshawar to Rawalpindi, and you name it, is only because what Pakistani army tried last night. They failed in even crossing the Indian airspace, but they tried. So they dare not. There is no question of taking half a step back. If they dare today, then it's no holds barred. and we are very clear. And the Army Chief and the NSA are briefing the Prime Minister on our preparedness. Let there be no doubt about it. We are ready. Yes.
Right. Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those important details coming in from the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg viewers. So all those who are tuning in right now, the Army Chief, General Bakshi, is right now at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. He is briefing the Prime Minister and the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, as India, of course, is right now continuing to plan over the strategy. Remember, India says, and it has announced, it has made it clear that the operation is still underway. It's not over, because Pakistan is not mending its way. The way it has targeted the Indian civilians, the way it has resorted to heavy shelling along the LOC in Poonch, the way it has targeted the Sikhs, the way it has targeted the Gurdwaras. It's all clear that how Pakistan continues with its cowardly ways, and it needs to be taught a lesson, viewers. Now, viewers, Pakistan has launched, just to go into more of the details on that, there have been heavy shelling along the line of control, and especially in Jammu. If you see what happened in Poonch, viewers, there was heavy shelling, massive destruction. The Gurdwara was also targeted over there, and 3 Indian civilians were killed in this shelling. And this happened right after India's Operation Sindoor. And this is, of course, after India, of course, had it succeeded in its operation, hitting the terror targets. But hitting the terror targets, dismantling the terror headquarters, hurt terrorists down so much. So now we will give you this report, viewers. In fact, we have our network reporters right now lined up for you. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Akhnur in LOC. Harsha is live from Poonch, and we have Rawat live from the border district of Baramulla. We'll just go across to Harsha, who has been tracking all the developments from Poonch. Well, the Foreign Secretary also made it very clear that how the Indian side has been targeted. The Indian civilians have been targeted by the cowardly Pakistani army, and the shelling that continued yesterday. And we saw that how the Sikhs, the Gurudwaras, have been targeted by the Pakistani army. What is the latest update that you are, and what have you witnessed in Poonch, Harsha? What you can share with us?
So Rakshita, as rightly you are pointing out the cowardly behavior of Pakistan, where again it has attacked civilians. In Pahalgam also we saw the civilians, the tourists were attacked, and here also in Poonch, when the frustrated Pakistan saw that how Operation Sindoor was successful, it resorted and guided its artillery, its mortar shelling towards Poonch city, main city. There are several districts of Poonch which has been heavily impacted, but if we talk about Poonch city, the artillery exercise of Pakistan was guided at religious places. Not only Gurdwara, but also temple, Gita Bhavan, mosque and madrasas all have the mark of the mortar shelling caused by Pakistan. Also, 6 from the Gurdwara died in the mortar shelling. Also, in total, 11 civilians in the Poonch district have lost their lives. We spoke to the families who are still grieving. Tears of the mothers have not soaked yet, and they are stating that Pakistan should continuously, this befitting reply should be given from the side of India to Pakistan. Not only Operation Sindoor 2.0, but more such action should be given from the side of India to Pakistan, because now what we see in the Poonch city is the devastated and destroyed houses, collapsed walls. What we saw, the visuals in the Gurudwara, how only Guru Granth Sahib was protected, while the walls, the windows, everything was was reduced to debris in the Gurudwara. Same was the scenes from the temple as well. And while many localities in the Poonch, we saw the similar scenes, the debris everywhere, and also how the clutter, there was completely clutter with rubbles in the locality and the lane. The busiest lane, the destruction could clearly be seen. And right now what we are seeing in the Poonch is the deserted lanes, because most of the civilians have now shifted to a safer location. The authorities have clearly stated that the relief and the medical assistance is being provided to the civilians here. They have been shifted either to the bunkers or either to the safer location, because Pakistan can again resort to the mortar shelling as it's completely frustrated. And the cowardice of Pakistan is clearly that now it is attacking the civilians rather than doing something else. So right now the visuals of Poonch is clearly like the desertness we can see in the lanes, in the roads. Most of the civilians have moved to the Jammu or the nearby district, where the mortar shelling impact will not be there, because Poonch, if we talk, it's an embattled hill city which is surrounded by the disputed Indo-Pak border. So right now what we see is that the impact of devastation. Back to you.
Well, all right. Thanks. We will just go across to my colleague Gursimran Singh is also in Jammu. He is along the LOC in Akhnur, and of course there has been a lot of damage over there as well. What's the latest update that you're picking up? And you also have information about what has been happening. You know, Gursimran, you've been in touch with your defense sources as well, because there has been, how India has also struck back. India's air defense system have proved what they really are, meant for, and how strong they stand in face of Pakistan's cowardly ways and its weak ammunition. Tell us more about what you have witnessed and what you're learning latest.
Rakshita, if we speak of first of the situation along the line of control, the situation continues to be tense because the people in the border areas, they have been asked to vacate their houses due to the Pakistani provocation that we have seen late last night, early yesterday morning, when they resorted to targeting the civilian areas in the Punch. So nothing can be left at chance, and that's why the district administration, the divisional administration, they decided that all the bordering villages will be asked to vacate. Right now we are at the Akhnur line of control, and I'll request Sarjivan to show you this ridge that you see. That this is actually going to be point of friction between India and Pakistan, because if you speak of the 2019 the airstrikes that India carried out and the Operation Swift Retort, everything was visible from this very stretch, because from the international border to the line of control till Sundarbani, this area has always been the place from where Pakistan has attempted to intrude into the Indian territory, though their attempts have been foiled. And today, since the India has done the retaliation, and the retaliation was on the Pakistani army headquarters, it is very likely and the forces are prepared for any kind of retaliation from the Pakistani side, because Pakistan will once again, they will not sit back. That's very sure for the security establishment, because they know the habit of the Pakistan, that even after getting defeated, the Pakistan tries to overcome the same, and in the same spirit that they try to win this, but every time they have faced the defeat. Now when it comes to the preparedness, there have been the anti-drone systems, the air defense systems of the India along the line of control, they have been activated at least more than 24 locations in a single sector. So the deployment is very thin. There lies almost no possibility that there will be any breach of that system, that the Pakistani air systems, the UAVs, the Pakistani helicopters or the fighters, they can enter into the Indian territory. That is a foolproof system that the India has kept in place. Apart from this, what we are also getting to know, that everything is being kept on stand by every option. Indian Army's local formation commander, they are directly speaking to the Northern Army commander almost on real-time basis, and they are briefing on the prevailing situation, so that if there is a change in the situation that needs the response from the Indian Army, that can be given without any delay. Rakshita.
Right, viewers, we'll just continue to talk to our reporters, but here's more from the ground that our reporters have filed as far as the situation along Poonch is concerned, viewers, because the Gurdwara has been targeted, and you just see the plight of the civilians, how Pakistan has targeted civilians, and India had only... It was a measured response. It was a precision strike on the terror camps, on the terror headquarters. It was to dismantle the terror network and, send a blow, in fact, deal a blow to the terror apparatus in Pakistan. But what Pakistan did is target the Indian civilians. Here's more.
Hit like it seldom had before, the rattled and clueless Pakistani troops opened small arms fire on civilian areas along the line of control. Heavy artillery fire was also directed on unarmed civilians in the forward areas of Poonch near the LOC. While the army responded swiftly and effectively to unprovoked Pakistani shelling, an effort was underway to shift all civilians on harm's way to safer places. The unprovoked Pakistani shelling and small arms fire have so far claimed 16 lives while leaving over 40 injured.
I am Harsha reporting for Border Dispatch from Gurdwara Guru Singh Sabha in the Poonch city. There's a Gurdwara located in the main city of the Poonch district. It's very important to showcase this place because after the successful launch of the Operation Sindoor at Pakistan resorted to the mortar shelling at the religious places in the Poonch city, and this is one of the places, this is one of the Gurdwaras which was the target of the Pakistan, and also through visuals it could clearly be seen from windows to walls. Most of the infrastructure have been damaged from the mortar shelling from the Pakistan side. In the early morning hours of Wednesday morning at around 9 o'clock, heavy shelling was targeted from the side of Pakistan at this Gurdwara. Not only this Gurdwara but nearby temple, madrasa and masjid have also been impacted.
Visuals captured ongoing efforts to shift civilians to safer shores in the forward areas of Poonch. The forces and Jammu and Kashmir police also carried out checks in civilian areas, public installations and even religious places. In more visuals, motorists were flagged down and the vehicles searched at multiple checkpoints across Poonch town. Meanwhile, the Poonch Gurdwara bore telltale shelling marks after being targeted by cowardly Pakistani troops. The cowardly attack on the sacred shrine claimed the lives of 3 Granthis. Speaking to the public, a local said he had been witness to many instances of unprovoked shelling from across the border, but had never seen such cowardice. Delhi Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa, meanwhile, came down heavily on the Pakistani troops for directing heavy artillery fire on a place of worship. As Pakistan continues with its gutless artillery fire on civilian areas, the authorities are in a race against time to shift locals out of harm's way.
Now, viewers, we have to understand that how Operation Sindoor has started and what it aimed to and what has been carried out. How India targeted these 9 military areas. Now it targeted those terrorist targets, the operational to dismantle the operational capabilities of the terrorists, and this was done to avoid further escalation, to avoid a military conflict. And my colleague Harsha, who has been along the LOC in Jammu, she is going to explain in this report that how India had operated all throughout in this mission. Listen in.
At least 12 civilians were killed and 42 injured as the Pakistan Army resorted to intense artillery shelling along the line of control in Poonch district on Wednesday. The action came hours after India carried out precision strikes on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to avenge the April 22nd terror attack in Pahalgam. Officials confirmed multiple casualties, including the death of 4 children aged between 7 and 14 years. The indiscriminate shelling created panic among the border residents, who were then forced to take refuge. Dozens of houses were damaged across 7 districts: Balakot, Mendhar, Mankot, Sagra, Krishnaghati, Gulpur and Kain. And in the aftermath of Pakistan's relentless offensive, the Jammu and Kashmir police and SOG teams have launched extensive security check operations to move civilians to safety.
It is very close proximity with the LOC. Also, after Operation Sindoor, Pakistan targeted majorly this area. I'll pass my camera person Gaurav to come here and to show this entire visual at large. The safety and security of the Jammu and Kashmir civilians and the civilians of the Poonch district is very much important, which is being ensured by the police official and by the SOG team as well, because what we saw here was at several places the civilians were struck. So right now they have left or they have moved to safer location, to safer bunkers. This is being ensured by the Jammu and Kashmir police.
With Operation Sindoor yet to be over, Pakistan is counting its days.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking. In fact, my colleague Arawat is also joining us live on the broadcast from one of the border districts, that is Baramulla. Now, what are you picking up, Arawat? Because we've seen that right after the Operation Sindoor, right after the airstrikes, there was a lot of damage, a lot of shelling that was witnessed in Baramulla. What is the situation right now?
Absolutely, Rakshita, as we have seen that the strike on the terror groups of the and Lashkar in the Pakistan and other places there. And then after we have seen that the Pakistani troopers have tried to create the disturbance in the Kashmir Valley's Uri sector in the Baramulla district. We have seen that the properties were damaged in the various parts of the Uri sector. But we have seen that the senior officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other paramilitary security forces are there on the ground, and they have access to all the situation, and everything is controlled there. And also we have seen that the health department is there active, and we have also seen that all the entry and exit points in the border areas of across the Jammu and Kashmir is on the high alert after we have seen that there was an attempt from the troopers of the Pakistan to target the civilian population of the Kashmir Valley. We have also the reports from the line of control area in the Gurdwara sector, where we have seen that the mosque was also damaged by that in that particular area. And then after we have seen that the same kind of operation is also taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, and then after we have seen that the same kind of operation is also taking place here in the Uri sector. Also we have seen that locals have been advised there to move to safer locations. And after also we have seen that everything is there under control in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply to the Pakistan's unprovoked firing. We have seen that the ceasefire violation in the Uri sector comes after when we have seen the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 men lost their lives. Then after we have seen the continuously ceasefire violation by the troopers of the Pakistani Army in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Arawat. In fact, viewers, we also have to understand it's not just in Poonch, not just in Baramulla, but also in several other areas like Gulmarg. That is popular, one of the most popular tourist destinations as far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Now, that also was targeted. Unprovoked shelling was done. We saw that happening in Gulmarg as well, and as a result, the authorities took a decision of even suspending the famous gondola rides, the trolley cars that go in towards the Afarvat peaks as well. And this, of course, is a direct attack on the tourism. We've seen that how tourists have been targeted, and Gulmarg also now came under shelling. Here's more.
Amid heightened tensions between India and Pakistan, authorities have suspended the gondola cable car services in Jammu and Kashmir's Gulmarg. This decision comes after unprovoked mortar shelling by Pakistani forces near the line of control. According to authorities, there has been no damage to the gondola infrastructure. However, the proximity of shelling has raised concerns. Gulmarg is one of the popular destinations in Kashmir that is close to the line of control. However, after Pakistan's unprovoked mortar shelling, the authorities have cordoned off the area for tourists. Officials said the security forces have fortified security of the tourist spot to safeguard from any untoward incident.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition from the front, viewers. We continue to report from several locations across Jammu and Kashmir. With that, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Harsha from Poonch and my colleague Arawat from Baramulla, and of course Gursimran from Akhnur. And this is Dr. Amritsar signing off from Srinagar. We'll be right back with This Is Exclusive on 7 p.m. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अगर उन्हें 4 की यार्ड करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली के वाली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से। अभी वीडियो कैच होगी? नहीं होगी।
I think we can see an explosion. We hear an explosion. Jets here, jets hovering. We're right now in Srinagar, and we can actually smell some smoke, and the sky at one part became red. There was an explosion sound, very much visible. Seems panic across the border. As we report from Srinagar right now.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मशस मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
More coming up. Here are the headlines. Operation Sindoor 2 continues as India hammers Pakistan for its misadventure and attempt to target Indian cities. India strikes Pakistani defense radars. Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi hit. Pakistan attempts to target 15 Indian cities. Drones and missiles projected at India fall short. All of them fail to hit their targets. Pakistani duds landing in farms across the border. Chinese missiles suspected to have been used. India has confirmed that we have struck Lahore air defense radars, the location from where some of the Pakistani drones and missiles were launched targeting India. S-400 Sudarshan Chakra used in the Operation Sindoor 2 as every Pakistani drone and missile are intercepted in the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very dramatic last 48 hours, and we can confirm to you now that Operation Sindoor 2 continues this evening. The military operation is on. What is military Operation Sindoor 2? Pakistan last night tried to target 15 Indian cities. And my colleague Shawan is joining us with the details of where they launched these attacks from and how Pakistan's attempted strikes on Indian cities were thwarted one by one, ranging between 80 kilometers to 282 kilometers. Each of these strikes, drones, missiles that were sent to 15 cities, all falling short. Shawan with the details. Shawan.
Well, in fact, the details that we are getting right now is what Pakistan essentially wanted to strike were the military installations. If you take a look, starting all the way from Kashmir, Awantipura, Srinagar, both the places, remember, they were targeted from Rawalakot, that is in Pakistan. That's the Pakistani Air Force base. Now, let me also tell you, as far as those in Jammu and Punjab are concerned, the missiles were basically launched from Rahwali cantonment in Gujranwala. Cities in Rajasthan which were basically targeted, they were from the Pakistani military base in Bahawalpur, and Bhuj was basically targeted from Sindh. Now, in fact, Niranjan, the details that we're getting is that roughly around 1 o'clock in the morning, that was when our gun loading radars, these radars actually identified the location from where these missiles were being launched. That's when our air defense system was activated, and these missiles were prevented from carrying out the targeted approach. Thereafter, we are being told that immediately you've had the drones that were basically used by India to target the same very places from where the missiles were launched, and this operation continued till about 7 o'clock this morning. Interestingly, this piece of information that we had got was roughly around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or little after 2 o'clock. And when we spoke to our sources at that point in time, also remember, the source basically indicated that the operation was still undergoing, something that was once again cleared by the Ministry of External Affairs as well as the Defence Ministry. So which is a clear indication of the fact that the operation is nowhere to a closure right now. In fact, it is still going on. The other important aspect that we've been able to figure out is with regards to the missiles that were basically used by the Pakistanis. In fact, these are essentially the PL-15 or the BVR range missiles that were used by the Pakistanis. This was delivered to the Pakistanis by China, and this was just about 3 months ago when these missiles were actually given by China to Pakistan, which was basically used. In fact, it turns out that some of those missiles that were fired by the Pakistanis did not even continue in the same very trajectory that it was basically locked for. It did not have enough fuel. Now, that was what we have also picked up, and that is the reason why some of these missiles landed up in their own territory. And the others, which basically crossed over, were brought down by our air defense system. And in fact, the debris of these missiles have been found in places like Amritsar, and in some other places also we are given to understand, like for instance in Bhatinda and a few other places, the debris have been found. So there is ample proof of the fact that they basically wanted to carry out this attack.
Shaban, why don't you walk up here, because I have 5 walls. Let's do the walls together, because the walls tell the full story of what Pakistan tried to do. So I'm going to get Shaban also in the frame. Let's fire those walls one after the next, and then we'll go from one story to the next. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Pakistan tried to do last evening. Let's go across straight to the wall. Shaban, the 15 cities that Pakistan tried to target in the intervening night of 8th of May. Pakistan attempted to target 15 cities. I'll go from the bottom. Bhuj, Uttarlai, Falodi, Nal, Batinda, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, Amritsar, Srinagar, Avantipora, Jammu, Pathankot, I think that's Udhampur, Ludhiana and Chandigarh. Now all of these cities, Shaban, so across the border, from international border, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, along the border they've tried to target our cities.
Well, in fact, just to quickly add a point here, you have your naval installations here.
Yes.
As far as Bhatinda, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, Amritsar are concerned, you have your army bases here. Interestingly, Pathankot, remember, has been their target for a very, very long time, because that's where our Air Force base is. Jammu, also not to forget, as far as Jammu is concerned, you have the 16 Corps headquarters in Jammu. Ludhiana, Udhampur, as well as Chandigarh, you have, several of your not just the military base, but some of them happen to be the military cantonments, which have also been targeted. So clearly, if you look at it, there is a pattern that emerges. Of course, Srinagar and Avantipora both have military bases. You have the 15 Corps in Srinagar, and Avantipura also has a...
Now, Shaban, what is interesting is that they haven't just tried to target towns or cities along the border. Perhaps as a response to India going deep into their territory, they've tried to target cities well within our territory, for example in Chandigarh. Now that came as a surprise. Now let's get you the next wall, which shows you how India responded and why India responded in the way that it did. Let's show you the next wall. We hit them back at the bases, at the military installations from where all of these missiles or radars or missiles and drones came from. India took out some of them. Shaban, if you can talk about the cities where they came from and why we struck these cities and what we struck in these cities in the last 12 hours.
Essentially, each of these missiles have a particular range to cover. That is the reason why we've not covered that. Like, for instance, from Sindh, you would have Bhuj, which is closer. 280 kilometers. Yeah. So Bahawalpur again also happens to be another military base, which was basically targeting just opposite in Rajasthan. Happens to be the cities that were carried out, the cities that were targeted in Rajasthan were from Bahawalpur.
Yes.
Lahore, Sheikhpura, Sialkot, Chakwal, Gurjanwala. Now, Gurjanwala was the other place from where the targeted attacks took place, and this was primarily Jammu region was being targeted from here. And as far as Sialkot is concerned, this is more to do with the air defense system that was basically put in place, which we have been able to penetrate. I'm going to explain that in a short while.
One of the first videos that came in this morning, ladies and gentlemen, was from Lahore when the first explosion was reported. Now, when Republic reported that explosion as well this morning, Shaban, we broke that story as an explosion that was reported from Lahore at a cantonment area. What we did not know is that it was India hitting back at Pakistan, striking the air defense system, finishing off the air defense systems of Pakistan in Lahore, because that's where the drones and missiles came from. So let's get you the next wall of how we hit them back this morning. India foiled Pakistan's attempt, 15 drone/missiles, 15 targets, 15 cities, and every drone or missile fell short. And this is how we did it. India foiled Pakistan's plans. If you can come a little ahead, Shaban, where Pakistan fired from. Now, Shawan has the exact details, where they fired from and where we intercepted them. Shawan.
So this, if you see, Rawalakot happens to be the Pakistani Air Force base, which is also, there is one in Kotli. Now, as far as Kotli is concerned, we haven't got more details from there. From there, the missile was actually launched targeting Avantipura and Srinagar. I'm not too sure about the distance. If you know,
yes,
you'll be
roughly about 80 to 90 kilometers, Shawan. Even this around Gujranwala, roughly about 80 to 90 kilometers.
This is a very key military installation as far as Pakistan is concerned. Pakistan basically launches from here because you have the Jammu, Pathankot and a few other places in Jammu that was being targeted. And for them, it's extremely important. If you remember the Pathankot airbase also, our airbase was targeted in the past. You've had this missile that was launched towards Jammu. That happens to be the Nagrota base, which is the 16-core base.
Now, next, Bahawalpur. Now, this is interesting because we checked the distance, Shawan. If the drones and missiles were launched from Bahawalpur towards areas in Rajasthan, that's namely Nal, Falodi and Uttarlai, right? Minimum 200 to 300 kilometers. That's the range, 200 to 300 kilometers. So perhaps could have been missiles that were launched from Bahawalpur. By the way, symbolic because Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed Masood Azhar's headquarters, which we struck yesterday.
Right. And this is also the place where we are given to understand Bahawalpur. If we can just quickly go back once. In Bahawalpur, because some of the missiles were given to understand that some of the missiles did not cross over.
Yes.
So that could be also because of A, because of the distance, B, because probably
Chinese missiles.
Yeah.
Chinese missiles. Okay, finally, this is Sindh, and from Sindh, they fired some projectiles towards Bhuj in Gujarat, and that was thwarted.
The only thing that I'm not very sure about, and I couldn't get the details from my source, was where exactly in Sindh is the military base from where when they fired. But this is a confirmation that yes, it was from one of the province. From the Sindh province.
Yeah, our gun radars located these launchers in real time. And ladies and gentlemen, just one point, just think about it. If 15 missiles or drones were launched from Pakistan, were supposed to hit Pakistan's Indian cities, if we were the target, if 15 cities were not hit, you have to remember that it's only because of our forces that we today are safe. We don't have a single hit from Pakistan, and a big thank you and a salute to our forces and for all of those anti-nationals who question our forces. Now, we have more for you on this particular plot of Pakistan. This is why we are safe. And the Chinese duds, and we have, Shawan, a breaking news came in of how we have deactivated the HQ-9s of Pakistan. We've struck some of those systems as well. If you can tell us a little bit about that, and then we will start the comparison.
So, the air defense system basically works in multiple layers. So in the first layer, it would cover a particular distance, and the second layer thereon. As far as HQ-9, as far as this air defense system is concerned, they had basically installed at 3 locations. One happens to be Lahore, the other happens to be Sialkot, and the third happens to be in Rawalpindi. There we are being told that all the 3 places, they've also aided it with long-range missiles, as well as jammers. All 3 completely failed. Now, as far as the S-400 is concerned, once it is up in the air, remember, it basically does not allow any sort of penetration, and more importantly, the range that it has. This is an upgraded version of what we had earlier.
Yes.
It was delivered just about a few months ago, and we're given to understand that has been utilized. And the range that you're looking at, just look at what the detection range is.
Look, let's look at the comparison. First of all, S-400, the Indian system has won the Sudarshan Chakra. Pakistan's HQ-9 has failed completely. The range, 600 kilometers for India's detection air defense system, S-400, 250 kilometers for HQ-9 of Pakistan. Let's go to the next parameter. Destruction range, 400 kilometers for the S-400. This is India's system, while it's just about 200 kilometers for Pakistan's HQ-9. But by the way, air defense system of Pakistan, lesser said the better, because all our missiles have struck our targets. Next, maximum target speed, Mach 14, not much more change there.
There's a bit of a difference. There's a bit of a difference
Yes.
here. The difference being is that this basically intercepts even hypersonic missiles.
Yes.
So which basically means that even if you have used an advanced missile, there's a high possibility that your S-400 air defense systems would be able to detect, unlike what would have happened in the case of HQ-9, because it's not equipped.
Yes. Next parameter, let's go straight up to that. Maximum altitude 30 kilometers for the S-400, a maximum altitude 50 kilometers. I don't think that really matters because this has done its job. Let's go to the next one. Next parameter, The S-400 can shoot 80 simultaneous targets, including cruise, ballistic missiles, UAVs and aircraft. And I think this has been one of the biggest displays of success of this missile system is in what we saw last night, Shawan.
And of course, the Russians themselves have used it. Russians have used this during their current war.
Yes.
And the fact that they have essentially promised an upgraded version. This upgraded version basically looks at a variety of, interceptions. And as you pointed out, this also encompasses the newly made missiles, which are faster range, which has a longer range. All of that can be well detected, unlike in this case.
Yes, you should take that with a pinch of salt, because that's what they claim. But none of India's missiles were intercepted by the HQ.
In fact, this is the air defenses system, as I said, it was layered. You would also have long-range missiles. So in order to basically stop some of them, because most of the missiles would have come at the same go, you would have exhausted it. The air defense system gets exhausted or blocked. But it seems that not only this air defense system failed, but the other systems that were put in place, for example, the long-range missiles, the jammers, all of them failed simultaneously.
Deployment time. Next parameter, just 5 minutes for the S-400. If we have a parameter of the HQ-9, it doesn't really matter how long it can be deployed, because how soon
it's a little bit of a stationary issue, so that's not much of a case.
Okay, and finally, this has been the game changer for India today. India hit several targets. Sialkot, we showed you the 7 cities that we hit. Now, this is believed to have been one of the key drone systems that were used to target and disable the Pakistani radars. The Harpy drone. The Harpy drone, Shawan, you want to talk about it? On how it was used and how effective it's been?
See, the loitering munitions, basically, by the word itself, moves around. And the fact that this can go at a low level without much of a detection. Subsurface is what these drones would have moved around. As far as the warheads are concerned, it can be expanded. Now, what we are given to understand that there were 2 types. One, of course, was Harpy. And the original, that is the first phase of the operation, was also using something that was designed in Bengaluru, that is the Sky Trainer, and that has another warhead about 5 kilogram that was taken. In this, if you see, the payload is way higher. It's about 32 kilogram. So you are taking a larger quantity, and the fact that the destruction would have been much more.
So this is an example of the India story, right, Shawan? Harpy jointly made between Israel and India, and this is available in plenty with us, and this is a success story. And every aspect of Operation Sindoor that you've seen, the missiles that were used to target the nine areas chosen yesterday when we hit the terror camps, beautiful precision strikes that we had. If I can just quickly pull up one picture that we had where the headquarters of Masood Azhar before and after tells you how precise the strikes were. And while we do that, let's also get you some breaking news. There is a breaking news update that we have from Bangladesh. I want Shawan to give us that breaking news update. Let's break that next. That was the next breaking news update we had. Bangladesh falling in line. Shawan, this is very unprecedented. Bangladesh seems to have got a message as India pummels Pakistan. Pakistan was Bangladesh's go-to friend, suddenly found friend, and after we have struck Pakistan, UNIS government has fallen in line. They have issued a sudden notification asking for Hindus to be protected. It's come out of nowhere, but it's linked. Shawan.
Well, in fact, there is growing pressure right now. One coming in from the radicals inside Bangladesh, because remember, there were certain measures that the UNIS government essentially wanted to take, bringing in more women workforce, and that has been completely, something that has not gone down well with the radicals who have been controlling UNIS. Now, it turns out that with the change in the US administration too, there have been certain directives that have been given to the UNIS government, and it turns out that a panicked, worried Bangladesh is basically responding to what India has been saying for a very long time, the protection of minorities. Now, this notification basically brings in that change, which something that they had ignored all this while, saying that this was a figment of our imagination.
And there are terror groups even in Bangladesh. We know that there are elements in Bangladesh which are radical extremist elements in Bangladesh, and the precision strikes are a clear message to Bangladesh, which has lately been acting as a proxy for both Pakistan and also China. And that is why, they seem to be somewhat in a shock.
Well, there are a series of meetings that have actually taken place. Before the precision strikes that took place in Pakistan, you've had Pakistan basically sending members of their ISI, having a meeting that took place in Dhaka. The second thing that happened was you've had their foreign ministers actually coming together, having a meeting on what possibly could be the next steps. So that is the reason why this proximity between Bangladesh and Pakistan was only growing. But it turns out that Yunus has actually realized that coming closer to Pakistan would only mean doomsday for Bangladesh.
Absolutely. And Shawan, thank you for joining us on this breaking news edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll take a short break now, ladies and gentlemen, but our coverage of Operation Sindoor 2 is non-stop. We are going live immediately after this commercial break. We have headlines and the big debate with Arnab coming up. Stay tuned and thanks for watching.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने. इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है. अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दिए गए हैं. 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर. अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ. मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है. ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया. मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं. अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है. लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं.
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर नुकसान है.
Pakistan attempts to attack 15 Indian cities. India cripples Pakistan's air defense. Has Pakistan just made a fatal mistake? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Baloch, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike. Right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror targets. To that extent, it should be non-escalatory. India is prepared to call it off at this stage. Should Pakistan wish to escalate and target Indian civilian or military targets, then it is signing its own death warrant. It will give the Indian Armed Forces the precise pretext, the precise justification they need to target the Pakistani army, ISI, and the command and control network that dominates the terror ecosystem in Pakistan. The Pakistani ISPR has claimed that India has hit 24 attacks on 6 target clusters. So far they are saying that they have retaliated by artillery firing on an Indian brigade headquarters and another.
Pakistan's terror facade is crumbling. The mask is off. Tonight we bring you the unvarnished truth about India's surgical strikes against Pakistan's terror infrastructure. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval's master plan behind Operation Sindoor. Join us as we dissect the precision strikes that took out over 90 terrorists, including key figures like Qari Muhammad Iqbal, with India's military by taking out 9 key terror camps, eliminating over 100 terrorists. The message is loud and clear. The era of impunity is over. I'm Shavan Sen and this is Forces First. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval emerged as the chief architect, the man behind India's swift and strategic retaliation, Operation Sindoor. Working behind the scenes under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, National Security Advisor Doval led high intelligence coordination and mission planning. The 9 targeted terror dens across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The precision strikes were given a go-ahead after his plan received a final nod from the Prime Minister.
It is said that when he speaks, it's intelligence, but when he is silent, it's war. And that's exactly what happened. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the man who sits at the helm of India's national security architecture, kept mum all through these days since the Pahalgam terror attack. No speaking, no addressing, not seen in meetings beyond the 2 cabinet committee on security meetings that took place, in where he played an active role, briefing the Prime Minister about what were the possibilities, what were the options. Remember, the first CCS took place on April 23, a day after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, where the NSA was seen animatedly explaining to the Prime Minister what all had happened and what had to be done or could be done. Prime Minister gave the brief to the CCS that they should come back with clear options. The national security team led by Ajit Doval, and of course which includes the Chief of Defence Staff, the 3 service chiefs of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and of course the other agencies which play a crucial role in information gathering. The Research and Analysis Wing, RAW as it is called, India's External Intelligence Agency, the IB which takes care of intelligence within, the NTRO which is a crucial arm of RAW which gathers TACINT, which is technological intelligence, and of course ISRO which gathers satellite data. Everyone was involved, including the BSF, because they have ground intelligence along the border, because they are the active force in peacetime along India's international border. And that's where all the data gathering began, information gathering began, validation of whatever intelligence that agencies already had began. And by the time the second CCS happened on April 29, the plan was in place, the options were in place for the Prime Minister to give a go-ahead, which he did, following which he made a address where he said that a free hand had been given to forces to avenge the Pahalgam terror attack, and that's when the contours of Operation Sindoor started taking shape. So obviously no one would speak and this never happens. But then you saw in terms of those hints coming in of the policy of hot pursuit about which Prime Minister spoke while he was in Bihar, that India is going to chase the perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack till the end of the earth, as also target the soil from which those attacks emanated. Message was clear that India yet again would go after Pakistan, its terror proxies, and all the infrastructure that operates from Pakistani soil. Operation Sindoor was essentially about collating all data, gathering all intelligence, connecting the dots, and then zeroing down on specific targets, the organizations, the individuals, the places, the locations, everything intelligence based and not in any manner indiscriminate. And that really lends value and a moral cover to the operation that India has carried out by way of Operation Sindoor. It was carried out in a manner that Pakistan was clearly foxed. So be it India's mobilization of its naval force and carrying out of live fire exercises in the Arabian Sea with great numbers of warships mobilized, be it India's air exercises that were carried out in the central sector, giving Pakistan some confusion about what all India was up to while the borders remained silent. And the reason why the borders were silent were because the army was carrying out a plan. The targets were to be hit with kamikaze drones and with the beyond visual range missiles of the Indian Air Force, and no passing off, crossing of the border or the LOC. Those targets were hit, and how? Look at the pictures that have come in that give you an idea of the kind of precision with which the Operation Sindoor has been executed. Those pictures that were shared by India with the rest of the world in that press briefing by the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of External Affairs. Behind all this was the man and the mind of that man, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who was up all night. And the moment the operation was executed, he was working the phones to give a diplomatic edge to India, speaking to as many as dozen odd national security advisors of these nations, his respective counterparts from the United States, from the United Kingdom, from Japan to South Korea, France, and of course, crucially, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates in West Asia. NSA Doval then, of course, readied for a briefing of the Cabinet Committee on Security, the third one, in which success was announced, following which, of course, Prime Minister in the Cabinet congratulated our armed forces. That's how Operation Sindoor was executed, in complete silence, with great resolve, and of course, the wherewithal and the superior competence